In this comprehensive Redux and Redux Toolkit course, you'll master state management in React applications from the ground up. This course progresses from core Redux concepts to the streamlined Redux Toolkit, covering everything from fundamentals to advanced patterns. You'll build real-world applications while learning industry best practices and avoiding common pitfalls. Kaiser Khanum created this course.
Welcome to the Redux and Redux Toolkit Mastery course. In this course, you will dive deep into mastering Redux and Redux Toolkit, one step at a time. I will guide you through every concept from basic to advanced topics, making sure you gain a thorough understanding of how Redux works and how to utilize Redux Toolkit effectively. I will cover everything you need, including managing state, handling asynchronous operations, and building practical projects to solidify your knowledge. Check out the course description below for the full timeline to support you throughout the journey. Let's get started and make you a Redux Pro. What is Redux? If I start by saying it is a library which is used to manage global state, you will not understand. So let's see one important concept in React to understand why we actually need Redux. As we all know, React is all about building reusable components, and each component's data can be handled using state. For example, I have app component, user component and form component, and both this user and form component are inside this app component. So our app becomes parent component and user and form becomes child components, and both are called as sibling components. Now inside my form component, I am having the state which is simply an object which has username, email, password and verified properties. And inside user component also, I am having its own state which is also an object and that contains empty array of users. So in React, each and every component will be having their own data and UI logic. So whenever there is any change in the data, the components will be re-rendered to keep the data in sync with the UI. But now what I want to display the username who has logged in inside my user component. But this entire state is present inside form component. Now the problem is I cannot send the data from form component to user component because they are sibling component. And whenever we want to send any data from one component to another, that component has to be parent component. Only then we can send data from parent component to child component. So in this case, what we will do, we will pass entire state of the form inside our app component. And later on, this data can be passed both to user component and form component using the concept of props. Once I have the data, then user component can easily display the username in UI. So here comes the concept of lifting the state up. Why? Because from sibling component we cannot pass any data, but if we are having entire state inside the parent component, easily we can access that data using props. Now instead of doing all this thing, what we can do, we can create separate container inside which we are going to pass entire application state, that is state from form component and state from user component. And this is how our state will be represented. We are having complete state from form component and we are having complete state from user component. So this container will be holding entire application state, and in context of Redux, this is called as store. So our store is going to manage entire state of our application. Now easily, if my user component needs the data, it can request the store and in return it will be getting the data Once it has the data, it can easily display username. So in this case, we don't have to lift the state up because our entire state is managed in one central place. But now you might have questions like why it's necessary. We have only two components and for that using Redux would be tiresome. We have other options like use state, use reducer, use context to manage state. Then why do we need another tool to help manage that state? If you are thinking this, then you are right. For this example, if you don't use Redux, then it's fine. You can simply use useState with less coding. Before starting with Redux, if you have understanding of use reducer hook from React, then it will be a plus point for you. But let me show you another example. With this, you will be satisfied why we need Redux and you will stick till end of the course. In this complete course, I will be sharing you lots of tips and interview questions to master Redux. Let us see another example to understand why we actually need Redux. And by seeing this example, finally you will be satisfied why we need Redux. So consider this is our React application and React application may contain several components nested at various levels. So here I am having multiple components which are nested at various levels. Now inside this component A, I am having input field which will be accepting the place. But now what I just want this place value to be present inside this component B. Is it possible to pass the data which is present inside component A directly to component B? That is not possible. Why? Because both are sibling component. Data can only be passed from parent component to child component through props. So what we will do, instead of passing the data in this way, we are going to lift the state up and we will be passing the state inside our parent component. And this is the closest parent component C. So our state will be lifted up and we are going to place the state inside this component C. And then using props, place can be passed both to component A and component B. Why? Because now component C is parent component for both A and B. Okay, that is fine. If we are having one level, then this is fine. But now what I just want the data inside component D. Again, I cannot pass the data from component C to component D. Why? Because again, both are sibling component. Again, we have to lift the state up and we have to pass entire state inside component E. Then using props, place data can be passed both to component C and component D. Here we are having two levels. So might be this is also fine. But now what I just want this place data inside this component Q. Again, if you see here, they are at the same level. So both E and Q are sibling component. So directly from E to Q, I cannot pass the data because they are sibling component. Again, we have to lift the state up and state has to be passed inside app component. Then using props, place data will be passed to component Q. Now if you see here, as our app grows bigger, managing state will be very difficult in React. And the worst case is, now my component M wants data. But here if you see, component M will not be having access to place. Why? Because component O is not having any data. So what we can do, we are having place data inside component Q. This can be passed as a prop component O. Again from component O, this can be passed as a prop to component M. So now here component O does not need this place data, but still data has to be passed to component O. Why? Because its child needs to display that data. Depending on level of nesting, this will be very frustrating task. Components which don't need the data, still they should be aware of that data. And if any sibling component needs the data has to be lifted up and state has to be passed to the closest parent. Whenever you're working in React application, if you get stuck at this point, then this will be the right time to use React plus Redux. In Redux, what we will do, entire state we are going to store inside one container. So my state is nothing but place. So I will be passing the state inside this Redux container. Now if my component A needs the data, it will request this state container and in return component A will get the data. If my component B needs the data, it will request and it will get the data. Component D, component Q and finally component M. So now if you see here, inside one container, we are passing our entire state and whichever component needs the data, they can request the container and in return, this container will be updating the state in predictable manner and sends the value to the components who has requested for that data. And in Redux, this state container is called as store. So at one central place, we will be managing our entire state. This is how Redux will be working. And now I believe you are satisfied when should we use Redux and why should we use Redux. Now we understood why should we use Redux. Let us now see what actually Redux is. Redux was created by Dan Abramov and Andrew Clark in 2015. So Redux is a third-party library that we can use to manage global state in our web application. And I am saying web application because Redux is actually a complete standalone library that we can use with any framework like Angular, Vue.js, React.js or even with vanilla JavaScript. In simple terms, you can say it is a predictable state container for JavaScript apps. So here we are having three parts inside this definition: predictable, state container and JavaScript apps. So if you have a mental model that Redux is tightly coupled only with React, then it is the right time to get rid of it because Redux is used for JavaScript application which will be including all the libraries and frameworks. Like you can use Redux inside Angular as well as inside Vue.js. In modern web applications, we will have complex tree of components and components that constantly produce and share data is called as state. And this state is going to store entire application state. If any component requires data, they request the store and in return they get back the data from store. So Redux is a single source of truth for all the data in our JavaScript application. Then comes predictable. Predictable in what way? For example, you add item to cart, clicked on buy now. After that, we will have some actions done behind and we can easily predict those actions. Like first, item will be packed, then it will be dispatched and after that, item will be delivered. So here, the changes to our application state become predictable. So in Redux, all the state transitions or all the state changes are explicit and it is possible to keep track of all of them. So remember, Redux is one of the most loved, confused and hated libraries in React ecosystem. But it relies on single immutable object to store all of the application state. For smaller project, you don't need to use Redux because it will be adding more complexity and lots of boilerplate. But if you are having complex tree of pattern and during that time, if your entire state is decentralized and each and every component managing their own state, then it will become very difficult to manage entire application state and also you will not be able to understand the application and get the correct result. So during that time, you can easily shift to Redux and manage the state in more efficient way. You have learned React and you feel confident and start with your job application and search for React developer. But in job description, you will see Redux Again, you will search for another job. Again, there you will see Redux. Again, in another job, you will see Redux. At this point, you might think Redux is widely used and you will decide to watch YouTube courses on Redux or you will enroll into Udemy courses. So now there comes three categories of students. First category, they will understand everything because they are aware of React in which they have learned use reducer hook. Having understanding of use reducer is a big plus point in starting your Redux journey. Second category, this category of students will give all the time and watch one YouTube course, let's say of 2 hours long, or they watch complete playlist and understand the principles of Redux, but still struggle to apply the concepts in real world. Third category, they think Redux is not for them and it's big and kind of scary thing that seems impossible to learn. So the problems are even after learning you are not able to apply because there is lack of practice. After learning and spending your hours of time, if you think it's not for you, then definitely you are learning it in wrong way. So in this course, I will walk you through all the do's and don'ts, and I created this course keeping complete beginners in mind who has zero knowledge on Redux. So prerequisites required for this course, you must know fundamentals of React. You don't have to master React, but it's good to have React knowledge. Use reducer hook is a plus point. If you don't know, then I have created complete course on use reducer which is having 9 projects. You can go through that course and come back to this Redux course and continue your learning journey. Use context or Redux. Redux is used to manage state of our entire application, and use context hook in React allows us to consume props within the component tree without having to manually passing down to all the intermediate components without prop drilling. You might be thinking, using this use context, we can solve the same problem which we saw in the example why we need Redux. What about use context plus use reducer? It pretty much does the same thing what Redux offers. Yes, you are right. Combining both use reducer and use context will offer the same thing and it can be an alternative for Redux. So coming back to our question, use context or Redux, the answer is you should have knowledge both on use context and Redux. But they are having their own advantages and let's see when to use each. First, scalability and predictability. Redux is designed for managing global state in large, more complex applications. It provides predictable state container where the flow of data is clear and well structured. And this context API is best suited for small to medium sized application or for passing the state deeply through the component tree. It can become difficult to manage when the app scales or when there are multiple contexts to handle. Second, centralized state management. Redux centralizes all the application state in one single store. This means regardless of how large the app gets, all state is stored and managed in one place, making debugging and tracking the state changes easier. But in Context API, it manages the state locally within the context provider, but it can get fragmented across multiple context providers as our app grows. Third is middleware for side effects. In Redux, we will be using middlewares like Redux Thunk or Redux Saga, which will allow us to handle side effects. For example, async operations like API calls in a more structured and scalable manner. This makes it easier to manage complex asynchronous logic. But in Context API, we do not have any built-in middleware or support for advanced side effect handling. We need to do it manually, integrate the side effect into our logic, which can become complicated as our entire app grows. Then fourth comes debugging tools. Redux comes with Redux DevTools that provides powerful debugging capabilities like tracking state changes, time travel, and inspecting dispatched actions. But in Context API, we do not have built in developer tools, making debugging and tracking changes more difficult, especially when the state is complex or deeply nested. Fifth is separation of concerns. Redux encourages a clear separation between actions, what happens, reduces how the state changes, and UI, how the state is updated. This separation can make larger apps more maintainable. But in Context API, we combine the state and logic within the same provider component, which can lead to less clear separation, making the app harder to maintain as it grows. Sixth comes consistency and ecosystem. Redux has a vast ecosystem of tools like middleware and extensions like Redux Toolkit that makes complex state management tasks easier and more standardized. But Context API does not have such an ecosystem and lacks these advanced integrations. Finally, last point, immutability and pure functions. Redux enforces strict immutable state structure through reducers, which helps to prevent unintended mutations and makes the state transitions more predictable. But when it comes to Context API, you have to manage immutability and pure functions on your own, which can lead to more mistakes in larger apps if not done carefully. Some of the most asked questions are: should Redux be added to all our applications? Or you might also have: when should I use Redux in my React application? The answer is you could use in an application where we have considerable number of components that need to share state. But again, there is no set rule for this, but only thing I can tell you is at one point in time when you are finding it yourself difficult to manage the state in your application, that is the right time to go for Redux. So the final conclusion is Redux is better suited for larger and complex applications that require structured and centralized state management, side effects handling, and optimization. Context API is simpler and works well for small to medium sized application where state management is relatively straightforward and does not require sophisticated tools. Remember this, Redux is one of the confusing library, so it has a learning curve. Give time for yourself to understand each and every concept. Go through this library twice or thrice to understand about this library. Till now, we have clear idea React is a UI library and Redux is state management library. So directly, if we start combining React with Redux, then it will be very confusing. So first, in isolation, we will understand all the Redux concept. Then we will understand how to use Redux and React together. First step, make sure Node and npm is installed on your system. To check if it is installed or not, open command prompt and just type node-v. If you get the version number, that means successfully you have installed Node. If you have not installed, go to official documentation and install Node in your system. Once we have Node installed, npm will be automatically installed. Here I will write npm-v, and for that also I will be having the version number. If you're watching the tutorial after some years or after few months, might be this version number will be changed. No matter what is the version number, whatever concepts we will learn, that concepts will remain same. Then second, create folder. I have created Redux. Right click, open with code. Here I will open terminal, Control J. First, what I want to do, I just want to initialize my package.json file. For that, I will write npm init -s. As soon as I hit enter, my package.json file will be initialized, which will be having some default settings. Now inside this, I just want to add Redux as its dependency. So here I will write npm install Redux. For install, In short, you can write I. Hit enter. It will install Redux package. Now here node modules folder is created. Inside that I am having this Redux package. Now if I just see here inside this dependency Redux is added which is having 5.0.1 version. Successfully we have added Redux as the dependency. Now inside this root folder, let me close this terminal. Here I will be creating one file script.js. Here I will write log. Inside this I will write welcome to Redux. Save it. I will open terminal. Now inside this I will write node script.js. You have to mention node and after that whatever file name you have given, you have to mention that file name along with extension. Hit enter. Now whatever data I am having, successfully I am able to get that result. Successfully we have completed this basic setup. Let's understand three most important core concepts of Redux using this simple analogy. Imagine a pizza shop as your app, and inside that kitchen will be having all the ingredients like pizza base, sauce and cheese. And you are a customer and you want to order pizza. So in this case, directly you will not go to the kitchen and start preparing pizza. Instead, if you want pizza, you place an order at the counter. The chef gets the order, look at what ingredients are available in the kitchen. If you need more toppings on your pizza, like extra cheese or extra vegetables, then you have to make a special request and the chef will update the pizza based on your request. And every customer gets their pizza from the same kitchen and the chef makes sure ingredients stay organized and ready for the next order. Now, let's flip this analogy to understand three important core concepts of Redux. Here, kitchen represents our Redux store. It has all the ingredients and ingredients represent our state like pizza base, sauce and cheese. So kitchen is a store which will be having all the ingredients, which means kitchen will be storing entire state of our application. Second is the customer. The order placed by the customer is an action in Redux. Customer is not the action, but whatever request is made by the customer, that is called as action in Redux. And third, chef is the reducer which gets order, looks at what ingredients are available in the kitchen and makes the pizza. So what chef will be doing? Chef will go to the kitchen and looks what ingredients are available and based on the request made by the customer, chef is going to prepare the pizza. In return, it is going to update our state. So you can simply understand reducer will take the action, reducer will go to the store and see what are the things available inside the state and based on the action, state will be updated and updated value will be returned. So this way, pizza shop can handle many customers efficiently, making sure everyone gets the right pizza without any confusion or missing ingredients. And how this is possible? This is possible because they are keeping track of what customer has ordered using the receipts. So here we went to a shop and explicitly told the chef about the intention, that is the action describing pizza base has to be reduced by 1, which means I am ordering one pizza. Let us combine everything and see the concept in this table. So inside a pizza shop, kitchen will be representing store. The aim of a store is to hold state of our entire application. Then the customer intent to place an order is called as action. Basically, it describes the event, describes what happens. Then finally, chef is the reducer which will be connecting store with the action. If the customer is placing the action, only then reducer will be updating our state. So basically, store keeps entire application data, action that explains how the data has to be changed, and reducer that makes the changes to the data based on the action. So these are three most important core concepts of Redux, and once we start writing the code, almost all the time we will be dealing with these concepts. Now we have understood three core concepts of Redux. Now it's time to understand three essential principles. And these three principles are very important to understand entire flow structure. So first, we have single source of truth. Second, state is read only. Third, changes are made with pure functions. One by one, let us understand all these three principles. And here, all the three concepts which we have described in a Redux pattern will come into picture. First principle, single source of truth. The entire application state is stored in a single object. Object is nothing but which is having properties and values, which makes it easier to track and manage state changes consistently across the entire application. And where we are going to manage our entire state, we will be managing inside our Redux store. So in more simple terms, you can say maintain entire application state in a single object which would be managed by Redux store. Consider pizza shop. Let's assume we are tracking number of pizza base in the kitchen. We then would represent pizza base of our application as a single object that contains the property indicating number of pizza base. This object will then be managed by Redux store. This is nothing but our initial state which is managed by our Redux store. And initially I am having 1000 pizza base. Then second principle, state is read only. So the only way to change the state is by dispatching actions. And actions are plain objects that describe what happened, ensuring that state changes are predictable and traceable. In simple terms, to update the state of your app, you need to let Redux know about that with an action. Consider pizza shop. Here, customer is going with an intention to order pizza. So, we need to tell the chef about our action. We are not allowed to directly take the pizza base from the kitchen and start preparing. Instead, we need to let chef know about our action. And how do we represent action in our code? It is also a plain object which has type property indicating our intention. So in this example, type property is a string of order pizza. We can add multiple properties if customer is making another request that he want extra toppings. That data can also be passed inside action. Now third principle, changes are made with pure functions. To specify how the state changes in response to action, we write pure functions called as reducers. So our second principle told state can only be transformed by dispatching actions. But how should the state be transformed is what the third principle states. It tells we need to write pure functions to determine how the state changes. And how the state can be changed? It can only be changed by dispatching the actions. And who will be changing the state? Our reducer will be changing our state. So reducers are pure functions which takes the current state and action as its argument and returns a new state without mutating our existing state. So consider pizza shop. When you tell chef that you want to place an order for one pizza, the chef will go to the kitchen and from there chef will be taking the pizza base, which in turn decreases the number of base by 1. And after preparing, pizza will be handed over to the customer. So using these three principles, what we understood, we are having a Redux store in which entire application state is stored. And changes can only be happen to the state only when we dispatch action, and how the changes are made to the state by writing our pure functions, that is nothing but a reducers. So reducer function takes previous state, that is number of base which was 1000, and action order type, And based on what the action type is, a new state object is returned from reducer. So in our code, this is how it will be represented. Here type is order pizza. So reducer simply reduces the count by 1 and simply return the new count. This behavior will be same for given output. If the current count is 1, then action order pizza will always return count minus 1. So that is the reason reducers are called as pure reducers. If the customer wants to buy one pizza, then each and every time pizza base will be reduced by 1. It is not going to reduce by 4, it will only reduce by 1. So this is called as pure function, which is not going to affect by any given input. Having great understanding of three core concept and three principle is important in Redux because our entire code lies with this concept and principles. Visually, let us see three core principles of Redux. I am having application and my entire application state is stored inside this store. And whenever we are working with Redux, our application will always be subscribed to this store. Now, if I want to change something in my app, for example, if I want to order one pizza, directly I cannot update the state. Why? Because our state is immutable and our application cannot directly update the state. So now if I want to order pizza or if I want to change something in my application, instead of directly updating the state, we are going to dispatch action. Basically, we are describing what event has to be happened. Once our action is dispatched, then reducer will handle that action, which in turn returns new object with the entire application state. So the end result is one-way data flow that is predictable and testable. This is how we are going to update our state. And as soon as our state is updated, the value is then passed to the application because our app is always subscribed to the store. So in this way, we will be updating the state and that state value will be displayed on our application. If anything I want to update on my application, I will dispatch the action and that action will be handled by reducer, which will be returning new state and that new state values will be passed in our application. So this is our entire cycle using which we can easily update the state and display the current values in our application. Actions and action creator. Go back to previous lecture, three essential principles. In that, we have seen second principle, state is read only. Let's implement that using our code. I have opened my Visual Studio Code and we have already set up with our Redux. I will remove this console and we all know actions are plain JavaScript object. So we will be writing this curly braces. Inside this, we will pass type property. And my type is nothing but I just want to order pizza. I will write here order pizza. You can also give in lowercase, but mostly I follow this convention. So our action is nothing but plain JavaScript object which will be having type property which is going to hold the string value order pizza. Now instead of passing entire string value directly to the type, what most developers follow, they are going to define string constant that indicates type of the action. So here above this, I will write here const. In capital letters, I will write order pizza is equal to, for this, I'm just going to assign this entire value. Now instead of passing the string value, directly I can pass my constant. Copy, remove this, paste it here. Only thing is now we are not wrapping inside this single quote. Why? Because for this string value, we have created constant order pizza. You don't have to do this. This is just the convention which most developers follow. If you don't want, you can simply ignore this convention. Directly, you can pass the string. But when our application grows, doing this way will be convenient because It will avoid spelling mistakes because multiple times we will be reusing our action. Multiple times we can order the pizza. So again and again, directly passing the string value, we are simply creating constant for that value. So congratulate yourself, you have successfully created your first action in Redux. And we already know our action is plain JavaScript object. So apart from this type property, we can add multiple properties. Now here, we already know properties and methods will be separated by comma. I will write here comma. Below this, I will add another property. Here I will write shop name. Shop name, I will write pizza shop. But if you see here, even after separating with comma, I am having error semicolon expected. Why? Because I have created this object directly on global scope. So what I will do, I will just assign to one variable. I will write action. Okay, what I have done for this action, I have created object. Inside that, I have passed type property and also I have created another property shop name for which I have given the value as pizza shop. But with Redux, we go ahead and implement what is known as action creator. Here I will write the comment. Here I will write action creator. So this is our action. Now let us see what is action creator. By the name itself, you can tell this action creator is going to create action. So in code, action creator is a function which will be returning action. So here I will write function. Function name I will write order pizza. So this is my action creator which is nothing but function. And what it will do? It will return my action. So here I will write return and directly I can pass my action variable which is holding this entire object. But mostly when we write the code, we are not going to create separate action. We will not assign to any variable. Instead, this entire action we are going to return from action creator. And from here, I will comment this out. Okay, successfully we have seen how to create action and what is action creator, and using that what we are doing, we are returning our action. Now you might think, why do we need action creator? Simply we can create the action instead of creating this another function and instead of returning actions from here. This answer you will get after some time, but this is how we are going to define our action and action creator. Let's start with implementing our reducer. For this, let us revise the third principle which we have seen in our previous lecture. Changes are made with pure functions. To specify how the state changes in response to action, we write pure functions called as reducers. It tells we need to write pure functions to determine how the state changes. And how the state can be changed? It can only be changed by dispatching the actions. And who will be changing the state? Our reducer will be changing our state. So reducers are pure functions which takes the current state and action as its argument and returns a new state without mutating our existing state. Coming back to the code, we have successfully created our action creator which is returning our action. Now we are working on our reducer. I will write the comment and here simply I will be writing reducer. And reducer is nothing but it is a function which will be taking two arguments, initial state and action. So first we need to determine our application state. As a chef, all I want to keep track is number of pizza based on kitchen. So our state is nothing but it is simply a numeric value. So here I will be creating one variable initial state. This is nothing but object. Inside this, my state is nothing but simple numeric value. And as a chef, what I want to keep track of, I want to keep track of pizza base. So here I will write the property as pizza base. Initially, As soon as I open the shop, I will be having 100 pizza. I just want to keep track of this pizza base. So that is the reason that will be passed inside this initial state. Apart from this, we can have multiple properties like toppings, vegetables. But as of now, let us assume our chef is only tracking this pizza base. Now our initial state is ready. Now it's time to define our reducer. I will come down below this. I will write here const. I will be writing reducer. It is nothing but function. I will be using arrow function here. And this reducer function will be taking state and action as its argument. So here I will be writing state separated by comma. Here I am going to write action. You can pass the same name or based on your requirement, you can give any name. But our initial state of the application is stored inside this variable. So for this parameter, I will be making as default parameter by passing this value. So for this state, I will assign the value as initial state. So now you can see inside the reducer, I am passing my current application state along with action. Successfully, we have completed this step. And what this reducer function will be doing? Reducer function is going to return new state based on the current state and action which we have defined. So here, my first action is order type. Maybe I am having another action with the type order pizza, another action with the type order ice cream. So I will be having multiple types. Based on what is the action I want to dispatch, I have to perform the operation and I have to return new object from my reducer. So here, using this switch statement, I will determine that I will write a switch. Inside this, I will pass action.type. And this action is nothing but this entire thing. This is my object. So this object will be passed here. And from that object, I am just accessing this type, action.type. If it is order pizza, what I have to do? I will just open this. I will write my case and here I will write order pizza. If my action.type is order pizza, then what I will do? I will write here return. Simply, I'm just going to return this new object and inside my state, I'm having pizza base property. I will paste it here. What I have to do? I just have to reduce pizza base by 1. So here I will write pizza base minus 1. Let me tell you what we have done. So our reducer will be taking current state of our application and action as its argument. Action we have already determined and our action creator is returning our entire action. Now our reducer also needs initial state of our application. So for that I have just passed the default parameter and I have assigned this initial state to my state argument. Then here I am having action. So inside this action, this entire thing will be passed, entire object. And we already know our action is an object. And there, using switch statement, I am passing the expression if my action dot type, which means here I can have multiple types. I am checking if my action dot type, if it is equal to order pizza, then this case will be executed. If I am having another type, here I will be writing another case, order burger. Accordingly, whatever operation we have written, that will be returned as new updated object. And if I am not performing any action, here I will write default. Simply, I'm just going to return my state. Default, I will write return. Simply, I will be returning my state. That's it. Do not get confused. Whenever we want to update our application, we are going to dispatch action. Once our action is dispatched, we will handle that using our reducer function. And this is how we will be writing reducer function. It is nothing but a function which will be taking current state of our application and action as its argument, and in return it will be returning new updated state, and that updated state will be passed, and accordingly our application will be updated. But in our state we can have multiple properties. As I mentioned, we can have toppings. Inside that we can give multiple values, and we have already seen reducers are pure functions. In return, it will be returning new updated state, but it will not be mutating our original state. So what we will do, maybe in future we are going to have multiple properties inside this state. For example, here I can have toppings which will be having array of data. Here I will write cheese, and then here I will write capsicum. So maybe I am having another property inside this initial state, and based on the customer request, toppings will be added. So in that case, my cheese or capsicum will also be reduced in the state. So here, whenever customer is ordering the pizza without any extra request, I only want to decrease the pizza base by 1. But this entire property has to remain same. So what we will do, we will use this spread operator, and we are going to copy our entire state as it is. So using this, I will be getting my entire object copy, and inside that object, I am only updating my pizza base property, and I am reducing the pizza base by 1. I am not touching this property. So it becomes very important whenever a reducer function is returning dated state. First, we have to make copy of the state. Only then, whatever properties we need to update in the state, only those properties has to be updated. Directly, if we are having multiple properties and without making a copy, if I update in this way, all the properties will be overridden, and this will be my new updated state. So always remember, reducers are pure function and the state is immutable object. So that is the reason we should always make a copy, and whatever properties we need to update, only those properties has to be updated. If customer has made extra request, they need toppings as well. Accordingly, you can pass the toppings, but still, for safer side, you should always copy the state, because you never know, maybe in future you will be adding extra values inside this state. So always make a copy and accordingly update the properties inside our reducer. As of now, we only have one action type, order pizza. So here we have written only one case, order pizza. When the action order pizza is dispatched using reducer, I will be returning this updated state where I am decreasing the pizza base by 1. As of now, let me remove this. Let us start with understanding more about store. As of now, we only know we can have only one store for our entire application, which contains entire state of our application. But apart from this, store will be having 5 more responsibilities. One by one, let us understand all those responsibilities, and using code, we will implement all those responsibilities. So first, it is responsible for holding our entire application state. Second, it has a method getState which gives your application access to the current state in the store. Using this getState, we can easily get access to our current state. Whatever state we are having inside the store, using this getState, we can easily have access to that state. Then third, the store also allows our application to register listeners through the subscribe method. And this subscribe method accepts function as its parameter, and which is executed anytime the state in the Redux store changes. So this subscribe method will be executed whenever there is any change in a state. So once a state is updated, that updated value will be displayed in our application. Then fourth, it allows us to update the state via dispatch method, and this dispatch method accepts action as its parameter. And we have already created the action. Now if I want to make any changes in the state, I will be using this dispatch method, inside which I will be passing my action as its parameter. Then finally, we can also unsubscribe the store by calling the function that was returned by the subscribe method. So one by one, all these 5 responsibilities we are going to implement in our code to understand completely how store will be working. So this will be very important lecture, because inside the store we are going to pass our entire application. Step by step we will break and we will understand all the responsibilities of store. This is our first responsibility. Store needs to hold application state. So in my editor, below this, below my reducer, I will be writing the comment. I will write store. And then I will simply write my first responsibility. So in this JavaScript application, we have already created our initial state as single object. Now we need to create a store which will be holding this state, and store is present inside our Redux library. So now finally it's time to introduce our Redux library. I will come up. Now this is not React application, this is our JavaScript application. Instead of using this ES6 import, I will remove. I will write here const. Then I will be writing Redux. You can give any variable name. Then I will be writing this require method. And from there, I will just access my Redux library. And why I am able to access in this way? Because we have already installed our Redux package. So that is the reason I am able to access this Redux. Okay, first step. Second step, now this Redux library will provide the method called createStore, which is used for creating our store. So here I will write const, then I will write variable createStore is equal to, now this method is available inside Redux. So here I will write redux.createStore. But now if you see here, I am having one sprite for this createStore. If I just hover on this, here I am having createStore is deprecated. Why? Because now we are having more modern way of writing the Redux, that is Redux Toolkit, using which lot of things will be reduced and we will not be having all the boilerplate which we are writing inside Redux. But still, to move to Redux Toolkit and to understand how Redux Toolkit will be working, first you should understand what is Redux and how Redux will be working. Only then you will be comfortable with Redux Toolkit. If you don't do that, everything will be like a magic and you will not understand how Redux Toolkit will be working. Even if it is deprecated, if you just scroll down, you can see you should not be using Redux core packages by itself today, except for learning purpose. So for learning purpose, it is still valid. You can use this create store and learn Redux. Later, when you upgrade yourself and learn Redux toolkit, then easily whatever functions we are having inside Redux toolkit, you can use and you can create the store. Here they have clearly mentioned create store method will not be removed, but they encourage all the users to migrate to using Redux toolkit for all Redux code. So to understand Redux toolkit, you should understand Redux. So that is the reason I am using this create store. But if you do not want to use create store and directly you want to jump to Redux toolkit, that depends on your learning speed, how you are able to pick up the new concept. Okay, successfully we have got a Redux package and we have accessed our create store method from Redux library. Now I will be using this method, copy, come down below this reducer, here I will be pasting my method. And for this, I will create one variable. I will write here const. I will give the variable name as store. Simply this method I am assigning to this store. Now inside this createStore method, we need to accept the parameter which is nothing but a reducer function. Here I will write reducer. This reducer name should be exactly matching with this function name. So this createStore method will accept the parameter which is nothing but our reducer function. But by this definition, store needs to hold our application state, and our application state is present inside this initial state. So now you might have question, instead of passing initial state, why are we passing this reducer function as its parameter? Because our reducer is having our initial state of our application. You can see we have passed two parameters, state and action, which is holding our initial state. And if I am dispatching any action, it is going to return a new updated state. And that updated state will be passed to the state variable. So that is the reason this reducer is required for the store to make the state transition based on the action received by the customer. This completes our first responsibility. Now this is our second responsibility. It gives a method called getState, which gives your application access to the current state in the store. I will come here. Below this, I will write second, and I'm just going to paste this. So here I will write here log. Inside this, I will be writing store.getState. Using this, I can get access to my initial application of my state. Save it, open terminal, and here I will be writing node script.js. Hit enter. Now you can see in my initial state, I am having pizza base and the value is nothing but 100. This is my initial state where I am having pizza base property for which I am having the value 100. So using this getState method, I can get access to current state in my store. So here I will write one string. I will write initial state. Save it. Again I will run. Now I am having my initial state is pizza base and the value is 100. And this is our third responsibility. It is going to register listeners via subscribe method. Below this, I will write one comment. So here I will be writing store.subscribe. This store allows our application to register listeners through this subscribe method. And this subscribe method accepts function as its parameter, and this subscribe method will be executed anytime the state in the Redux store changes. So here this subscribe method takes function as its argument. I will write arrow function. Inside this I will write console.log, and here I will write updated state. Again, whatever updated state I am having, I can get access to that state using this getState method. Here I will write store.getState. Save it. Open terminal. Now inside this, till now I have not dispatched any action. If I do, again I will be having initial state. And this line is not displayed. Why? Because as of now, I have not dispatched any action and I have not updated my state in the store. But using this first responsibility, we have created the store, and inside that we have passed entire application. And using this second responsibility, using this method, we got access to our initial state. And third, our store allows our application to register to the listener using this subscribe method. And this subscribe method will be executed anytime when we are having any change in the state. This is our fourth responsibility. Allow state to be updated via dispatch action. Below this, I will be writing 4 and then I will be pasting this comment. So whenever our application needs to change the state, we are going to dispatch action. And this dispatch is again available from this store. Here I will write dispatch, and inside this we have to pass action as its argument. And action is nothing but pure JavaScript object, and inside that we have passed this two properties. But as of now, let me copy this first property, and here I will be writing type, that is order pizza. But what we have done initially, instead of writing this action, we have created action creator. And that time we had a question why we are creating action creator. So the answer is, now again I just want to dispatch the same action, order pizza, copy, and here I will be writing order pizza. Now here I just want to add another property. Here I will write payload 90. Okay, I just want to add some more property. Wherever I have dispatched the same action, everywhere I have to come and I have to copy this property. Instead of doing all this thing, what we can do, only in one place we can just paste that property. And here inside this action creator, we can simply paste that property. Okay, so that is the reason we have created action creators in the first place. I will remove. You can pass the action in that way or directly copy this action creator, come here, remove this entire thing and paste the action creator. And this is how you will be calling this action creator. And our action creator is nothing but function which will be returning our action. Now I will save. Using this dispatch, what we are doing, we are just dispatching the action. Once the action is dispatched, our reducer function will be handling that action. So here inside that we are having initial state and our action is also passed, which is nothing but this object. Now using this switch inside this expression, I am checking action.type. So I have called this action creator. Inside that I am having type as order pizza. So this case will be matched and in return I am just copying my entire state and I am just decreasing the pizza by 1. Now here using reducer function we have updated our state, and once our application is subscribed to the store, whenever there is update in the change, this subscribe method will be called. So now using this dispatch, we have updated our state. So this subscribe method has to be called and one pizza base has to be reduced from the state. And here while returning, I am just updating my pizza property from my initial state. Once this case is matched, I am just reducing the pizza by 1. Now this pizza we are having inside this state. Now to access this pizza base from the state, I have to write state.pizza. Why state.pizza? Because initial state is assigned to state and state is nothing but object. Now to access any properties inside the object, we are going to use dot operator. So using this state.pizza base, I am accessing this pizza base and I am reducing the value by 1. And that value will be stored to this pizza base property. Save it. Come here. Now I have dispatched this action. Control J. As soon as I hit enter, now you can see my initial state is this one. Let me come here. Initial state, before I was having 100 pizza base. After that, I have just dispatched the action. Once I dispatched the action, the case got matched and this subscribe method got called. After that, one pizza was reduced. So using this get state, I am able to access my current updated state. Now if I want to dispatch multiple action, copy paste, save it, come here, refresh, you can see each and every time whenever there is any change in the state, subscribe method will be called and we are going to get access to the current state using this get state method which is provided by our store. And this is our final responsibility. We can also unsubscribe the store by calling the function that was returned by the subscribe method. Now if you see, while subscribing to the store, we are not capturing any return value from function. So here I will be creating one variable const unsubscribe is equal to So what I have done, whatever return value I am getting from this, I am just storing inside this unsubscribe variable. Once my entire updation or once my entire state updation is completed, simply I'm just going to call this unsubscribe method. Now save it, open terminal. Again, I will just do node script.js. Successfully, I am able to get the result. But after unsubscribing, I will dispatch the action. Currently, I am having 95 pizza. After unsubscribing, if I dispatch the action, my pizza will not be updated and still I will be having 95 pizza on my state. Why? Because once we have unsubscribed the store, we will not be having access to the state. If you consider pizza shop application, once the shop is closed, no matter how many times you tell you want pizza, you will not be having any pizza. I completely understand. As a beginner, this is lot to take in, but let us revise whatever we have done. So here, first we have accessed our Redux library, and from that we have accessed this create store method. And create store method is deprecated, but for learning purpose, it is still used. But later, when you shift to Redux Toolkit, we are going to have different functions and methods to create our store. And then finally, below this, below reducer, I have created my store. Inside that, I have passed my reducer function as its argument. Why? Because using this reducer function, I can easily get access to my state transition and I can get hold of my initial state. Then using this getState method, I can get access to the state which is currently available on my application. After that, we have set up a listener to the store. So anytime our state changes, we are going to call this subscribe method. So again, if I want to see what is my current state, I can use this getState and access the current state. Then finally, if I just want to update something in my application, I will be dispatching the action and that action will be handled inside reducer function. And in return, reducer will be returning new updated state. Now there is change in my state. So subscribe method will be called and this line of code will be executed. And finally, at the end, we are just unsubscribing to any changes in the store. So whatever return value we are getting, we are storing inside this variable. After all the actions have performed, we are just unsubscribing to any changes in the store. Just take your time and understand all these 5 responsibilities because this concept is foundation for understanding React with Redux. We need to understand one important function is Redux. So for that, first we need to understand this simple analogy. Going back to our previous analogy, pizza shop. Now here our pizza business is going well and we have lots of customer every day. So shop owner decided to upgrade his shop and sell burgers along with pizza. So before what we only had pizza shop which stores all the ingredients inside the kitchen. In our example, we considered our pizza base is stored inside kitchen. Customer request and place an order that they want pizza. Then the chef takes the request from the customer and get the pizza base from the kitchen and bake pizza and handles to the customer. Now what shopkeeper has done? Shopkeeper has upgraded the shop and we now have burgers too. So for burgers also, we will store all the ingredients inside the kitchen. In this case, what shop owner can do is he can keep the same chef and we already know chef represents the reducer. He can keep the same chef to prepare both pizza and burgers. But for smooth running of the business, shop owner decided to hire one more chef who will manage preparing burger. Now new chef manages order burger from customer. Now we have two chefs, one for managing preparing pizza and one for managing preparing burger. When customer comes to store with an intention of ordering pizza, chef 1 will handle that request, and chef 1 is only bothered about pizza, and he is not bothered about the burgers which are managed by chef 2, and vice versa. If the customer comes to order burger, then only chef 2 will be handling that request. Chef 1 will not be bothered about this request. Now, what to keep in mind is the state of the shop is now number of pizza base and number of burger buns in the kitchen. And the reason of having separate chef is the scalability, because later if the business expands and shop starts selling french fries, coffee, then managing only by one person would be difficult task. And also, if something goes wrong, we can easily catch hold on that chef and understand what happens. So that is the reason owner has decided to hire one more chef who will be handling burgers. Now let's understand how to create multiple reducers in our JavaScript application. So now our shop is selling both pizza and burger, and now we are having two chefs who will be preparing these different items. So in our code, chef simply represents reducer. Now we are having two chefs, which means we should be creating two reducers. But before implementing two reducer, let us write the code in the same reducer and see what will be the problem. Coming back to VS Code, I have created multiple reducer.js, and inside that I have copied entire code from previous file and I have pasted. And from here I have removed all the comments. You can see I have removed all the comments. Now we will implement and write entire logic in one single reducer. So now our initial state of the application will be pizza bun as well as burger buns. Here I will write burger buns and initially I will give 200. Then after that what I will do? I will be creating constant for order burger. Copy, and here I will write order burger. Copy and here paste. After that, after creating the constant, what I have to do? I have to create action. But using this action creator, I will be returning my action. I will write function. Now I am going to write order burger. And inside this, I will write return. What it will be returning? It will be returning action. For this, I will give order burger. Okay, simple enough. First, I have created constant, and inside this action creator, I am just returning my action. And now, inside this initial state, I have also passed the burger buns. Now, inside reducer function, I have to create another case for order burger. Here I will write return. Again, I'm just going to copy my entire state. And after that, now what property I have to update? I have to update this burger buns. And from where I will access this burger bun? From state.burgerbun, I will access this property. And each and every time when customer places this order, I just want to decrease the value by 1. Okay, that's it. Nothing fancy. Whatever we have done previously, we have just repeated the same thing, and accordingly we have given the different type. Now if the customer order burger, what happens? Inside this reducer, we are going to pass initial state and we will be passing our action. Then switch type will be checked. Order pizza, it will be checking for this type. If the case is not matching, I will not come inside this. Now I will come here, order burger, it is matching. So successfully it is going to return new updated state. And now in this case, it becomes very important, copy entire state. If you don't copy, then entire thing will be overridden. Because for ordering pizza, we are only updating our pizza base property. Rest entire thing will be same. For ordering burger, we are only updating our burger buns property and entire rest properties will be same. Successfully, we have created action creator. We have passed the new case inside the reducer, And also we have passed the state of burger inside that initial state. Now I will come down. I'm just going to dispatch action for order burger. Below this, I will write order burger. Save it. Now I will open terminal. Here I will write node. My file name is multiple underscore reducer.js. Hit enter. Now you can see. Now my initial state is having both pizza base and burger buns. After that, I have dispatched order pizza. My pizza is reduced by 1, but my burger remains 200. Again, I have dispatched order pizza. My pizza is reduced by 1. My burger remains 200. And after that, I have dispatched order burger. Second case will be matched. My pizza base remains 98. But now my burger bun is reduced by 1. Again, if I dispatch, save it, execute. Now, second time also, my pizza base remains the same. My burger buns will be reduced by 1. This is how we are going to write entire logic in one single reducer. But now you might think, writing the logic in one single reducer, we are able to get the result. Then what is the need of creating two different reducers? The reason is maybe shop will be expanding more, and apart from selling burger, pizza, maybe in future they will start selling coffee. Then managing entire thing in one single reducer will be very messy, and also if anything goes wrong, then it will be very difficult to handle that problem. And inside reducer function also, this function will be growing very big, and if there is any issue, then troubleshooting that issue will be very tiresome because we will be having long function in our code. So what we will do, instead of writing entire logic in one single reducer, we are going to create two reducer. One will be handling pizza and one will be handling burger. We have already created constant. Constant will not be changed. We have also created the action creator. No problem. Now, inside this initial state, instead of passing both the values, we are going to create separate state. Here I will write initial state for pizza. I will copy this. Below this, I will write initial state for burger. Now inside this state, I only want pizza. I will remove this. And inside this burger, I only want burger. Now here, this reducer, I will write reducer pizza. Inside this state, instead of passing this initial state, I will pass initial state for pizza. Action, no need to change. Then here, I will remove this entire case. I have removed the entire case and I have only given order pizza. Now I will copy this function. Below this, I will be writing. Now I will write reducer burger. Now instead of this, I have to pass initial state for burger. And here I will be passing the type as order burger. And instead of changing this pizza base, I have to change my burger buns. Copy and paste. Nothing changed. What we have done, we have created two different states. One is for pizza base and one is for burger buns. Now if any state transition happens for ordering pizza, using this reducer, we are making state transition and we are updating our state. If any order happens for burger, then using this reducer, we are just updating our state. So successfully, we have created two reducers. But now the problem is, inside this create store, we have passed reducer parameter and it can accept only one reducer as its parameter. But now in our application, we have created two reducer. I cannot pass like this. I cannot pass reducer pizza, comma, reducer burger. This will be the wrong way. Inside this create store, I should only pass one parameter which will be accepting our reducer function. But now I am having two reducer. If I give this, open this terminal, hit enter, now I will be having this error. Reducer is not defined and at this place I will be having error. Now in place of this, if I give reducer burger, comma, reducer pizza, save it, come here, just write this, again I will be having this error. Cannot read properties of undefined reading type. So if I pass in this way, I will be having error. So now we have to understand most important function in Redux. Now we are going to see how to combine our pizza and burger reducers. So for that, I will come on top. We have already accessed our Redux library, and from there we got access to create store method to create the store. Similarly, Redux store will be providing another method combine reducer to combine our multiple reducers. So first I have to access that method. Here I will write const. I will give the variable name as combine reducer. You can give any variable name, is equal to, now from Redux package I just have to access this combine reducers. Semicolon. First we have access create store to create the store. Now we are accessing combine reducer to combine our multiple reducers. Now where we have to combine our reducer, before creating the store we have to combine the reducer. Why? Because inside this create store we have to pass one single reducer function. I will remove this entire thing. Above this I will be creating the variable as root reducer. You can give any name, but combination of both the reducer I am just going to define as root reducer. I will change the spelling, is equal to combined reducer, and this combined reducer accepts an object. Okay, simple enough. Before creating the store we are going to use this combined reducer method which will be accepting object, and inside this object each key represents our reducer. So here I will write pizza key, and for this I'm just going to pass my reducer name as reducer pizza. This is my pizza reducer for which I have given the key as pizza. I will write here comma. Then for burger I will give the key as burger. Then here I'm just going to write reducer burger. So inside this combined reducer each key represents our reducers. Now both the reducers I have combined and I have stored inside this root reducer. So now easily I can only pass this root reducer. Okay, instead of passing both the reducers, what I have done, I have just combined the reducers, and inside this create reducer I have just passed my root reducer, and this root reducer contains all my reducers available in my application. Save it, Ctrl J. Previously we had this error. Now if I do this, you can see successfully I am able to get initial state based on the dispatch. First my initial state will be displayed, then I am dispatching the action, so accordingly my state values will be updated. But what is different is our overall global state object is changed. Now if I want to access pizza base, I have to specify state.pizza.pizza base, because inside this you can see now I am having this key. And similarly if I want to access burger, I have to write state.burger.burger buns, and this pizza and burger are the keys which we have specified in our root reducer function. And we already know if you want to give the same property name, copy and here paste, save it. Let me just copy this, I will paste, again I will do. Now instead of that pizza and burger I will be having this key names, and in object if property and values are same then we do not have to mention these properties, we can simply write the values. If I do this, then let me show you the result. Again I will be having the same result. You can see reducer pizza, reducer pizza. Why I am having these values? Because now this is the key as well as this is the value, so that is the reason my global state will be represented in this way. So I always prefer using these simple keys. For reducer pizza, I passed pizza. For reducer burger, I passed burger. Now if I execute, now here I will have pizza, and inside that I am having my pizza base. Now I am having burger, then inside burger I am having burger buns. And once the state is updated, based on the actions dispatched, my values will be updated. Now, one important point you have to understand, we are dispatching the action. Once we dispatch the action, our reducer will handle that action. But now we have combined the reducer inside this root reducer. So what happens? Once we dispatch this pizza action, both the reducers will be taking that action. The difference is one of them will accept the action and one will just ignore that action. Now we have created separate reducer, so each reducer will be managing their own part of the global state. And also, when our app grows in size, we can keep different reducers and state in their own files and keep them independent by managing their different state. But as of now, entire code we have written in one single file. Later, when we start Redux with React, we are not going to write entire thing in one single file. For each and every functionality, we are going to follow the folder structure. Before starting with understanding mechanism of Redux, first let's go back and understand mechanism of use reducer hook. And I believe you are already aware of use reducer hook. If you are not aware, then entire course link you will be getting in the description. Use reducer is nothing but it is an alternative way of setting and managing state. And this is the syntax of use reducer, which will be taking two arguments, reducer function and initial state, and in return it will be giving us the array which we have destructured. So this is the syntax of use reducer. So in use reducer, whenever we want to update the state in a component from an event handler, we start by creating an action. And action is nothing but it is an object which contains information about how the state has to be updated. Then simply we are going to call this dispatch function, and inside this dispatch function we will be passing the action which will be having entire information how the state has to be updated. And inside this object we can add multiple properties, but this is the standard most developers follow. For type simply we give type, and for payload we are going to give payload. Once we have called this dispatch function along with action, this action will be passed inside our reducer function, and this reducer function will be taking current state and action as its argument, and in return it is going to give us the next state. And as always, whenever we are updating the state, we are simply going to re-render our component. But now let us see mechanism of Redux. Now in Redux, everything will be same, but we are going to add two more things in order to learn how Redux works. So the first difference between use reducer and Redux is that in Redux, directly we are not going to dispatch the action to the reducer. Instead, we are going to dispatch the action inside our store. Instead of reducer, here we are having this store. And inside this store, we are going to have multiple reducers. And this store is nothing but centralized container where entire global state lives. So it is like single source of truth for all the global state object across entire application. And inside this store, we can have one or more reducers. Now, you might wonder why there are multiple reducers inside this store. So just remember, a reducer must be pure function that has single task of calculating the next state based on the action that was dispatched to the store, and the current state is already present inside the store. And if you see this diagram, inside the store, we are having current state, and this action will be dispatched inside the store. And inside store, we can have multiple reducers? So the simple answer would be we should be having one reducer per feature. If you want to increase, for that we can have one reducer. If you want to decrease, then for that you can create another reducer. So that is the reason we are having multiple reducer inside this store. Another example would be in a shopping app, you can have one reducer for shopping cart, one reducer for displaying the price, and one reducer for displaying user details. And again, once the action is dispatched, in return, we are going to get the next state. Once the state is updated, our component will be re-rendered. So entire thing is same. Only difference is directly we are not dispatching the action to the reducer. Instead, we are dispatching inside the store where we are having multiple reducers. And in real world, whenever we are using Redux, directly we are not going to pass the action inside dispatch function. Instead, we are going to create this action creator which will be returning action for us, and this action creator will automate the process of writing actions. And inside this, simply we are going to return our action. And this has very big advantage of keeping all the actions in one central place, which will be reducing lots of bugs because developers don't have to remember exact action type string. So that is the reason we are going to create action creator, which in turn returns action for us. Just make a note, this action creator is optional and it is not a feature of Redux. But in real world, this is how we are going to create actions in Redux. Let's recap what we have seen. In order to update the global state with Redux, we start by calling an action creator in a component and then dispatch the action that resulted from action creator. After that, action will be reached to the store and our reducer will pick up the action and update the state according to the instructions which we have passed. After that, once the state is updated, then we will re-render our UI where this cycle finishes. So the major advantage, or you can also tell the big goal of all this, is to make the state logic separate from rest of the application. In one central place, we are going to store our entire state. Whichever component needs that state, they can easily request the data and in return, they can get the data. So whenever somebody asks you what is the difference between useReducer and Redux, you can tell whenever we are dispatching action inside useReducer, directly we are dispatching action inside Reducer. But in Redux, we are dispatching action inside the store where Redux will pick up the action and update the state based on the instructions which we have given. Let us now take a look at how we can extend the functionality of Redux by using something called as middleware. And if you want Redux with some extra feature, then middleware is the solution which we can use to add custom functionality to our Redux. For example, let's say I want to make an asynchronous call to some API. So now the question is, where do we make an asynchronous API call in Redux? Because inside the store, we are having our reducer. Definitely, inside reducer, we cannot write any asynchronous operation code because our reducers are pure functions, which means we cannot write any code which is having some side effect. And also, our Redux store is not aware how to perform this asynchronous logic. It only knows how to synchronously dispatch action and update the state. And once the state is updated, our component will be re-rendered. So this is the task of store, and there is no way possible inside the store we can write any asynchronous logic. So the simple answer would be any asynchronous operation like API call or anything that has to be performed outside the reducer. And we already know reducers are present inside the store, and once we dispatch the action, based on the action, reducer will pick up the action and accordingly it will update the state. But inside the reducer, we cannot write any asynchronous logic. An entire asynchronous operation code has to be written outside the reducer. So now the question is, should we fetch the data inside the component and then dispatch an action to the store with the data which we have received from our component? Yes, this is definitely possible. We can write asynchronous logic inside the component and then dispatch the action. But fetching the API data inside component is not an ideal solution. Why? Because we should keep our components clean and we should not write entire asynchronous code inside component. So it is very important to understand our entire data fetching logic has to be encapsulated all in one place and it should not be spread throughout our application. So again, now the question is, if we are not writing the logic inside the store and if we are not writing the logic inside the component, then where should we perform our asynchronous action? Well, that's where our middleware will come into picture. So in Redux, middleware is nothing but it is a function that sits between dispatching the action and store. In simple terms, it basically provides third-party extension and which will allow us to run the code after dispatching but before reaching the reducer in the store. So middleware will be sitting between dispatching the action and the store. And usually after we dispatch, the action immediately reaches the reducer and then state is updated. But with middleware, we can do something with the action before the action actually gets into the reducer. This means middleware allows developers to run some code after dispatching an action but before action reaches the reducer in the store. So therefore, this is the perfect place for writing our asynchronous code and we can easily make our asynchronous API call. We can write logic for setting timers and logging something inside the console. We can also do crash reporting, pausing and cancelling the action, and also it is perfect place for side effects. So this middleware is one stop for side effects in the Redux cycle. Now, from where does we get this middleware? Well, we can actually write middleware functions by ourselves, but we are going to use some third-party packages. So in this course, we are going to see some of the middlewares and we will understand what the syntax is and how middleware will be working in Redux. Step by step, let us understand how to use middleware. So in this, I will be showing you simple middleware, that is logger middleware, using which we can log all the information related to our Redux application. Like we can log the actions and whatever state changes are done, that we can easily log for debugging purpose. So here, step by step, I will be showing you because later when we start fetching the data, this entire steps will be very important. So I will be going very slow. First step, you have to install npm package of Redux Logger. For that, open Google, just type Redux Logger and just click on this first link. Inside this, you will be having entire documentation. You do not have to read this entire documentation. Here I am having install. I will just copy this command npm I Redux Logger. I'll come here, open terminal, and inside this I'm just going to paste that command. Hit enter. Using this, I'm just installing this Redux Logger package. Once it is installed, to check, open this package.json and inside this dependencies, we are having our Redux Logger. Come to documentation. Now what we are doing, we are creating own logger for our application. So just scroll down. You can see we have this. We have to create own logger and we are having this custom options. So inside this, first what we have to do, we have to import this create logger. So here, if we are using Redux, we have to import this create logger from Redux logger. But now we are writing the code in vanilla JavaScript. First, we have to access our Redux logger package, and from that package, we have to access this method. I'll come here. I will come on top. So below this, I will write Redux logger is equal to require, and inside this, I'm just going to give the package name. That is nothing but Redux-logger. So in this way, first we have accessed the package. Then second, from this Redux logger, I have to access my create logger method. Below this, I will write here const. I will give the variable name as logger. You can give any name. Now from this Redux logger, I have to access this create logger method. Okay, simple enough. First, we have installed the package. Second, we have accessed the package, and from that package, we have accessed our create logger method. So now successfully we have accessed our logger, but now the question is, where should we include this middleware in our application? Very simple, which leads to our fourth step, that is, from our Redux library, we get access to apply middleware method. So here I have to access that method. Below this logger, I will write apply middleware, and this apply middleware method, I will be getting access from Redux library. So here I will write redux dot apply middleware. Okay, simple enough. Till now we have completed 4 steps. Install the package, access Redux logger package. From that package, access this create logger, and inside the Redux, we are having this apply middleware. And why we are using this method? Because using this method, we can use logger in our application. Now, fifth step, just scroll down. Here, we have written the code to create the store. Now, inside this, we are going to pass our second parameter, which is nothing but our apply middleware. Apply middleware, and inside this apply middleware, I will be passing the argument as logger. And this logger is nothing but our middleware. So using this, I have accessed the method from Redux logger, which is nothing but my logger. So this logger, I have to pass as argument inside my apply middleware. So inside this create store, we are going to pass second parameter apply middleware, which will be taking our logger middleware. Now here I am having only one middleware in my application, so I have written this. If I want to create multiple middlewares, I have to separate by comma, and I can add multiple middlewares. Remove this. Now last step, I'm just going to remove this console. Instead, I will be writing here empty curly braces. Why? Because we are using our logger middleware. Now manually I do not want to log anything. Instead, this logger middleware will be taking care of all the logs in our application. Open terminal, and inside this I will write note logger underscore middleware .js. Hit enter. Now you can see successfully I am able to access all the logs. And this line initial state I have written manually. You can see initial state. So successfully I am able to access initial state of my application, where I am having 100 pizza base and 200 burger buns. And after that, whatever dispatch I have done, based on that, you can see first I am having order pizza. Why? Because here I am dispatching order pizza. So inside that, previous state is displayed, my action type is displayed, And inside this next state, my pizza base is reduced by 1 and my burger buns has not changed. So here I will have 200. Similarly, again I am having order pizza. You can see action is order pizza. Now here previous state is displayed. Again previous state is displayed. This is the entire state of my application, and inside reducer whatever state I have passed that will be displayed. Action is displayed, and finally inside this next state I am having 98 pizza base and 200 burger buns. Now next I am having order burger. So based on that operations will be performed and my burger buns will be reduced by 1. You can see my burger bun is reduced by 1. Here you will be having lot of information. So I suggest you to use this logger middleware inside your application and once go through all this data and understand what is the previous state, what is action, what is the next state, and how the data is calculated. But it is very important to understand all the steps. So in total, we had 6 steps. First, to install the package. Second, to access Redux Logger. Third, to access this create logger method from Redux Logger. Fourth, to access this apply middleware from Redux library. Fifth, to pass apply middleware inside create store at second parameter, where apply middleware will be taking a logger. And finally, remove all the console. Even if you remove this console, no problem. I will just open this. Again, I will be having my result. But now, whatever console I have written, that is not displayed. Instead, whatever dispatch actions I have done, and after that, whatever state I am having, that will be displayed. So this is how simple logger middleware will be working in Redux. Let us understand how asynchronous actions will be working in Redux. Till now, we have seen synchronous action. As soon as we dispatch the action, state will be updated. And once the state is updated, we are going to re-render our component. And here inside this, we have dispatched order pizza. And in this case, number of pizza will be reduced by 1. So till now, we have seen when we dispatch this order pizza, number of pizza base will be reduced by 1. And same for burger. If I dispatch order burger, number of burger buns will be reduced by 1. But eventually, as our application grows, we need to use asynchronous code using which we can fetch the data from API and display in our application. So in this course, we are going to use this fake store API from where we are going to fetch the products data. Before writing entire logic, first we should understand entire flow of this application. We should understand what is the structure of reducer, what is the structure of state, and what is the structure of action. Let us start with a state, and we already know state is an object inside which we are going to pass properties and values. And whenever we are fetching some data from API, inside this state we usually have 3 properties. So first is loading flag. Initially, inside this initial state, we are going to set the value as false. And once we start fetching the data, we are going to change the value to true. And if you're having loading spinner in your component, then you can easily display that spinner to user. Then second property, we are going to give products, and initial value we will set as empty array. Why? Because initially we will not have any data because our data is fetched in the background. So that is the reason initial value of this products will be empty array. And inside this, we are going to store all the products name which we are getting from API. Then finally, we are having error property. Initially, we are not going to have any error. First, we will start fetching the data, and while fetching the data, if we are having any error, only then we have to display the error. So initially we are not going to have any error. So simply we will assign the value as false. And using this, if we are having some error, we can easily display error message to user. This is how state will be represented in our application. Then we are having action, and inside this we can define three action. First action type can be fetch request to fetch products from API endpoint. Then second and third action type depends on this first action. If the data is fetched successfully, we are going to use this fetch success. If we are having any error, then we are going to use this fetch error and accordingly display error message to user. So these are the three action types which we are going to define inside our actions. Then finally, we are having reducer. So for each and every action type, we should be performing different action, and in return, we should be returning our next updated state. So first action was fetch request. Inside this, our loading will be set to true. Why? Because initially we are going to fetch the data. We have not received any data. So once we start our fetch request, we are going to set our loading to true. If you are having any loading spinner, or if you want to display any message to user like data is getting loaded, you can simply display that message to user as an indication that data is being fetched from the API. Then we are having fetch success. If the data was fetched successfully, then for this products property we are going to assign the value as data, and this data is nothing but data which we have got from API. And once the data is received successfully, we are going to set our loading to false. Once we have any error while fetching the data, we are going to set our loading to false. We do not want to show any spinner. Instead, we want to set error to true. At this point, if the error is true, we want to display error message to user. So in this way, we are going to write the logic and update the next state. So once we are requesting, we are going to set loading to true. If the data is fetched, loading will be false, and whatever data we got from API, that data will be assigned to our products property. And if we are having any error, again loading to false and error will be set to true. And that error message we are going to display to the user. Let's start by implementing entire async action logic which we have seen in PPT. Here I have created file asyncactions.js. Inside this first step we are going to start with a state. Below this I will write const initial state which will be having three properties. Initial state, first property is loading flag. Initially I will give the value as false. Separate by comma. Second is our products. Initially, we do not have any data, so I will give empty array. Then finally, I will give error. Initially, I will not be having any error, so here I will write false. So this is my initial state of my application. Second, I have to start with my action. For that, first, I'm just going to create constant. Here I will write const. I will give action type as fetch request, which will be equal to string value fetch request. Come down, const second one fetch success is equal to string value fetch success. Copy and paste. Below this const, then I am having fetch error is equal to string value of this variable. Okay, successfully I have created three action type. Now I have to create action, but in Redux world, instead of creating action, we are going to start creating action creator. And this action creator will be returning action. So below this, I will write action. I will write here function. For this fetch request, I will write the function name as fetch request. And inside this, I will write return. And what it has to return? It has to return action. And action is simply an object which will be having type property. And inside this, I will be passing fetch request as its type. So this is my first action creator which will be returning this fetch request action. Second, I have to create for fetch success. I will copy the same thing. Below this, I will be pasting. Remove this entire thing. Instead, I will write fetch success. And inside this, I am going to write fetch success. Then finally, paste. And here I will write fetch error. And here inside this, I will be writing fetch error. Okay, successfully, I have created 3 action creator which will be returning 3 actions. And if you remember, in PPT, we have seen if we have successfully fetched the data, whatever data we are getting from API, that data we have to store inside this products property. So inside this fetch success, I will be passing my parameter as products, which is nothing but my actual data which we are going to access from API. Once I am having this data, inside this payload, I will just pass that data. I will write here products. Okay, simple enough. Once I have fetched the data from API, that data I am just accessing, and inside this action, as an extra information, inside this payload property, I am just passing this products data. So this is how we can pass multiple properties inside action. Now, second step, we are going to work on reducers. Here I will write reducer, const reducer. Reducer will be taking current state and action as its argument. And whatever current state I am having, I just have to assign as default parameter. Inside this, I have to check for each action type. So here I will be writing switch, and inside this I will pass the expression as action.type. Now in total, I am having 3 action type. So here I will be writing 3 cases. Case 1, I will copy this fetch request, paste it here. It will be returning something. Here I will write object. Again I will come down. I will write case. Then I am having fetch success. Below this I will write return. Again it will be returning next updated object. Again case fetch error. Again here I will write return empty object. And finally I am going to write default state. If no action type is selected, simply I have to return my state. As of now, I hope everything is fine. Now here, inside this fetch request, what I will do, initially, I'm just going to copy my entire state. Do not forget to copy the entire state. Why? Because React is pure function and we are working with immutable object. We should not be changing our object. So that is the reason first we are just copying our entire state. And once my data is being fetched, here I have to set my loading to true. Okay, simple enough. Initially, my loading is false. Once my data is being fetched, I just have to set my loading to true. So in this case, if you're having loading component in your application, once this loading becomes true, you can easily display that loading component to user. Then second, we are having fetch success. Here inside this, you do not have to change error, and also you do not have to assign any property to products. Why? Because simply we have copied entire object, and inside that we are only changing our loading property. Now here, once my data is fetched, what I have to do? First, I will copy my entire state. Now initially my loading is set to true. What I have to do? I just have to set my loading to false. Why false? Because once my data is fetched, I do not want to display any spinner to user. Instead, whatever data I got from API, that data I have to access. So here I will be writing products. Now, where is my product? I will come here to action creator. Inside this action, we are having this payload. And inside that payload, we are having our entire API data. So here I will write action.payload. So from this payload, I am just accessing my products data. So inside this fetch success, I have changed loading property and also I have updated my products. Once my data is fetched successfully, that data I am passing inside this products property. So that is the reason I have passed extra property payload for which I have assigned my products. Then finally, we are having error. So initially, my data will be fetched. If it is failed, I will be coming inside this fetch error. So now here, I have set loading to true. Once I am having error, I have to set loading to false. Before that, I'm just going to copy entire state. Then I will set loading to false. And after that, I just have to set my error property to true, which indicates I am having some error in my application. And inside object, whenever you are writing properties, you have to separate by comma. Okay, successfully, we have created our initial state. We have created all the action creator and we have created our reducer. Now last step, we have to create our store. For that, first we have to access our Redux package. I will write here const. Inside this, I will write Redux require. Inside this, I will be passing my package name, that is Redux. From Redux package, I will be accessing create store method. Const create store is equal to, from this Redux package, I will access this create store. As I mentioned earlier, this is deprecated, but still for learning purpose, it is still valid. Now I will come down. I will write here creating store. Below this, I will be creating one variable const. I will give the variable name as store and inside this, I will pass create store. And inside this create store, I will be passing reducer function as its parameter. Here I will write reducer. Okay, that's it. This is how we are going to create our initial state, action creator, reducer and store. Let us see one of the most popular middleware in Redux which is used for performing asynchronous operation, and that is Redux Thunk. We already know middleware will be sitting between dispatching the action and the store. So using this, the action will no longer be immediately dispatched. First, it gets into the middleware. So here, our middleware is the Thunk middleware. Then after that, it starts fetching the data inside our Thunk middleware. And this can be any asynchronous operation. But now we are going to see how to fetch data from API. And as soon as the data is arrived, the data will be passed inside this actions payload. And then we finally dispatch the action into the store where the state will be immediately updated. And once the state is updated, we are just going to re-render our component. So basically, Thunk allows Redux to wait before dispatching the fetch data inside the store. In other words, you can tell we have to use Thunk in order to defer dispatching into the future. So at this point, the data which we need from the API has already been arrived, and after that, once we dispatch the action, whatever updating logic we have written, that will be performed. So now to implement this Thunk middleware, first we have to install two packages. First is Axios. Using this, we can make GET request to an API endpoint. Here, I will open terminal. Inside this, I will write npm i Axios. hit enter. Once the package is installed, just open this package.json and inside that just check whether the dependency is added or not. Successfully, I am having my Axios dependency. Then second package, we have to install Redux Thunk. For that, open Google, just type Thunk middleware and click on this first link. And if you scroll, you will be having all the steps. If you want to install the package, npm install redux-thunk. If you are using yarn, then this is the command to install this Redux Thunk. So from here, I'm just going to copy this command and inside this, I will be pasting this command. Using this Redux Thunk, we can define our action creators with network request using which we can make our API call. Now if you see here, Redux Thunk is also add inside our dependencies. And this Redux Thunk is nothing but our middleware. Once the packages are installed, come to this async actions.js. What we have to do? From our Redux package, we have to access our apply middleware. So here I will write const apply middleware is equal to, from this Redux package, I have to access my apply middleware. Then I'll come here. Inside this, you can see we have to get access to this Redux Thunk. And here we are not using any extra method like how we have seen in the Redux logger. Here we have to import and directly inside apply middleware we have to pass. Let me come here. Below this I will write const. I will write thunk is equal to required and I have to access my Redux Thunk package. Now here we are going to have some error. I will not be showing you. At the end of this lecture, I will be showing you that error. But this is how we are going to access the package. And from Redux library, we are just accessing this apply middleware. Now once we have access, this apply middleware has to be passed as second argument inside this create store, which will be taking our middleware. Now our middleware is nothing but Thunk. Okay, till now what we have done, we have just installed the packages which we require in this application and we have included our middleware. But now using Axios, we have to request to an API endpoint. So for that, I will come again. Axios is package. First, we have to access that package. So below this, I will write const. I will write the variable Axios. Inside this, I will write required. But when we start with React, we are going to use ES6 import modules. But here, simply we are going to use this required method. Inside this, I will access my Axios package. And finally, we have to define our action creator. Why we are defining action creator? Because we are using Redux Thunk and using which we can define our action creator. Till now, we have seen action creator will be returning action. But now, using Redux Thunk, whatever action creator we are going to create, that will be returning function. Instead of returning action object, it will be returning function. So first, let me write. I will just come down. Before this, before creating the store, I will write Thunk action creator. Below this, I will be writing my action creator. Here I will write fetch products is equal to arrow function. Okay, this is nothing but my action creator. Inside this, instead of returning this action object, inside that we can pass type property as well as payload property. But now using Thunk, we are defining the action. So this action creator can return function. So here I will be writing function. And what's special about this function is this function does not have to be pure. So this is our action creator. Instead of returning the action, we are returning function. And this function does not has to be pure, which means we are allowed to perform side effects such as asynchronous API call inside this function, and also we can dispatch the actions inside this function. So what we have to do? We have to accept dispatch as its argument. So inside this function, we are going to pass dispatch as its parameter, using which we can dispatch the action inside this function. Okay, first you should understand why we are using or why we are creating this action creator, because our reducers are pure function. Inside that we cannot write any side effect code, but using Thunk middleware we can create the action creator which will be returning function, and this function does not have to be pure. And inside this, we can write the logic of getting data from API, as well as we can dispatch the action. So for dispatching the action, we are just passing the parameter as dispatch. Now inside this function, we are going to start with our Axios request. So here you have to write Axios dot get. We want to get the URL. So you have to write dot get. Open Google, just type fake store API. Click on this first link, scroll down. Here you will be having resources for products, cart, users and login token. I will click on this products, and inside this I am having multiple products. So as of now I am just going to copy this link, copy, and inside this I'm just going to paste my URL. This is how we are going to make Axios request. Then what we have to do, simply we are going to use JavaScript then method, and inside that we will be passing response. At this point, if the data is fetched successfully, this response.data will be our array of products. As of now, I will not be writing anything, but if I am having any error inside this catch method, I just want to catch that error. So here I will write error. Okay, simple enough. This is how we are going to make Axios request. Then using this then method, if my data is successful, I will be accessing the data here. If I am having any error, then that error will be caught inside this catch method. You have to understand this. As soon as I dispatch this fetch products, what I am doing, I am returning function. Inside this, first what I have to do, first I have to load my data. So for loading the data, we have already created fetch request, and inside this reducer we have set loading to true. So inside this function, first we have to dispatch that action. So here I will write dispatch, and inside this I will write fetch request. As soon as this action is dispatched, first I have to dispatch this fetch request, using which I am setting my loading to true, which indicates if my data is getting loaded, I just want to show some loading spinner or some message to user. So that is the reason I am just dispatching this action first. And if my data is successful, then what I have to do, I just have to dispatch this fetch success. But as of now, first let me access the data and display in console. I will come down, I will write const products is equal to response.data, and below this I will write log. Inside this I will be passing products, and this response.data is nothing but the data which we are getting from API. We are accessing that data and we are storing inside this products, and simply we are displaying that product. And finally, if we are having any error, then using this fetch error we have to access that error. I will copy, and inside that what we have done, we have set error to true and we have set loading to false. So below this I will write dispatch, and inside this I will be passing this fetch error. Okay, simple enough. Using this Thunk middleware, we can define the action creator, and inside this action creator, we are returning function. And this function does not have to be pure. Why? Because inside this function, we can perform any asynchronous operation. So once this action is dispatched, first I have to load the data. Then once my data is successful, I have to receive the data. And if I'm having any error, I just have to throw that error. Once entire logic is done, what we have to do? We have already created the store. Next, we have to subscribe to our store. So here I will write store.subscribe, and inside this, as of now, I'm just going to write log. Here I will write store.getState. Using this, I can access initial state of my application. I will do Control J, and inside this I will write node async underscore actions.js. Hit enter. Previously I mentioned we have included one error. Now if you see, if I run this, I will be having constant middleware. I am having some error. Middleware is not a function. But in our logger middleware, we have seen this is how we are passing the middleware, and this is how we will be importing the middleware. But now using this Thunk middleware, most of us will be getting the error if they try to import this Thunk in this way. Why? Because in version 3, while using Thunk middleware, we need to pass .thunk here. So here, whenever we are accessing this Thunk middleware, here we have to write .thunk. Okay, this is very important. Maybe for some it will work if you are using older version, but if you are using new version, then you have to use this .thunk. Now I will do Control J, node async actions.js. Now if I hit enter, that error will be gone. Now what I will do, I'm just going to dispatch this fetch products action. How we are going to dispatch? From this store, we are going to access this dispatch, and inside that I will be passing my action creator fetch products. Individual action creator, you don't have to dispatch for fetch request, fetch success, and fetch error. Instead, we have to call this fetch products action. Why? Because inside that we have written our entire logic. I will save it. I will just increase the size. Now if I hit enter, now you can see I will just come on top. Now here successfully what I got, my loading is through, product is empty array, and error is false. When my data was being fetched, I have just set my loading to true, so that is the reason I am having this. Once my entire data is received, I am able to get entire data and display in my terminal. Now this data, if you see, this is nothing but array of object. So what I have to do, from this data, I just want to access this title. So I'll close this. I will come here. Instead of displaying inside the console, remove this entire thing. First, using this, what I have got array of object. Now here I will be writing map, and inside this I will write product, which will be having access to each and every object, and from that I just want to access title, product dot title. So from each object I will be accessing title. So first time this product will be holding first object, from that I am accessing title. Why? Because my data was array of object. So using this map method, I am looping through that array. First time first object, first title will be accessed. Second time second object, second title will be accessed. Let me just log this, log products, save it, open terminal, Control J. Now you can see successfully I am only able to access this title. And if you see here, inside this array, I am having this entire title. Why? Because we have passed our products, and inside that we are passing this action.payload. And our product is nothing but empty array. So that is the reason entire title is stored inside this array. Now what I have to do, once I am having this data successfully, if I have this data, I have to dispatch this fetch success. Inside this, I will write fetch success. Now inside this action creator, I have to pass this products. And inside this products, I am having all the title from my API. So now once this action is dispatched, inside that action creator, I am accepting that, and inside that payload, I am passing entire data. So now once I have my current state and my action, that will be passed inside the reducer, and inside reducer, whatever data I got from API, that data I have just assigned to my products. Okay, very simple. Do not get confused. Whatever data we got from API, that data we have accessed and we have just stored inside this products. Now I will open terminal, hit enter. Now you can see again successfully I am able to access entire data. Now my next state is loading is false. Once my data is fetched, my loading is set to false and I am having all the titles from my API and my error is false. But now while fetching the data, I have removed E. Now I am having some error. Again we are going to see the result. Hit enter, initial state, loading is through. Why? Because my data was being fetched. So that is the reason my loading is through. Initially my data has not arrived. So entire variables are set. But now I am having error. So loading is false. Again, I am not having any data. Now this time error is true. So using this, we can easily display error messages to user. If you want to display loading component, if you want to display any message, using this logic, you can display any message to user. Why we are having that error true? Because now it is not able to fetch any data. So that is the reason we went inside this catch method and we have dispatched this fetch error. Now inside this fetch error, we are simply returning this. Then it will come to reducer and inside that we are updating this property. Save it, Control Z. I will just make it as correct URL. Now save it. Now successfully I will be having the result. So now let us recap what we have done. First, we have installed Axios package. Using that, we can request API from endpoint. Then second, we are using Thunk middleware. Using this, we can define action creator and this action creator will be returning function. And this function does not have to be pure. It can have the logic where we can perform side effects. So first, when I dispatch this action, what I want to do, I just want to fetch the data from API. So I am dispatching this fetch request. And after that, I am accessing my URL. If my data is fetched successfully, I am just dispatching this fetch success. If I am having any error, I am dispatching this fetch error. And if my data is successful, whatever data I've got, it will be in the form of array of object. And from that objects, I only have to access the title. So using map method, I'm just going to loop through that array. And whatever final result I got, that I will be passing inside this variable. And while dispatching this action, I'm just passing my entire final result. And once this is dispatched, I will come inside this action creator. That data will be passed here. And inside payload, we are assigning entire value. So now my payload will be having entire title from my API. So once I am having my action, once I am having my current state, I will come inside the reducer. This case will be matched for fetch success. Copying entire state, I will set loading to false. Now inside this products, what I have done, I am just accessing my action.payload. This is my entire action. From there, I am just accessing my payload, which will be having all the products. So that is the reason I am able to access all the products title and I am able to display in my terminal. I know this is lot to take in. Just take your time, because when we start with React Redux library, we are going to apply the same pattern. Finally, we are going to start using our Redux with React. Until now, in isolation, we have learned all the major concept of Redux. Same concept we are going to apply, and we are going to start using Redux inside React. And we already know React is nothing but it is a UI library, and Redux is nothing but it is a state management library. And they both are complete standalone library, and they can be worked independently. But Redux is widely used with React, and Redux can be used with JavaScript frameworks like Angular and Vue.js. But now we are going to see how to use Redux inside React. So both are independent library. So to bind both this library, we are going to use this React Redux package. And it is an official Redux UI binding for React. So using this React Redux package, we can easily connect Redux with React, and we can start with using the concept of Redux inside React. React is complete different library, Redux is complete different library, and to combine both the libraries and use inside the application, we have to use this React Redux package. And this React Redux package offers couple of functions which will help us to connect our React application with Redux. Now, if you have this understanding, let us start with a setup. I have created React Redux folder. Right click, open with code. Inside this, first I will start with creating my React app. Open terminal. Inside this, I will write npx create hyphen react hyphen app. I will give the app name as React Redux. It will take some time to install all the necessary packages. So I'm just going to fast forward this video. Successfully, I have created my React app. Now first thing, I will come inside this folder. I will copy this command, and here I will be pasting, hit enter. Now I am inside this React Redux folder. Before starting my app, second package what I want to install is Redux. Why? Because we are starting Redux inside React. So here I will write npm I Redux. I stands for install. Hit enter. Now successfully package is installed. I will open. I will come to package.json, and inside this dependencies you can see Redux will be added, and Redux 5.0.1 version is added. If you're watching this course in future, then might be this version number will be changed. Next, what we just want to bind React and Redux. So for that, we are going to install React Redux package. So here I will write npm I React-Redux. So this is the official UI binding using which we can connect React and Redux. I will hit enter. Again, inside this package.json, we have this React Redux package. So it is very important whenever you install some package, just cross verify and check if it is added inside this dependency or not. Now second, I'm just going to clean this folder structure. Inside this public, I only want index.html. I do not want any file. I will just select all the files, click on delete. And inside this src, I do not want this file. So whatever files I am selecting, just select and delete all the files. And also, I do not want this package log.json. Successfully, I have cleaned the folder structure. And inside this app.js, I will remove this import. I will remove this entire thing. Instead, I will just write h1 and here I will write hello world. I will come to index.js. From here, I will just clean entire thing, remove this import. But here inside src, I want app.css. Now I will open terminal. Inside this, I will write npm start. Hit enter. Successfully, I am able to open this React app. So what I will do, first inside this src, I will be creating one components folder, and inside this I will create pizzabox.js. I will start with my functional component RFCE. Using that snippet, we can create the structure of function component. And for this, I will add the class name is equal to container. I'm just doing basic setup of our application. Below this, I will write h2, and for this, I will give the class as text. Inside this, I will write number of pizza base available, and default value I will give as 100. Below that, I will be creating button, and for this, I will give the class as btn. And here I will write order pizza. Now I will come inside this app.js. I will remove h1. In place of this, I'm just going to render my pizza box. I will hit enter. Successfully, pizza box will be imported from components folder. And inside app.css, I'm just going to paste basic styling. Even if you don't give this styling, that's fine. Only thing, we are going to understand how to use Redux inside React. So now this will be the output. Our pizza box is rendered, and here I am having h2 and default value is 100, and here I am having button order pizza. So successfully we have completed React Redux setup, and also we have created our first component. If you remember, when we used Redux inside vanilla JavaScript, we have created all-in-one file. We have included initial state, reducer, action creator, store, all inside one file. But now we are learning how to use Redux in React. So from starting itself, it is very important to have professional folder structure. So now I will be showing you two folder structure which you can follow, and also I will tell which folder structure I mostly prefer. So inside this src, we have already created components folder. Inside that, we have created our first component pizza box. Now I will show you first way of creating folder structure of Redux. What most developers do, inside src, they will be creating one folder. They will give the folder name as features. And in JavaScript, we have seen pizza shop where we are selling pizza and burger. So for each feature, different folders will be created. Inside these features, they will create pizza. Pizza is one feature. I will be creating pizza folder. Again, inside this feature, I will be creating burger. So in total, I am having two features. So two folders will be created inside this features folder. Now, whatever components we want to create, suppose let's assume I just want to create component for pizza. So inside this, I will be creating pizza box.js. I will not be creating this file inside components. Instead, I will be creating this component inside pizza folder. And then inside this pizza, they will be creating another file pizzaslice.js, and inside this pizza slice, they will be writing all the reducers, action creator and initial state. And inside src, inside this src folder, they will be creating store.js. So this is the first professional folder structure which most of them follow. They will not be creating any components folder. Instead, inside src, they will create feature folder, one folder for each feature. Inside that feature, they will be creating component for that folder to display in UI, and then they will be creating this pizza slice in which entire action creator, initial state and reducers will be written. And finally, inside SRC, they are going to create this store.js. So this is the first way of defining this folder structure. But personally, I don't follow this. Let me show you what folder structure I prefer. From here, I will delete these features, and also I will be deleting this store.js. If you want, you can follow the first way, but now I will be showing you the second way. So inside SRC, I will be creating components folder. Inside this components folder, I will be creating one folder called Redux. Why? Because inside this Redux, I can write entire logic only related to Redux. I do not have to mess up with my React application. Inside this folder, whatever feature I am having related to Redux, entire thing I will be writing inside this folder. Now I am having pizza and burger. But let us start with pizza. So inside Redux, I will be creating folder pizza. So for our application, we are going to create reducer, we are going to create actions, and also we are going to define action types. So inside this pizza folder, I will be creating 3 files. Click on this file. I will write pizzaactions.js. Then I will be creating another file. Here I will write pizzatypes.js. Why separate file? Because I do not have to mess all the variables inside one file. Instead, I will be creating separately, and I am going to import in whichever file it is needed. Then for reducers, again inside this pizza, I will write pizza reducers.js. So in total, I have created 3 files inside this pizza folder. Then finally, I have to create store, and store is also part of Redux. So inside Redux folder, I will be creating one file store.js. And whatever components we are having, that we are not going to include inside this Redux folder. Instead, whatever components I will be creating, that components will be present inside this components folder. Like if I want to create any component for burger, I will be creating that component file inside this components folder. So inside this Redux, I have created the files for actions, for defining action types, and for writing the reducer. And finally, we need the store. So that is also created inside this Redux folder. And this is the folder structure I follow. Using this, I get clear structure of Redux. Now inside this, first we are going to start with actions and action creator. I will open this pizza folder. Inside this, I will open this pizzaactions.js. So as we have already seen in Redux, directly we are not going to create the action. Instead, we are going to create action creator. So here I will write const order pizza arrow function. Inside this, I will write return, and using this action creator, I am going to return action. So here I will give type, and type I am just going to give order pizza. But directly inside this type, we are not going to pass the string. Instead, we are going to create constant for this string. So for that, I have already created pizza types.js. Inside this, I am going to define all the constant which I require for this pizza application. So here I will write const, I will write order pizza is equal to, the value will be string order pizza. So now this value I have to use inside this pizzaactions.js. So first I have to export this value. Here I will write export keyword. Now I will come inside this pizzaactions.js. First I have to import that order pizza. I will write import, hit enter. Now successfully I have imported order pizza. Now here, instead of passing the string value, I'm just going to give my constant. I will remove this. So what I have done, I have created action creator. which is returning action. And when our application grows bigger, I do not want to create all the constant in one file. So I have created another file. Inside this, I am going to define the constant for this pizza application. So here I have written order pizza, for which I have assigned the value as order pizza. Now this value I have to use in another file. So I'm just going to export this value. And inside pizzaactions.js, I'm going to import, and here inside this type, I will be passing that constant value. And this action creator, we are going to use whenever we are going to dispatch the action. So again, in other files, we are going to use this action creator. So it is very important to export this action creator. So whenever we want to use something in another file, we should always export it. Only then we can import in other files and we can use that variables or functions. Now let us start working with our reducer. For that, I will be opening this pizza-reducers.js. Reducer will be taking current state and action as its argument. So first, inside this reducer, I am going to create my initial state. I will write const. I will give the variable name as initial state. And state is nothing but it is an object inside which we can have properties and values. Initially, I am assuming in my pizza shop, I am having 1000 pizza base. So here I will write pizza base. For that, I will assign the value as 1000. Initially, I am having 1000 pizza base in my shop. Below this, I will be creating my reducer function, which will be taking current state and action as its argument. I will write state, for which I will assign the value as initial state. And this we are going to pass as default parameter. Then second, I will be writing action. And in my application, I can have multiple action. So using switch statement, I will be searching for those actions. So here I will be writing switch, and inside this I will write action.type. By using this action.type, I will be able to access type property from my action. And here we have created arrow function. Here I will be passing arrow. Okay, successfully we have created our reducer function. Now inside this pizza application, I am having only one action creator, that is order pizza. But now I have to check for this type. And this constant I have already defined inside pizza types.js. So I'll come inside this pizza reducer. Above this, I'm just going to import my order pizza. I will write import order pizza from pizza types. Here I will write case. Case is order pizza. If my case is order pizza, that is, if my action type is order pizza, then what I will do, I will write here return. I'm just going to return next updated state. And currently in my state, I am having only one property. But maybe I will be adding multiple properties in future. So first thing, I'm just going to copy my entire state. Then from that state, I just want to update my pizza base property. So here I will write pizza base. From my state, state is nothing but object. Now from my state, I'm going to access pizza base, and each and every time when the customer orders, I just want to reduce the pizza by 1. Okay, this is my order pizza type. If this is matching, then I'm just reducing the pizza base by 1. If no case is matching, I will be writing default, and here simply I'm just going to return my current state. Whatever state I am having, I just want to return that state. This reducer we are going to use inside our store. Again, what we have to do, we have to export this reducer. So directly you can write export default here, or simply below this reducer I will write export default reducer. Why? Because this reducer I will be using in other files. So that is the reason I have written export default reducer. But in this application, we are going to build for pizza and burger. So instead of only writing reducer, I will give the name as pizza reducer. While exporting, I will just paste here pizza reducer and I will just make it as capital R. Whatever names you want, you can easily give, but this is how we are going to create a reducer in our application. Reducer will be taking initial state and action. So that is the reason first I have created initial state, and using this action dot type, I have to return my next updated object. So first I have imported my type, and here I am checking if type is order pizza, then simply reduce the pizza base by 1. Finally, if no case is getting matched, I am just returning this default state. And this pizza reducer I have to use inside my store. So that is the reason I am doing default export of pizza reducer function. We have created our action creator. We have created a reducer. Now finally, it's time to start with our store. So inside this Redux folder, we have already created store.js. I'm just going to open store.js. I will just bring the file here. Now we are going to see how to create store and how to provide this store to our entire React application so that whichever component needs the data from the store, they can easily get and they can update the UI. So first step, I'm just going to import create store from Redux. Here I will write import. Now we are going to use ES6 import. Now we are not going to access this create store from Redux library. Directly, we are just going to import create store from Redux. Here I will write create store from Redux. Now below this, I will start with creating my store. I will write create store method, and inside this we have to pass reducer function, and this reducer we have already created and we have exported. So to use inside store.js, I have to import my reducer. I will write import. My reducer name is pizza reducer and I have imported from pizza reducers file. Now this reducer I'm just going to pass as argument for this create store. Then this entire value I'm just going to assign to this variable store. Okay, simple enough. I have created the store and inside this create store I have passed my reducer function. Now what I want, this entire store I want to pass to my React application, which means I have to use this store in other files. So I have to export my store. I will write export and I will do default export. Here I will write store. Okay, simple enough. Why I am exporting? Because this store I have to pass to my React application, which means I will be using store in other files. Now the big question is, where do we actually provide this store in our application? For that, I will open my app.js, which is present inside src. So now at this point, we are going to make use of React-Redux library, because using that library, we are going to connect our React and Redux. And this React-Redux library will be exporting provider component. So that component we are directly going to import and use in our application. So here I will write import. Inside this, I will be writing provider, and this component is already exported by that React Redux library. So simply we are just going to import, and here from where we are importing from React Redux library. Okay, this is the component which is already exported. So only thing we are doing is we are importing this provider component in our app.js. Now what we have to do? This provider component we have to wrap in our application. So here I am going to write provider, close this. This provider has to be wrapped in entire application. I will remove and here I am just going to paste. You can also write this provider component inside index.js and you can wrap app component. But now I am having only pizza component. So that is the reason I am using provider component to wrap my pizza box component. Again, the new question is how does this provider component will get to know about our Redux store? This provider component we got from React-Redux, but our store is present inside Redux. So how this component will be aware of that store? So for that, first I'm just going to import store. I will be importing store from store.js and this entire store I will be passing as a prop to my provider component. Here I will give the prop name as store. You can give anything. But inside this, whatever value we are passing, that should be exactly matching with this imported value. Here I am going to paste. So now our provider component will be aware of this store. Why? Because we have specified the store as a prop. And always remember, whenever you want to provide the store, you should always provide at the top level of the component. Only then all the components will be having access to this store. If you do not want to provide here directly inside index.js, you can wrap entire app component using provider component, but directly inside app.js, I have considered my pizza box as the parent component and this component I have wrapped inside provider. Once we complete this step, what we are doing, we are providing this store to every component present in our applications component tree. So suppose later if I am creating burger component, then here I can render that and easily all the components will be able to access this store. Okay, simple enough. To use this provider component, we are going to use our React-Redux library. Only then we will be able to connect React and Redux. And one more thing, always remember whenever we are accessing any properties or methods from package, we have to wrap this package inside single quotes or double quotes. Save it. Now, as soon as I wrap, again, I will be having this stripe as multiple times I told this create store is deprecated because we are having more modern way of writing Redux. But still, for learning purpose, it is still valid. And once you understand this entire concept, then writing Redux in modern way will be very easy and also straightforward. Let us understand one important function in Redux, that is mapStateToProps. So now successfully we have created the store and we have provided the store to our entire application. But it is not the end. We have only provided the store, but we should be having the solution to dispatch the action so that action will be reaching to store and reducer will pick up the action and accordingly update our state. So in our component, we should be having access to state and dispatch function. Only then we can update the state and we can dispatch action. And in our application, this pizza box is the component where I want access to my state and dispatch function. In my application, this pizza box is the component where I want to display number of pizza base available in my kitchen for which value is stored inside the state, and when I click on this button, only then the action has to be dispatched and number of pizza base has to be reduced by 1. So in this component, I should be having access to state property and dispatch function. Accordingly, I can access the state values and dispatch actions. And we will do in 3 steps. First, we are going to access state property using mapStateToProp function. Below this function, here I am just going to create const mapStateToProps. You can give any function name for this, but this is the convention most of us follow. mapStateToProps. I will write here arrow function. And inside this function, we are going to pass Redux state as its parameter. So here I will be writing state. And in arrow function, if you are having one parameter, then you do not have to give parenthesis. But in VS Code, as soon as you save, parenthesis will be given. So inside this mapStateToProp function, we are going to pass Redux state as its parameter. Using this state, we can access all the properties which are available inside the state. Let me open this reducer function. Inside this, you can see I am having initial state, and as of now, I am having only one property, pizza base. So successfully using this state, I will be able to access these properties which are available in my state. Now I will come here. This map state to props will be taking Redux state as its parameter, and it is going to return object. So below this I will write return, and what it will be returning? It will be returning object. So now this state is having access to this entire properties which are available in my state. Now I'm just going to access this pizza base. How I will be accessing? State is nothing but object. I will write state.pizza base. So using this successfully, I got access to my pizza base which is available inside Redux state. Now this entire value I'm just going to store inside this pizza base property. Okay, you can give any name for the property, but while accessing this pizza base, you should give exact same property name which is available inside the state. Why? Because while passing this Redux state as its parameter, it will get access to the Redux state which is available in our application. Okay, simple enough. Using this map state to props, we will get access to our Redux state. Once we have access to the Redux state, easily we can display the values in our application. So this is how we are going to define map state to props, inside which we are going to pass Redux state as its parameter, and in return this function is going to return object for which I got access to my state property pizza base, and for this object I have created the property pizza base and I have just assigned the value which I got from my state. Using first step, we got access to our Redux state. Now inside this second step, we are going to get access to our dispatch function, using which we can dispatch action. So for that, below this map state to props, I am going to create another function, mapDispatchToProps. Again, you can give any function name. Here I will write mapDispatchToProps. Again, this will be an arrow function. Again, this function will be returning object. I will change the spelling. Now inside this function, we are going to pass dispatch as its parameter. Inside map state to props, we have passed state as its parameter to get access to our Redux state, and inside map dispatch to props, we are giving dispatch as its parameter, and this allows to map action creators to a prop in a component. And in my component, I will be writing props, and below this I will write log, and inside this I will be writing props. I will open this application, and in my console you can see in return what I got. In return I got object. As of now I do not have anything inside this object. Why? Because inside this props I have not added any properties. So my prop is nothing but an object, and currently it is empty. So this dispatch will allow us to map action creators to the prop inner component. Now in this application we have created only one action creator, that is order pizza, and we have also exported this order pizza. Now what I will do, I will come inside this pizza box. So inside this function I will be writing dispatch, and inside this I will be passing my action creator order pizza. Now this entire value I have to store inside one property, and this function is going to return object. So object should be having properties and values. So I will give the property name as order pizza. Now this time this is not simple property. Instead this will be an arrow function which will be dispatching action creator from Redux. Why this is arrow function? Because I have to call this function, only then I will be dispatching this action. So here I will be writing colon, then this is nothing but arrow function. It is simply like we are passing method inside object. So here for state, we have only passed property. Why? Because inside state, we have only one property. But now we are passing this as a method. Why? Because once we call this method, we have to call this dispatch function, which will be dispatching this order pizza action. But now this is my action creator. I am using inside pizzabox.js. So I have to import this order pizza. But what I like to do in future, I will be having multiple action creators. So here, so inside Redux, I will be creating one file index.js, and here I will write export. I'm just going to write order pizza from, I just want to export order pizza from, I will write here pizza, and then I'm going to write pizza actions. So from this file, I have just exported my action creator. Save it. Now inside pizzabox.js, I am just using my action creator order pizza. So I have to import this action creator. Here I will write import. Then I'm going to write order pizza, and it is available inside index.js. And whenever we write index.js, it is the entry point, and this file is present inside Redux. So that is the reason after Redux, file name is not added. If you want to add, you can add, but usually we don't add index.js. We have successfully completed the second step. We have passed dispatch function as its parameter, which will allow us to map action creators to the prop in the component. So here I have created property order pizza, which will be an arrow function which dispatches the action order pizza from Redux store. So successfully, now we got access to our state, and also we got access to dispatch function. Now let us start with our third step, and which will be the final step, that is using our connect function. Successfully, we have created this mapStateToProps and mapDispatchToProps function, but our React component is not aware of these two functions. So now we are going to use connect function from React Redux library, using which we are going to connect these two functions with our React component. So I will come on top. First, below this, I will write import, and I will get access to my connect function from React Redux library. So till now, we have used two things from React Redux. First is the provided component, and second is connect function. Connect these two functions to our component. Now, how do we use this connect function? Here, we are exporting our pizza box component. Before this, we have to write connect function, and inside this, we are going to pass two parameters, that is nothing but mapStateToProps and mapDispatchToProps. Pass in the same order, and here again this component you have to wrap inside this parenthesis, and you have to read in this way. We have done default export of connect function, where we have passed mapStateToProps and mapDispatchToProps with pizza box container. Now, as soon as I connected this, before in my props, I was not having anything, but now using mapStateToProps and mapDispatchToProps, we have created this pizza base property and order pizza property. Now these two properties will be passed as a prop to our component. Let me save. Now you can see here, now in my prop, I am having pizza base and I am able to access the value from my Redux state. It is 1000 and also I am having the prop as order pizza. How I am getting this prop? Because of mapStateToProp and mapDispatchToProp. So that property will be passed as prop to our component. And these properties will be additional prop to our component. Apart from this two prop, if I am having any additional prop inside this component, we are just adding this two extra prop inside our component, using which I am able to access my Redux state as well as I am able to dispatch this action. So now successfully I have got access to my pizza base and order pizza using these props. And how that is possible? Because we have used connect function to connect these two functions to our component. Now here in place of this I will write curly braces. Inside these props I am just accessing my pizza base property. I will write here pizza base, save it, whatever property name I have given here, exact same property you have to pass. If you give any other name, accordingly you have to pass that name. Now I'll save it. Come to my application. Now you can see successfully I am able to display 1000. Whatever value I am having inside this prop, I am able to access that value and I am able to store in my component. Now, whenever I click on this button, I just want to dispatch action, which in turn reduces the number of pizza by 1. So here I will be writing on click event handler. Inside this, I will write props and from there I just have to access this property, order pizza. So this is nothing but function. Once I click on this button, I am accessing this property, which in turn dispatches this action. Come here, click on this. Now you can see successfully I am able to dispatch the action and I am able to reduce the pizza base by 1. Again I will click. You can see successfully I am able to decrease the value by 1. So finally we have completed all the 3 steps. First step, using mapStateToProps, we can get access to Redux state and this property will be passed as a prop to the component. Then using mapDispatchToProp, we can get access to dispatch function and then this property will be passed as prop in a component. Now to connect both the functions from React-Redux package, we are going to access this connect function, using which we are connecting both the functions with our component. Then inside that props, we are going to have this additional properties, pizza base and order pizza. So here I have to display how many pizzas I am having, and whenever I click on this button, I just have to access this order pizza, which in turn dispatches this action. Once I dispatch the action, I will be going inside the store. In that, I will be having reducer. Here, type will be matched, which in turn reduces the number of pizza by 1. So that is the reason whenever I click on this, I am able to reduce number of pizza base by 1. Let us now understand what are hooks. From past few lectures, we have seen Redux, we have understood React Redux pattern, we have seen what are actions, how to create action creator, what are reducers, what is store and what is connect function. We have seen all this concept. Now it's time to understand what is hook. Once we understand what is hook, easily we can use these hooks in React Redux pattern. So first, hooks were introduced in 2019, which will basically give functional component the ability to use local component state and also execute side effects and more. So hooks will be giving lot of advantages and they are having more functionality. And Hooks were added in React version 16.8. Before this version and before 2019, hooks were not introduced, but after this, React has completely changed, and using this hook, we can perform lot of functionality. So now, what are hooks? Using this hook, functional components have access to state and other React features, and we can also perform side effect inside these hooks. And these hooks allow us to hook into React features such as state and lifecycle methods. And I believe you are already aware of hooks and you have already used hooks in React. But remember, we are having three rules whenever we are using hooks. First, hooks can only be called inside React function components. Although hooks generally replace class component, but there are no plans to remove class components from React. But using this hook, we can directly access the state of our local component. Hooks can only be called at top level of function component. So inside JSX, I cannot pass the hook. Above this function component, I cannot write the logic of hook. It has to be called at the top level of function component. And finally, hooks cannot be conditional, which means conditionally I cannot display the hooks. Inside if else statement, I cannot write the logic. Inside for loop, while loop, do while loop, I cannot write the logic. It has to be called at the top level of function component, and conditionally we cannot render these hooks. And the advantage of using this hooks API inside the Redux is we can easily subscribe to our Redux store and dispatch actions without having to wrap the component and connect function, which means we don't have to use mapStateToProps and mapDispatchToProps. Instead of doing this, we have access to hooks. Using that hook, whatever operation we have performed using mapStateToProp and mapDispatchToProp, easily we can perform using hooks. Let's start with using our first hook, that is useSelector hook. From here, I am going to close all the files, Control B, and inside this components folder, I am going to create one file. Here I will write hooks container.js. And from here, from pizzabox.js, I will copy entire thing, and inside this I will be pasting. Here I will not be using this connect function. I am going to remove, and simply I am just going to export this hooks container. Copy, just do the necessary changes. Copy this, and here inside this I will be pasting. Remove this props, and I will remove this entire thing. And also I'm just going to remove mapStateToProps and mapDispatchToProps. From here I will remove this, and also from here I'm just going to remove this on click, and here I will display 100. So simply I have just done necessary changes. I have changed the function name, and while exporting I have passed the function name, and from this button I have removed on click event handler. Once entire changes are done, open app.js, and inside this I will remove this pizza box. Let me comment below this. I'm just going to render this hook container, and this hook container is already imported, and I will be commenting this pizza box. If I come here again, I will be having the same result, and by default 100 is displayed. And coming back to hooks, hooks will be providing extra feature to React. So now I'm just going to access useSelector hook from React-Redux library. So here I will write import, and inside this I'm going to write useSelector, which we got from React-Redux library. And inside this function component at top level, I will be calling this useSelector. And this useSelector will be taking function as its parameter. And this function is called as selector function. Okay, inside this we are going to pass function as its parameter, and that function name is called as selector function, and that function is going to receive Redux state as its argument. And this useSelector hook is very similar to mapStateToProps. If you are using this hook, you don't have to use mapStateToProps function. So this useSelector hook will be accepting function as its parameter. That function name is called as selector function. And inside that function, we are going to pass Redux state as its argument. And in return, this function will be getting access to state, and from that Redux state I'm just going to access my pizza base. Okay, using this I will be having access to my entire state, and inside that state I'm having pizza base. So that is the reason I'm accessing state.pizza base, which will access my pizza base available in my Redux state. And whatever value we get from this useSelector, that value we are going to store inside one variable. So here I will write const, and then I'm going to write pizza base. Similarly, whatever we did in mapStateToProps function, same thing we are doing here, but instead of returning object inside useSelector, we are going to get access to a Redux state, and from that we are accessing pizza base property. And whatever value we get from this useSelector, that value we are storing inside pizza base. Now below this I will write log, then I'm just going to write pizza base, save it, come to application, open console. Now you can see I am able to access 1000. Why? Because in my state my pizza base value is 1000. Let me show you. I will come inside this pizza reducer. Initially my pizza base is 1000. Using this state I got access to my entire state, and from that state I am accessing pizza base. So that is the reason my state is object, and from that object I am accessing pizza base. Now instead of this, let me remove. I will write here log console.log, and inside this I will be passing state. Comment, save it, come here, refresh once. Now you can see here successfully I am able to access this state, and from this state I only want pizza base. So that is the reason we had written state.pizza base. I will remove this log. Now I am having access to this value directly. Now I do not have to pass any prop. Directly I will enter into JavaScript mode, and here I will write pizza base. Save it, come here. I will just refresh my application. Now you can see I am having 1000. Why? Because initial value of pizza base is 1000. So 1000 is displayed. Using this useSelector, we have applied the same concept what we have seen in mapStateToProp. But inside mapStateToProp, the properties will be passed as a prop to the component. But here, directly using useSelector, we get access to our Redux state, and from that we are getting access to properties, and that final value we will be storing inside one variable, and after that variable we are going to display in a component. So here we have accessed number of pizza base available inside Redux state and stored inside this pizza base variable, which belongs to this React component. After that we have included in JSX, and we got the result. Now let's see how to get access to dispatch function. For that, we are having one more hook which is provided by React-Redux, and that is useDispatch. I will separate by comma, and here I am going to write useDispatch. And below this useSelector, I will be calling this useDispatch hook. This dispatch hook will be returning a reference to dispatch function from our Redux store. So I do not have to pass any parameters inside this, like how we have passed inside mapDispatchToProp, because using this hook, directly we get reference to dispatch function in our Redux store. So whatever result we are having, that we will be storing in one variable. Before that, I will write here log, and inside that I'm just going to call this useDispatch. I will copy, comment this, and inside this I will be pasting. Save, come here, refresh this, open terminal. You can see inside this what I got dispatch function as its reference. So using this useDispatch, I will be having reference to dispatch function in a Redux store. I will remove. So whatever result I got, I'm just going to store inside one variable. And this variable name I'm going to give as dispatch. Now what I have to do, whenever I click on this button, I have to dispatch action. So here I will write on click. Then as a value, I will be passing this dispatch. And inside this, what I have to do, I have to pass action. But in my application, I have created only one action creator, that is order pizza. I will hit enter, and this action creator is imported from index.js, and here I will be writing parenthesis. Why? Because this is function. In this way, I will be calling this action creator, which in turn returns my action. So using useDispatch hook, we get reference to dispatch function from the Redux store. And that reference we are going to store inside this variable dispatch. And now this variable we can use to dispatch actions which we have created in our application. And for actions, we have already created action creator. So that is the reason I am passing action creator. Now you can see we are not using mapStateToProps, mapDispatchToProps and connect function directly. Using this useSelector hook and useDispatch hook, whatever we did earlier, we are able to achieve the same thing. Now I'll come to my application, close it, refresh once. I am able to access my state value and I am able to display. Now if I click on this button, you can see successfully I am able to dispatch the action and my number of pizza base will be reduced by 1. This is how we are going to use useSelector and useDispatch hook. And in modern applications, mostly you will be using these two hooks. But if you're working in older code bases, then there you will be seeing mapStateToProps and mapDispatchToProps to access Redux state and dispatch function. Why? Because hooks were introduced in 2019. So before that, whatever applications were created, they will be using mapStateToProps and mapDispatchToProps. Now let us start with implementing our burger application. And we have already understood the scenario. Our shop was doing well, so shop owner decided to sell burger. And for burger, he will be hiring another chef. So now we are going to implement the same scenario inside React. So now burger is another component. So inside this components folder, I will be creating file burgerbox.js. You can give any file name, but inside component, I have created that file. Now I will come to Redux folder. Inside that, I have created pizza folder where I will be having all the code for actions, action types and reducers. So in same way, inside Redux, I will create the folder for burger. Inside this burger, I will write burger actions.js. Then for types, I will write burger types.js. Then finally, burger reducers.js. Okay, successfully, I have created these three files and also I have created burger box component. Now I will come to pizza box. From here, I will copy entire code and inside this burger box, I am going to paste entire code. You can also copy the code from hooks container and you can paste. But now let us see using this mapStateToProps and mapDispatchToProps itself. Now inside this, I will be changing the function name. I will write burger box. Copy this, and here while exporting, I'm just going to paste. I will change the text number of burger buns, and then below this I will write order burger. Save it. From here I will remove this console. Later, once I create actions, reduces and state for these burger buns, again I will come to this component, and accordingly I will be changing all the properties. Now once it is done, I will open app.js. Now I'm just going to uncomment this pizza box, and I will be commenting this hooks container. If you want, you can keep that hooks container, but now I'm just going to render this burger box. Now I'll come here. Successfully, I'm able to render both of these components. I will close these files. So now first inside this burger types, I'm just going to define the type, and I will be using in other files. So I will write export const. Here I will write order burger, which will be equal to string value order burger. Then I will come to burger action. Here I will be writing my action creator order burger, which in turn returns my action. And inside this action, I will be passing type. I'm just going to give order burger. As soon as I select this, order burger will be imported from burger types file, where I have exported this constant. So successfully, I have created my action creator, and also I have defined the type. Here I will be writing export. Then finally, we have to create our reducer. So for that, first we have to create our initial state. So here I will write initial state, and inside this I will be writing burger buns, and by default I will pass the value as 200. Below this, I will be creating my reducer const reducer function, which will be taking current state and action as its argument. And for this state, I will be assigning initial state as its default parameter. Then here we have to write switch statement. Inside this, we have to pass the expression as action.type. Then I will be writing the case, and my case is nothing but order burger. So here I will write order burger, and that type will be imported from burger types. If this is my case, then what I will do, first I'm just going to copy my entire state, then I will write burger buns, and from state.burger buns, each and every time when the customer is ordering, I just want to reduce the burger buns by 1. Okay, same logic, whatever we have learnt in pizza, same logic I am applying it here. I am little bit fast here because almost 2 times we have seen this entire concept. And finally, if no case is getting matched, I will write a default statement, and here I'm just going to return my state. Okay, so successfully we have created action creator, we have defined the action type, and we have created the reducer. Now instead of simply writing reducer, here I will be writing burger reducer. Now in my application, I am having two reducer, pizza reducer and burger reducer. And inside this store.js, I have only passed pizza reducer. But now I am having two reducer. And inside this create store, we can only pass one reducer as its parameter. So what we have to do? We have to combine reducers. So I'll come here. Inside this Redux, I will be creating another file. I will write root reducer.js. So for combining the reducer, first what we have to access? We have to access combined reducers from our Redux. Here I will write import. Then I will write combined reducer, and this will be available inside Redux. So I'm just going to access combined reducer from Redux. Then below this, I will be creating one variable root reducer. Here, I am going to write combined reducer, which will be taking object as its argument. Inside this, for pizza, I will be writing the key as pizza, and for this, I will be assigning pizza reducer. As soon as I hit enter, pizza reducer will be imported. Then burger, I will write burger. For this, I will assign burger reducer. And why I am not getting any suggestion? Because this burger reducer I have not exported. I will write export. Default, I will write in small case. Copy, and here I will be pasting. Now successfully I have exported this reducer. I will come to root reducer, remove this last letter. Now here I am having suggestion. As soon as I hit enter, burger reducer will be imported from this file. So now successfully we have combined both the reducers using combined reducer method from Redux. Now this root reducer I have to use inside store.js. So here I will write export default root reducer, save it, come to store.js. Now in place of pizza reducer, here I will be writing root reducer, hit enter, that will be imported from this file. Okay, simple enough. I have created action, defined action type, defined initial state and created reducer. And inside this root reducer, I have combined both pizza reducer and burger reducer. Now I am having only one root reducer, so that I have imported in store.js, and inside this create store, I have just passed root reducer as its parameter. Now, once this entire setup is done, I will come to burger box. Inside this, inside mapStateToProps, instead of pizza base, I will write burger buns. Now I have to access my burger buns property from initial state. So this is the value I am just accessing. So that is the reason I have given burger buns. For this property, you can give any name because this property will be passed as additional prop inner component. Then we are having dispatch. Instead of order pizza, I will write order burger. As soon as I select this, that will be imported. Again, while dispatching, I have to dispatch order burger. Then I will come up inside this. Instead of pizza base, I will write burger buns. Then here I will write order burger. Save it, and from here I will remove this order pizza input. I'll come here. I am having error in burger reducers.js. Let me open. State is not defined. Okay, I have not closed the parenthesis, and from here I will remove this parenthesis. Now if you see here, if I click, nothing happens, and also my state value is not displayed. Why? Because we have already understood whenever we are combining the reducer, we are changing global state of our application. So now to access that, first we should be accessing this pizza, and from there we have to access our pizza base and burger buns. So first let me come here. In combined reducer, we have already understood. Now to access this, first from state we have to access burger, and from that burger we have to access our burger buns. Now I'll come here. Now you can see burger is displayed. When I click on this, successfully it is working. Similarly, I will come to pizza box. Now in place of this state.pizza base, I have to write state.pizza. Then I have to write pizza base. Refresh this. Again, I am having this. You can see when I click on this, successfully I am able to decrease the value. And at any point, if you are having doubt, just go back to previous lecture and understand how we are able to access the state properties and why we are changing the global state property and accessing in this way. Now let's start with implementing middleware in React application. And we are going to start with logger middleware. and we have already understood what is middleware and how we implement logger middleware. So now inside this React application, directly I will be starting with the steps. So entire steps will be same. Only thing, instead of checking the logs in the terminal, now we are going to check the logs inside our console. I will open terminal. I will stop my React app, and inside this I will write npm install redux-logger. Using this, I am installing my logger middleware. Okay, to check if it is installed or not, come to package.json, and inside this dependency, you can see Redux logger is added. I will close. Once it is done, I'm just going to start my application. Okay, my application is started and I'm just going to close this first one. I will close the terminal. Successfully, we have installed our logger middleware, using which we can log all the information related to our Redux application. Then second step, inside store.js, we have to import our logger middleware. From here, first let me remove this pizza reducer. Now below this, I'm just going to import my logger middleware. I will write import logger from Redux logger. Then third step, from our Redux library, we have to access apply middleware. So previously we have already accessed create store from Redux. So here only I'm just going to separate by comma, and then I will be writing apply middleware. Once we have apply middleware and logger in our hand, this apply middleware will be passed as second argument to this create store. I will be writing apply middleware. Inside this, we are going to pass our middleware as its argument. Now, our middleware is nothing but logger. So here, I will be writing logger. Now save it. Come here. Open terminal. Now inside this console, let me refresh. Now here, I'm just going to click on order pizza. Now you can see, I'm able to display the log. My action is order pizza. My previous state was this. Inside this burger, I am having 200. Inside pizza, I am having 1000. Now you can see my global state object is changed. Why? Because we are using two reducers and we have combined reducers. Then this was our action. The type is order pizza. Then inside this next state, my pizza base is reduced by 1, but my burger remains 200. Now I will come here. I will click on this order burger. I am able to display the logs. Similarly, now this was my previous state because I have reduced the pizza by 1 and my burger buns remains 200. Then my action was order burger. Now the next state is burger buns will also be reduced by 1 and whatever value I was having for pizza base, that will be returned. Again I will click on this burger buns. Previous state, you can see my previous state. Then this will be my action, and finally this will be my next state where my burger buns is reduced by 1. So just implement middleware in your application and try to see different logs and try to see what was the previous state, what is the next state, and how everything will be calculated. So here first we have installed the package, second we have imported logger, then third, we have imported apply middleware from Redux, and then we have passed as second argument to create store, and inside that we are passing our middleware. I will show you one of the most important tool which will help you in every step of your Redux journey, and that is Redux DevTool extension. So now we are going to see how to include that extension, and also we are going to see its basic usage. So to include that, we need to perform two steps. First step, open Google and type Redux DevTool extension and just click on this first link. And here you will be having the demonstration how this tool will be looking. And here we have this button, Add to Chrome. Just click on this, Add extension. Now this extension will be added inside our Chrome. Now I'm just going to click on this extensions. I'm having Redux DevTool, but as of now it is grayed out. I will not be able to use this extension because we have only completed the first step. Now we have to do a second step. Same thing you have to type here, and below this you will be finding this GitHub link. Open this GitHub link, and this is the second step. Scroll down, and inside this usage section we are having 1.3 use Redux DevTool extension from npm. Okay, you can see at 1.3 section we are having this command which we have to copy and install in our application. So I'll copy this command. I will open my Redux application. I will open terminal, and inside this I am going to paste the command. Before that, let me open this package.json. Inside this, currently we are using Redux 5.0.1. But as soon as I hit enter, I will be having some error. Let me show you. I am having this error. Why? Because now we are having conflict between the versions of Redux and Redux DevTool. Here we are using Redux 5.0.1, but Redux DevTool extension, you can see the version number. This Redux DevTool extension has a peer dependency on Redux 3.1.0 or 4.0. But now we are using latest version of Redux. So that is the reason version numbers are not getting matched and we are having this error. So to resolve this, you only have to follow one simple step. I will come here. Below this, I'm just going to copy the same command, and here I will be pasting. And after that, before hitting enter, what you have to do, you have to write underscore underscore legacy underscore here underscore depths. Okay, you simply have to write underscore underscore legacy underscore here underscore depths. Using this flag, we are allowing to bypass that peer dependency conflicts. Now we can easily install the package even though we are having version mismatch, but still using this flag we can install our Redux DevTool extension. I will hit enter. Now you can see package is getting installed, and inside package.json Redux DevTool extension is added. Why I showed you that error? Because most people, when they are working with latest version of Redux and when they try to install this Redux DevTool extension, they face this error. So that is how you will be resolving by passing that one simple flag. If you do not want to add the flag, then uninstall Redux and install fourth version of Redux, and in that you can install this package. This is not the end. I will open this, and here if you see, if you want to use, we have to import this compose with DevTool which is provided by this package, and then this method will be passed inside the create store as its second argument, which will be taking our middleware as its argument. So I'll just copy this import, come to my application, open this Redux folder. Inside that we have store.js. And below this, I'm just going to import this compose with DevTools from Redux DevTools extension. Then what we have to do? We have to pass as second argument inside this create store. Here I will copy. I'm going to paste, and this entire play middleware will be passed as its argument. I will wrap inside this parenthesis. Okay, simple. First, we have to add the extension. Second, we have to install the package. And then we have to import this compose with DevTool, which is provided by this package. And then this method we are going to pass as second argument to our create store, which will be taking our middleware as its argument. Again, I will open terminal. Now I'm just going to start my application. npm start. Now my application is started. Now if I click on this extension, you can see now it is been colored. It is not grayed out. I will click on this. You can see this tool is opened, but the problem is if I click outside, the tool will be closed. Again, I will click on this, open. If I click outside, the tool will be closed. So what we have to do, right click, Redux DevTool, and here we are having two options, open in a window, open remote DevTools. I will click on this first option, open in a window, and this is very important tool whenever you are creating complex application using Redux. Now even if I click outside, the tool will not be closed, it will be opened. Accordingly, you can adjust this tool. Now here if you see, we have action and here we have state button. Accordingly, we are having multiple buttons. Just explore by yourself, but let us focus on this state. Now initially my pizza base is 1000 is displayed, and my burger is 200, so 200 is displayed. I will come here, I'm just going to dispatch this order pizza. Come to this tool. Now you can see in my state, now pizza base is 999 and my burger buns remains 200, and on left side my action is displayed, that is order pizza. Now again I will come to my application. Now I'm just going to dispatch order burger. Now my pizza base is 999 and if you see my burger buns is still 200. Why? Because on left side I have selected order pizza. Now I have dispatched order burger. If I come here, accordingly state will be updated. Let me increase the size. Now if I go here, I will be having the previous state. If I come to order burger, I will be having next updated state. So easily we can jump through these actions. And here we are having action button. So here my type is order burger, and for this order pizza, my type is order pizza. Based on that, my action will be dispatched. And below this, let me just decrease the size. And here we are having play button. Just focus on this UI. I will click on this play. Accordingly, whatever state transitions we have done, that will be visible. Now I am having 999 pizza base and 199 burger buns. Now if I just click on this, you can see first it was 1000, then it was reduced. Again I will click, first it was 200 and then it was reduced. So using this button, we can see the state transitions happening in our UI. Then one more important button, we have this dispatcher button. Using this button, directly we can give the action type without any UI element. So let me show you. I will decrease. I will come here. Just focus on this. I will give the type as order pizza. I am not clicking on any UI button. Directly, I am just giving order pizza. Once I give this, here you will be finding dispatch button. Click on this. Number of pizza is decreased by 1. So using this dispatcher, if you do not want to display any UI element, using this dispatcher, you can give the action type and then you can see the result in UI. I will increase the size, and here we have this place button, and here we have go back and go forward. Accordingly, if I click on this, I will be going back to initial state. Then I did order pizza. Let me just show the result as well. Then I did order burger. Burger is reduced. Then again, using dispatcher, I have done order pizza. So that will be displayed. Again, I will go back. This is my initial state. I did order pizza. Then I did order burger. Then again, I did order pizza. So step by step, we can see all the state transitions. And this is one of the most important tool. Just explore and accordingly see the different state transitions, see how the actions will be performed, see what will be the next change. So instead of using logger middleware, you can use this DevTool extension which will be giving you lot of functionalities and features. Let us come back to our scenario. Now we are selling pizza and burger, and whenever customer is ordering, number of pizza and burger buns will be reduced by 1. But now we do not want this. We have to give choice to the customer, and whatever number customer is telling, based on that number we have to reduce our pizza base and burger buns. So now in this example, let us consider burger buns. So whatever number customer is telling, that number of burger buns has to be reduced and that many pizzas has to be delivered to the customer. So using this scenario, we are going to understand how to pass additional information to the reducer by passing payload property inside our action. For that, first open your application. Inside components folder, I will be creating one file customer choice.js. I will come to burger box. From here, I will copy entire code and inside this I will be pasting. Now here I will change the function name. I will write customer choice. Copy this function and here below this I am going to paste. Now what I just want to take number from customer. So above this button, I will be creating input field. For this, I will give the class name is equal to input hyphen field, and also I'm just going to give placeholder, enter your number. Once it is done, I will come to app.js. From here, I will comment this pizza box and burger box. Below this, I'm just going to render this customer choice. Hit enter. Now this component is imported from this customer choice. Now if you see, successfully I am having this input field and below this I am having button. Now whatever number customer is typing, that number has to be reduced by this total number. So for that, first inside Redux I will open burger. Then I am just going to open this burger action. Inside this action creator, I will be passing one parameter number, and this additional value I will be passing inside this payload. Here I will be passing number. Now what is this number? Whatever number customer is typing, that number I am accessing. I am just assigning to this payload property. But now we should get access to this number. So I'll come to customer choice. I have changed the file name. I have just made capital C. And here for this input field, I will be making as controlled element. Below this, I will be creating state number. Then I will write set number is equal to useState, and default value I'm just going to pass as 1. Once I am using this useState hook, that will be imported from React library. Now inside this input field, I will be passing value. I'm just going to give number. Save it. Come here. By default, 1 is displayed. But now if I type something, nothing will be changed. Why? Because now we are making this input field as controlled element. So whenever we are changing something, we are updating the value. So for this state, to update the value, we have to use this setter function. So here I will be using onChange event handler, and inside this I will pass event object, then set number, and here I will write e.target.value, using which whatever number I am going to type, that number will be updated and updated number will be assigned to this number. I'll come here. Now if I type something, I will be able to type, and this updated number will be assigned to our number. Again, if I refresh, that default value 1 will be displayed. Now what I want, whenever customer is typing this number we have to get access, and this number will be passed inside the payload, and inside reducer we have to decrease the pizza base by the number which we are having inside this payload. Okay, till now everything is fine. Using this use state, we have made this input field as controlled element and we are accessing the number and we are updating this number variable. Now here, while dispatching this action, I have to accept this number. Now, using mapDispatchToProps, we got access to dispatch function and while dispatching this, I will just get access to that number. So here, I will write number, copy this number and inside this I will be pasting. Simply, I am just getting access to the number which customer has typed. Now here, as soon as I click on the button, I should know what is the number. Only then I will be able to dispatch this order burger. So here I will be passing as value and inside this I will be passing number. So here what I have done, using this map dispatch to prop, we are able to access this order burger and inside this I am passing the number which user has given. So I'll come here. Once I have the number, I'm just dispatching this order burger inside which I am passing the number which customer has given. Once I dispatch this action, I will come here. Inside this action, I am having payload. That number will be passed to this payload property. Now once I am having this additional information, I will open my reducer. Inside this, instead of displaying by 1, what I will do here, I will write action.payload. Why? Because now my payload is having the value which customer has given. So based on that value, I am going to decrease my burger buns. So first inside action, we have passed additional information number and while dispatching this action, we are getting this number from the customer. So that is the reason I have to accept this number. So whenever we are calling this, we are calling with the number which customer has given. And when I have to dispatch that, whenever I click on this button, I just have to dispatch that action along with the number which customer has given. And that number is already passed inside the action with the property payload. Now this additional information will be passed to the reducer and instead of decreasing by 1, I am just decreasing with the number which customer has given. So that is the reason I am accessing action.payload. You can see action.payload. Using action.type, I am checking for the type and inside that I am having payload. So whatever number I am having inside the payload, with that number I am just decreasing my burger buns. I will come here, refresh this. Now here 1 is there. I will click on order pizza. Number of burger bun is reduced by 1. But here I will give 14. Order burger. Now based on this customer number, I am able to decrease my burger buns. Just take your time and understand this complete logic. Why we are passing additional properties in our action? Because this payload property we have already used when we started with our Thunk middleware in JavaScript application. But I will come to app.js. I'm just going to uncomment this pizza box and burger box. Come here. Now, if I click on this, each and every time value is getting decreased by 1. But here for this order burger, as soon as I click on this order burger, you can see I am having NAN. Why? Because inside burger box, we are not having access to our number. So inside reducer, when I did action.payload, it is not able to access this. So that is the reason I am having NAN. So if you are having multiple component and if some components are not using that action payload, what you can do, by default, you can pass the value as 1. Save it, come here, refresh this. Now click on this, everything is working fine. Here if I give 30, click on this, successfully I am able to update the value and I am able to get the result. So if multiple components are sharing the data, by default, you can assign the value. That number will be passed here instead of getting NaN. So in this application, we have selected burger box. If you want, you can do for pizza box as well. But this is how, based on the customer, we will get the input, and accordingly, we will get access to the number using this payload property. Now let's perform async actions inside our React application using Redux. So before that, let us recap what we have done in our JavaScript application. Before writing entire logic, first we should understand entire flow of this application. We should understand what is the structure of reducer, what is the structure of state, and what is the structure of action. Let us start with the state, and we already know state is an object inside which we are going to pass properties and values. And whenever we are fetching some data from API, inside the state, we usually have three properties. So first is loading flag. Initially, inside this initial state, we are going to set the value as false. And once we start fetching the data, we are going to change the value to true. And if you're having loading spinner in your component, then you can easily display that spinner to user. Then second property, we are going to give products, and initial value we will set as empty array. Why? Because initially we will not have any data because our data is fetched in the background. So that is the reason initial value of this products will be empty array. And inside this, we are going to store all the products name which we are getting from API. Then finally, we are having error property. Initially, we are not going to have any error. First, we will start fetching the data, and while fetching the data, if we are having any error, only then we have to display the error. So initially, we are not going to have any error. So simply, we will assign the value as false. And using this, if we are having some error, we can easily display error message to user. This is how state will be represented in our application. Then we are having action, and inside this we can define three action. First action type can be fetch request to fetch products from API endpoint. Then second and third action type depends on this first action. If the data is fetched successfully, we are going to use this fetch success. If we are having any error, then we are going to use this fetch error and accordingly display error message to user. So these are the three action types which we are going to define inside our actions. Then finally, we are having reducer. So for each and every action type, we should be performing different action, and in return, we should be returning our next updated state. So first action was fetch request. Inside this, our loading will be set to true. Why? Because initially we are going to fetch the data. We have not received any data. So once we start our fetch request, we are going to set our loading to true. If we are having any loading spinner, or if you want to display any message to user like data is getting loaded, you can simply display that message to user as an indication that data is being fetched from the API. Then we are having fetch success. If the data was fetched successfully, then for this products property, we are going to assign the value as data. And this data is nothing but data which we have got from API. And once the data is received successfully, we are going to set our loading to false. Once we have any error while fetching the data, we are going to set our loading to false. We do not want to show any spinner. Instead, we want to set error to true. At this point, if the error is true, we want to display error message to user. So in this way, we are going to write the logic and update the next state. So once we are requesting, we are going to set loading to true. If the data is fetched, loading will be false, and whatever data we got from API, that data will be assigned to our products property. And if we are having any error, again loading to false and error will be set to true. And that error message we are going to display to the user. Coming back, same thing we are going to implement here. First step, now this is another new feature. So inside this Redux, I will be creating one folder. I will give the folder name as products. Now inside this, I have to create 3 files. I will write products actions.js. Then I will be writing products types.js. Then finally, I will be creating products reducers.js. And also, I have to display product title in my component. So inside this components, I will be creating one component folder, products container.js. And inside this products container, I'm just going to write this snippet. After that, I will come to products type, and here I just want to define 3 types. And all the types I have to use in other files. So I will be doing export const. Here I'm just going to write fetch request. This will be equal to string value of fetch request. I will copy 2 times. Here I will change to success. Copy this, and here I will be pasting. Then finally I will change it to error. Copy and paste. I have defined 3 action types. Now what I have to do? I have to define action creators. I will come inside this products action.js. Inside this, I will be creating my first action creator, fetch request. And this is going to return object. And here I will give the type as fetch request. As soon as I select this, that type will be imported from products type. And we will be using this action creator in other files. So here I have to write export. Same thing, I will copy. Below this, I will be pasting. I will change the function name. I will write fetch success. Here instead of fetch request, I will be writing fetch success, that is imported from products type. And also, once my data is successful, I need that extra data. So here I will be passing products. This entire thing we have already understood when we wrote the code for vanilla JavaScript. And here that final product detail I will be passing inside this payload property. Again I will copy. Below this I will be pasting. Now here I will write fetch error. Now instead of writing this products, I am going to accept error. Here I will write error. I will remove this fetch success. Instead, I will access fetch error, and inside this payload, I will just display the error which I will be getting while fetching from API. So successfully, I have created 3 actions in which for fetch request, I am giving this action type, and inside this fetch success, whatever data I will be getting from the API, that data I have assigned to my payload. And finally, if I am having any error, again that error I am assigning to my payload. And I have exported all the action creator. Now again, these action creators I have to export in index.js. I will come to index.js. So here I'm just going to write export star, which means I want to export entire thing what is available inside product actions.js. Then I will be writing products folder, and inside that I will come inside this products action. So using this star, I have exported fetch request, fetch success and fetch error. So till now we have defined the actions, we have created action creator, and all the actions creator we have exported in index.js. Now let us start with the reducer. inside reducer, first we have to define our initial state. Here I will write initial state is equal to, it is an object. First, I will be giving loading property. By default, it will be false. Then we are going to write this products property. Initially, we are not going to have any products, so I will give empty array. And then I will display error. Initially, I will not be having any error. So for this also, I am going to give false. Now, successfully, I have created my initial state. Now next, I am going to start with my reducer const. Here I will write product reducer is equal to current state, which will be equal to my initial state, and action as its parameter. Inside this, we are going to write switch, and then using this action dot type, we are going to check for the action types available in our application. Then here I am going to write the case. First case is fetch request. I will write return. I will be returning new object. Come down. Then second case, I will write fetch success. Again, I will be returning new object. Then third case, fetch error. Come down. I will be returning new object. Then finally, if no case is getting matched, I will be writing default case where I am simply going to return my current state. Okay, same thing. Whatever we have done earlier, same thing we are repeating. Now inside this fetch request, when my data is getting loaded, first I will copy my entire state. Once my data is getting loaded, I will just change the loading property to true. Then inside this fetch success, first I'm just going to copy my entire state. Now here my loading is set to true, but once my data is fetched, I do not want to show the loading spinner to user. So here I will set loading to false. And after that, I am having products property inside my initial array. For this, whatever data I am having inside my payload, I will access that data and I will just update my products property in my state. And this action dot payload, from here I am getting whatever products data I will be getting from API, that will be assigned to this payload. So using this action dot payload, I am just getting that data and I am storing inside this products property. From here default, let me just remove this comma. And finally inside this error, first I will copy entire state. Then I will set my loading to false. And after that, I will set my error to true. If you want to show any error message, you can give empty array variable and that message will be passed to this payload and that will be displayed to the user. But as of now, I have given false and once I am having any error, I have updated my error to true. Then I have to export this reducer, copy. Below this, I will write export default product reducer. Now in my application, in total, I am having 3 reducers: pizza reducer, burger reducer and product reducer. So now this reducer has to be included in my store. Copy, come to store.js and inside this we have passed root reducer. So first what we will do, we are going to combine this reducer. Below this, I am going to give the key as product and for this I am just going to give my reducer name, that is product reducer. As soon as I select this, product reducer will be imported from this reducers file. So successfully we have combined the reducer and inside create store we have passed this root reducer where our product reducer is also available. So now in my store I am having pizza reducer, burger reducer and product reducer. Based on the actions what we have dispatched, correct reducer will be picking the action and accordingly next update state will be returned. Now let's see how to use Thunk middleware in React application. For that, first we have to install two packages. I will open terminal. I will click on this plus symbol and I will open new terminal. Inside this first package I will install is Axios. Here I will write npm i Axios, and this package is used to do get request from API endpoint. But now we are using our Redux DevTool extension, and if we try to install some packages, we will be having version conflict issue. So here again I will be adding legacy hyphen peer hyphen deps. If you do not want to add this flag, you can just uninstall your Redux and you can install fourth version of Redux. I will hit enter. Now this package will be installed. Then next I have to install Redux Thunk. I will remove this. Instead, I will be writing Redux-Thunk. Hit enter. Now this package is also installed. Using Axios, we can do get request from API, and this Redux Thunk is nothing but our middleware, using which we can define action creator in our application. Now first I will open package.json. Inside this you can see we are having Axios as well as we are having our Redux Thunk. Now once this installation is done, I will open productsaction.js, where I am going to define my action creator. And till now we have seen action creator was returning action. Now this action creator, which we are going to create using Thunk middleware, that will be returning function, and that function does not have to be pure, which means that function can have side effects. So below this action creator, I will write export const. Here I will write fetch products. Now instead of returning this object, what we will do, I'm just going to return function. Now here I will be using arrow function because previously we have seen normal regular function. Now here I am going to return this function, and this is nothing but arrow function, and this function does not have to be pure. And inside this function we are going to pass dispatch as its parameter. And inside this function here I will do Axios dot get, and inside this I will be passing my API link. So in Google I will type Fake Store API, click on this link, scroll down, open this products. From here I will copy this link. I will come here and inside this I am going to paste. If my request is successful, then inside this response I will just come down. I will simply log this response. But if I am having any error, I will write error. Then simply I will log this error. Okay, successfully I have done get request to my API. If the data is fed successfully, I will be coming inside this then handler. If I am having any error while fetching the data, then I will come inside this catch block. But what I want, as soon as my action is dispatched for fetch products, first I just want to load the data, which means I have to dispatch my fetch request. So below this, I will be writing dispatch. Inside this, I will be calling this fetch request. Once my data is fetched successfully, that data will be stored inside this response.data. So this response.data, I will be storing inside one variable. If you want, later you can check in console, but as of now, I will be writing const products is equal to response.data. And this entire thing I will be wrapping inside blocks. And below this, I will write log, and here I am going to write products. Once my data is successful, whatever data I am getting, that data I am storing inside this products variable. And here If I am having any error while fetching the API, I will create one variable error message is equal to error object dot message. Using this message property, I can access the message which I got from my API. Then again, once I am having this message, what I will do, I am going to dispatch this fetch error, and inside this I will be passing error message. Why? Because if I am having this error inside my reducer, I am just setting error to true. Once error is true, I can easily display error message to user. If you want, you can pass the string, but whatever error I am getting from API, that error message I am accessing, I am storing inside this variable. And while dispatching, I am just passing this error message to fetch error. And we have already accepted, and that error we have passed inside the payload. Site reducer, what I have done, I have only made error to true. If you want, you can give action.payload. Let me just write here action.payload. If you want, you can give error as true, but here we have already accessed that error and stored inside the payload. So whatever error we are having, that error we are accessing and storing inside this error property. Now I'm just going to open store.js. Inside this, I'm just going to import Thunk. Here I will write import. Now this Thunk, in vanilla JavaScript, we have seen we should be using .thunk whenever we are requiring this package. But here we should be using as named export. Import Thunk from Redux. I will write import Thunk from Redux Thunk. And inside this apply middleware, we have to pass our middlewares. Previously, we have integrated logger. If you want to keep, you can keep, but we can add multiple loggers by separating with comma. Here I will be writing Thunk. Here I have just included my Thunk middleware, and inside products action, I have defined my action creator, which will be returning function which is not pure. And also we have to import our Axios package inside products action. Below this, I will write import Axios from Axios. Now I am going to come to products container. Below this, I will be creating mapStateToProps, and this will be taking Redux state as its parameter, and it is going to return object. I will give the object property as products data, and from here I'm just going to access state.product. In our pizza box, we accessed state.pizza.pizzabase, and why? Because we had only one property in our state. But now in our state, we are having three properties: loading, products, and error. So inside this products container, I am accessing state.product, and this product should be exactly matching with the key which we have given in our root reducer. So using this, I will be able to access all the properties, loading, products, and error, and that will be given to this products property. Now below this, I will be writing mapDispatchToProps, and here I will be passing dispatch as its parameter. And again, it is going to return object. Now inside action creator, we have created fetch product. I will copy. I will give the same property name. Then here I am going to use arrow function. Inside this, what I will do, as soon as this fetch products is called, I am just going to dispatch this fetch products action. Okay, simple enough. Now what we have to do, this map state to prop and map dispatch to prop, we have to connect to our component. So for that, below this, I will be importing connect function from React-Redux. I will come down here. I'm just going to write connect. I will wrap inside parenthesis. Inside this, I will be passing map state to props and map dispatch to props. Now here, I'm just going to pass props. Below this, I will write log. Simply, I'm just going to print log. Now we are having our previous component rendered. So here I will come inside app.js, comment this. In place of this, I'm just going to write my products container. Save it. Products container is imported. Come here, refresh this. Now I am having fetch products is not defined. I will come to products container. Here we are using this fetch products. Once I use this fetch products, I should also import this fetch products. Now here fetch products is imported from Redux index.js. Now I'll come here, refresh once, inspect this. Now you can see I am having object. Now my prop is nothing but object inside which I am able to access my fetch products and products data. Now inside this products data, I am having three properties: loading, products and error. Initially, whatever values we have assigned, that values will be given to this products data. But now what I want, as soon as my application is getting mounted, I just want to dispatch this action. So for that, we can use useEffect. Before that, I'm just going to destructure my prop. Here, I will be writing curly braces. Inside this, I will write products data, and also I'm going to write fetch products. Now inside this use effect that got imported from React library, I will be passing callback function. Now inside this, I'm just going to call this function. Now once this function is called, what happens? I'm just going to dispatch this action. And then second parameter, I will be passing dependency array. Only once I want to run this, so that is the reason my dependency array will be empty. Now I'll come here, nothing is displayed. I will refresh this. Now as soon as my application is loaded, you can see successfully I am able to access entire array of object. Why I am able to access? Because as soon as my application is loaded, I am calling this function which in turn dispatches this fetch products action. And inside this fetch products, first my data will be loaded. Then using this, I am requesting the data. If the data is fetched successfully, then in my console, I am displaying all the products. Now what I want from this, I only want to display this title, and it is nothing but array of object. So here I will be using map method dot map. Then I will be passing product, and from there I only want to access product dot title. Come here, again load the application. Now I am able to access all the title and display inside this products. And using this logger middleware, we can see all the updated logs. Now I'll come here. Now what I will do, instead of displaying in console, I simply want to dispatch. Here I will write fetch success. And here inside this, whatever data I am having, I just want to pass this data. Once I dispatch this action, inside this payload, I am passing that entire title. And in my reducer, for this products property, I am just giving this action.payload. So now here at this point, my loading will be false, error will be false, and my products will be holding entire data. Now I'll come here, refresh this. You can see first time I had fetch request because my data was getting loaded, then fetch success. I will open the next state. Now inside this products, I am having all the titles stored. Here at this point, my loading is false as well as my error is false. Again, I will open. You can see entire data is displayed. Now what I want, whatever data I got, I just want to render in UI. Now, if my data is getting loaded, I just want to display some message to user. I will come here. Now my loading is present inside this products data. This is nothing but object. From there, I'm just going to access my loading. If this is true, then what I will do, I simply want to display this message. Loading, come here, refresh this. Now you can see that loading message was displayed. Below this, similarly, copy. If products.error, if I am having any error, then here inside this, I will be writing productsData.error. Whatever error I got from API, I just want to display that error. Save it. Now error will not be displayed. Let me come to products action. I will change something in my URL. Now you can see network error is displayed. Whatever error message I am getting from API, that message I am just displaying. I will correct the URL. Now I will come to products container. Below this, I will be checking products data dot products. If I am having some products, then what I will do, simply I just want to render my products. Here I will write paragraph, and inside this I will write products data dot products. Come here, successfully I am able to fetch entire data, but as soon as I refresh, I will be having loading, and after that I am able to get my data. But all this data I want to display in separate lines. So again, this is nothing but array. So for this, I will be using map method. Inside this, I will pass title. Then here inside paragraph, I just want to display title. Okay, if you do not want, you can just ignore this step. But here, one by one, I will be having my result. This is how we can apply Thunk middleware in React application. Now, instead of using mapStateToProps and mapDispatchToProp, same thing, we are going to convert using our hooks. So first, comment this entire thing. I will comment this line. I will copy, and from here, I'm just going to remove this connect function. Okay, if you already understood how useSelector and useDispatch will be working, you can continue with this. From here, I will remove this import. Better, let me comment. And also, I am going to remove this products data and fetch products. Below this, I will be using useSelector hook, which will be getting access to our Redux state, and from there I am going to access my product. And this key should be exactly matching with the key which we have given in root reducer. And this entire data I will be storing inside this products data. So now using this successfully, I will be able to access error. I will be able to access these products, as well as I will be able to access loading. Below this, I have to dispatch action. For that, I am going to write use dispatch. All those got imported from React-Redux, and this will be having reference to dispatch function. An entire thing I am going to store inside this variable. But now, as soon as my application mounts, I just want to dispatch my fetch products. So here, instead of directly passing fetch product, I have to write dispatch. Inside this, I have to pass this fetch products action creator. Save it. These are the few changes you have to do if you want to convert from map state to props and map dispatch to props. Now again, in my output, I will be having the same result. Now I am going to show you one important library called Immer, which will help you when you get started with Redux Toolkit journey. So it is important to understand using Immer what we can produce and what is the advantage of using Immer, because behind the scene Redux Toolkit will be using this Immer library. So before getting started with Immer, first let us understand what is the use of Immer library. Now directly I am going to show you the example in JavaScript application, because if I start with Redux application, I should be creating separate file. I do not want to confuse you, because in Redux Toolkit behind the scene this library will be used. So you should only understand how this library will be working. So I have opened Redux JavaScript application folder. Inside that I am having multiple reducer.js, and in this we have created reducers for pizza and burger, and from starting itself I have mentioned reducers are pure function, which means we cannot mutate our state. So that is the reason whenever we are changing the property of pizza base, each and every time we are just spreading out the state, we are just making copy of a state, and the properties which has to be updated, only those properties we are updating. So this is simple application. Even if we spread out the state, we are not having any problem. But in real world application, the state will be more complex with nested levels. So during that time, managing the state in this way will be tiresome, and also it will be very complex. So now first I will be showing you what will be the problem, and then I will use Immer library to avoid that problem. Here inside this root folder, I will be creating one file immer.js, and inside this I am going to paste the state where I am storing the information related to sandwich. Here I am having type of sandwich, and then I am having ingredients property, and this ingredient is also an object where I am having bread, filling and sauce properties. So now what I want to do, I just want to update this filling property which is available inside the ingredients, and ingredient is available inside our initial state. First, I'm just going to show you how to update this filling property using Redux pattern. Then I'm just going to apply Immer library to get the same output. First step, I'm just going to define action type. Above this, I will be writing const. I'm just going to give the variable as fill update is equal to string value of fill update. Copy and paste. Second step, we have to create action creator. Here, I will give the action creator name as update fill, and inside this, I'm just going to pass one parameter filling. Why I am passing this parameter? Because this is the extra information I have to pass to my action. And this action creator will be returning action. Inside that, first I have to pass the type, copy and paste, separate by comma. Then I'm going to write the payload, and for this payload I will be assigning this filling. So we have created action type. Initial state is defined where we are having nested level, and then I have created action creator. And third step, we have to define our reducer. Below this, I'm just going to define reducer, and reducer will be taking current state and action as its parameter. And for this state, I'm just going to assign initial state. Now what we have to do? We have to use switch statement. Inside this, I'm just going to give action.type. Then here, I will be writing case. My first case is fill type. So here, I will be writing return. Inside this, what I will do? First, I'm just going to make a copy of entire state, because inside this state I'm having type and ingredients. So I have just made a copy of entire state. Then what I have to update? I have to update this filling property, and this property is available inside this ingredients. So here below this I'm just going to write this ingredients property, and this is nothing but it is an object. And inside this object, again, I have to make sure my bread and sauce remains unchanged. Only thing I have to change this filling property. So here inside this, again, I have to make a copy of this state.ingredients, because inside these ingredients, I am having three properties. So that is the reason I have to make copy of state.ingredients. And inside this, what property I have to update? I only have to update this filling property. For this, I will be giving action.payload, because inside this payload, while dispatching the action, we are passing the value. So that is the reason filling should be assigned as action.payload. If you see here, this is very complex, and maybe in simple application you can do this, but if the state is complex and if we are having nested level, in this way you have to copy the state so that our reducer will be pure function and directly we are not mutating our state. By looking at this is very scary, but still we have to do this if we are not including any library while performing this kind of logic. So once it is done, below this, I'm just going to write default case. And inside this, I'm just going to return my state. Now successfully, I have created action creator, initial state, and also reducer is complete. Now what I have to do? I have to create the store. So for that, I have to import my Redux library. I'm using JavaScript application. So I'm just going to make use of this require. Inside this, I will be writing Redux. Then from this Redux, I just have to access create store method. Const create store is equal to, from this Redux library, I just have to access this create store. But later, when we start with Redux Toolkit, we are not going to use this create store method. Instead, we are going to use configure store. Now what I have to do? Below this, I'm just going to invoke this create store, and inside this we have to pass reducer as its argument, and whatever value we are getting, I'm just going to store inside one variable store. Now below this, what I will do, I'm just going to log this initial state, and how we can access to initial state? By using this get state method which is provided by store. Now I'm going to subscribe to my store so that whatever changes I'm doing, that will be reflected and I can see the output. So here I will write store.subscribe, and inside this I'm going to pass this callback function, and here I'm going to write log updated state. Then again I'm going to write store.getState. And this entire value I'm just going to assign to this unsubscribe, because after changing we have to unsubscribe from our store. Successfully we have set up the store. Now below this I'm just going to dispatch the action, and this dispatch we are getting from store. So here I will write store.dispatch, and inside this I'm just going to pass this update fill. This is nothing but my action creator. Inside this, now I have to pass the argument. Here I will be writing grilled veggies and cheese. And finally, I have to unsubscribe from my store. I believe you are already aware of these steps: how to create the store, how to get access to initial state, how to get access to this updated state. Once I am having all this set up, I am just dispatching this action creator update fill, where I am passing this grilled veggies and cheese as its argument. Once I dispatch the action, that value will be passed here. That value will be assigned to the payload. And successfully, inside this filling property, I am just passing that value. Now I am just going to open terminal. Inside this, I will write node immer.js. Hit enter. Now you can see this is my initial state where I am having lettuce and tomato, and after updating I am having grilled veggies and cheese. Rest entire thing remains same. I am having veggies, whole grains, and I am having mustard. But now inside this, if I do not perform, let me just comment. Open this terminal. Again I will run. Now if you see inside my updated state, inside ingredients, I am only having filling. Rest two properties are not copied, and both the properties are gone from my updated state. So this is the problem. If we are not copying our entire state, entire thing will be overridden and we are only left with this filling property. So now definitely by using Redux pattern, we are getting the result, but this is very complex. As a developer, we do not want to get into the mess and we do not have to write this kind of logic. So to help this state updation process, we are going to make use of the library called Immer. So first step, to use any library, we have to install that library. I will come here, I will clear terminal. Inside this, I will write npm I Immer. I stands for install. Package is installed. I will open package.json, and inside this dependencies, you can see we are having this Immer. Then second step, we have to import produce method from Immer library. I will write here const. I am going to write here produce is equal to require, and inside this I have to require Immer, and from this Immer I just want to require this produce method. Okay, simple enough. From this Immer library, I'm just accessing this produce method. Third step, I'm just going to comment this entire return. Comment this entire return. Below this, instead of returning this object, I'm just going to return this produce method. And this produce method will be taking two arguments. First will be the current state. You have to pass in this way. I will increase the size. You can see, instead of returning this entire object, we are going to return this produce method, which will be taking two arguments. First, we are going to pass current state, and second argument, I will be passing this function. And inside this arrow function, I am going to pass the argument as draft. So, this second argument inside this produce method, which is going to receive draft copy of a state. So basically, what Immer will be doing, it is going to update this draft state, which is having draft copy of a state. So Immer will be updating this draft state as if state is mutable. So inside this, instead of copying entire state, what I am going to do, directly I am just going to update this draft state. So here I will be writing draft, and from this state I'm just going to access this ingredients, and from this I'm going to access this filling property, and inside this I'm just going to assign action.payload. So here directly we are updating this filling property, but behind the scene Emma still needs to translate the code, which will be looking something like this. But as a developer, you do not have to worry about all this thing. Directly, we are having the package available. Using that, we can directly update the state in this way as if our state is mutable. But behind the scene, Immer will be translating the code in this way and it will be giving us the result. Now, I will save. I will open terminal. I will run this node immer.js. Hit enter. Now you can see again I will be having the same result. Entire thing is as it is, and only thing I have updated is filling property. So in this way, using this Immer library, you don't have to worry about copying the state, because using this Immer library and using this draft copy of the state, we are just updating the properties which has to be updated. So now Immer has simplified this handling immutable data, and this will be working very well with Redux. If you want to work with Redux pattern and if you're having complex state, then you can make use of Immer library. But once you shift to modern way of writing Redux, that is Redux Toolkit, then you are not going to use this Immer, because behind the scene Redux Toolkit will be using this library. Now I will be showing you one important detail which is very important to understand, because when we start with Redux Toolkit, there we are having concept of extra reducer. So to understand that concept, first in Redux, we should understand this scenario. So now I have opened JavaScript application, and I have opened this file multiple-reducer.js. Inside this, I have created two reducer, one reducer for pizza and one reducer for burger. And using this combine function, I have combined both the reducers, and inside the store, I have passed root reducer. Now, one important point you should understand is here I am dispatching order pizza. As soon as I dispatch order pizza, here number of pizza base will be reduced by 1. And here I am dispatching order burger. As soon as I dispatch this, number of burger buns will be decreased by 1. So here basically what happens, whenever we dispatch the action, both the reducers will be receiving that action. So here I am dispatching order pizza. So what happens, both the reducer pizza and burger will be receiving that action. So now if both the reducers are receiving the action, how it is able to understand, how it is able to update only those particular state. So here whenever we are dispatching action, what happens? Both pizza and burger reducer will be receiving that action. But here, one of them will be acting on that action, whereas other just ignore that action. Why? Because we have passed order pizza, and this order pizza is nothing but action creator, which is returning action. And inside that we are having type as order pizza. So that is the reason this reducer will be acting on that dispatch, and this reducer is just going to ignore that dispatch. So to understand this, let me tell you one simple scenario. Now here, as I mentioned, shop owner has hired two chefs. One will be managing pizza and one will be managing burger. Now, because of this pizza and burger, shop is having more sale. So now shopkeeper has announced the sale so that many customer will be visiting his shop. And the sale is whenever customer order pizza, they are going to get one burger free. Now for burger, we have created separate reducer. So what I will do? So now inside this burger reducer, I will be adding the case. Here I will be writing case. Now here inside this, instead of passing order burger, I'm just going to pass this order pizza. Here I will write return. I will just explain you what I'm doing. First inside this, I'm just going to copy my entire state. After that, what I have to do, whenever I'm ordering pizza, inside this burger reducer, I just have to decrease the burger buns by 1. So same thing I will copy, and inside this I will be pasting. So now here what happens, whenever I dispatch this order pizza, both the reducer will be receiving that action. So inside this reducer will be receiving the action. It is going to act and it will be decreasing the pizza base by 1. Then this reducer will also receive the action. Before it was not having this case, so simply it just ignored the action. But now we are having the case as order pizza, so this reducer will also be receiving the action. Now in this case, what we are doing, we are just decreasing the burger buns by 1. So one thing you should remember, whenever we are dispatching the action, both the reducers will be receiving the action, where one of them will act on the action and other will just ignore the action. So each reducer will be updating their application state, but they can still respond to any actions dispatched in our application. If this case was not there, it will simply ignore. But as we are having this case, first let me open terminal. Inside this, I will write node multiple reducer.js. Hit enter. Now you can see first time what I have done, I have dispatched order pizza. First I am just printing my initial state. After that I have dispatched order pizza. So both the reducers receive that action. So pizza base is reduced by 1, and inside that burger bun, what I am doing, I am just decreasing the burger by 1. So whenever I am dispatching pizza, Basically, whenever customer is ordering pizza, they are getting burger for free. So that is the reason whenever pizza is decreased by 1, burger bun is also decreased by 1. Again, I am dispatching pizza. Pizza is decreased by 1 as well as burger is decreased by 1. After that, I am dispatching burger. Now again, both the reducers will be receiving the action. But now, pizza reducer is going to ignore, but burger reducer is going to act on that action and it will reduce the burger by 1. Similarly, for the last dispatch, pizza is going to ignore, but burger is going to respond, and in return, burger buns will be reduced by 1. So this is very important concept you should understand. In Redux, whenever we are dispatching action, both the reducers will be receiving the action and accordingly they are going to act on that action. Why I am telling you this concept? Because in Redux Toolkit, we are not having the same process. Instead, to apply this kind of process, we are going to use the concept of extra reducers. In this lecture, I will tell you what are the common mistakes made by developers while learning Redux. At the end, I will be giving you some tips to improve your learning progress. The first most basic mistake done by many is learning Redux and React in parallel. If you do this, you will not be able to focus on both the topics and end with writing the code which will only confuse you. So the solution is learn React first, use reducer hook will be the plus point, and then proceed with Redux. Second mistake, overusing Redux for every single state. So developers will be using Redux to manage every piece of state like every local or UI specific states like form inputs or model visibility. So solution would be only use Redux for global or shared state that multiple component needs. So for simple state updates, you do not have to start using Redux. Third mistake is mutating the state in reducers. So what developers do, they will modify the state directly within the reducer, which can make Redux immutability rule. So for that, always return new state object from a reducer. You can use methods like spread operator or array concatenation method to maintain this immutability. So in our entire course, we have used spread operator to return next updated state from reducer. Then fourth mistake, dispatching actions without payload. Most of the time, developers forget to pass relevant data with actions, which will lead to incomplete or incorrect state updates. So the solution is make sure your action always contain the necessary payload whenever it is needed so that reducer can handle the actions properly. Fifth mistake which many developers do, that is following poor folder structure. By dumping all the actions, reducers and store inside one single file will lead to poor maintainability. So the solution is organize your Redux logic in a modular way, typically grouping related actions and reducers in selected folders. In this course, I have shown you two ways of creating the folder structure. Accordingly, you can follow or you can create your own folder structure which will help you to organize your Redux code. Then sixth mistake, handling side effects in reducers. Many people will write the side effect logic directly inside the reducer. But we have already seen reducers are pure function. We should not be having any side effect logic. For this, solution would be using middlewares like Redux Thunk or Redux Saga to handle side effects and keep reducers pure. Multiple times we have used Redux Thunk and now you will be aware of Redux Thunk and also now you would be aware how to fetch API data and how to write side effect code. Next mistake, not using Redux DevTool. Many will not utilize this Redux DevTool extension for debugging which can make it difficult to track changes and debug issues. So for this, integrate Redux DevTool in your store setup so that you can easily inspect actions, states, and also resolve debugging problems. Using mapStateToProps everywhere. Wrapping every component with connect and mapStateToProps will lead to performance issues. So the solution would be you can select hooks like useSelector and useDispatch from React-Redux hooks, which can easily access the store directly in functional components and minimize unnecessary re-renders. But to understand the hook, first you should understand how to get access of Redux state and dispatch function. So that is the reason in this course mapStateToProps and mapDispatchToProp was included. But if you do not want to use, I have also shown you how to use useSelector and useDispatch hook. The final tip would be once you understand Redux, directly start with Redux Toolkit. Why? Because writing lot of boiler code by manually creating actions, reducers, and types instead of using Redux Toolkit. Redux Toolkit will simplify Redux setup with createSlice and configure stored method, which reduces boilerplate and make your code more readable. So these are some of the common mistakes which many developers do. But by addressing these common mistakes, you can easily develop a solid understanding of Redux and write cleaner and more efficient code. Let me show you most asked interview questions for Redux. You can make a note of this question, and for your interview, you can easily practice this question which has covered entire thing about Redux. So first question, what is Redux and why it is used in React application? Second, what are the differences between Redux and Context API in React? When should we choose one over the other? And whatever questions I am showing you, entire thing we have learned in this entire course. At any point, if you feel you have not understood the concept or you will not be able to answer this question in interview, just revisit the videos, watch one or two times and understand entire concept. Third question, what are the core principles of Redux? Fourth, so for this you can explain entire flow of Redux. Then what is the purpose of actions and reducers in Redux? Next, how does Redux manage the state of an application? What is Redux store? Why should we dispatch an action, update the state, and not update the store directly? And this is indirect question. Next, how does Redux handle asynchronous operation? Discuss middleware option for this. Explain concept of immutability in the context of Redux and why it is important. Then, what are the differences between mapStateToProps and mapDispatchToProps? Then, discuss the role of combined reducers in Redux. When and why should we use this? And what are Redux selectors and why are they useful in large applications? And what is the purpose of Redux DevTool extension and how do we configure this? And what are middleware functions in Redux? Can you give some examples of commonly used middleware in Redux? So you can give example of Thunk middleware. Then explain the concept of Thunk in Redux. How does it help in handling side effects? Then what is the role of connect function from React Redux and how does it work? And how does the use reducer hook differ from connect function in accessing state in Redux? So these are commonly and mostly asked interview questions in Redux. Just practice and whatever notes you might have written, just go through the notes. If you're not understanding, just revisit the video or if you're having any doubt, you can ask the doubts in comment section so that I can help you in all the ways possible. As a beginner, you might be having multiple questions because Just now you have completed Redux course and you want to master Redux, you want to make some projects using Redux, then now itself, why should you learn this Redux toolkit? So in this, I will be showing you why Redux toolkit. Then one by one, we are going to understand each and every concept related to Redux toolkit. So first of all, in Redux, if you see, we have lot of boilerplate code. We have action types, we have action creators, reducers, and in each and every project, we need to repeat this same boilerplate code. So to avoid this problem, we will be using Redux Toolkit, which has a set of utilities that makes working with Redux much easier and reducing lot of boilerplate code. And also, developers had few concerns while writing code only with Redux. The first concern is that Redux requires too much boilerplate code, and I believe you have already seen this in Redux course. So for every state transition, we define action type constant and action object and action creator and use that in a switch statement inside reducer. And in large scale application, we will have lot of state transition and repeating this kind of pattern and boilerplate code will slowly start to annoy you. And the second concern is that a lot of other packages have to be installed while working with Redux. Granted, in simple state transition, we don't need any additional tool, but for async action, we need to install Redux Thunk library. Only then we will be able to perform asynchronous operation in Redux. So keeping these concerns in mind, there was a need to improve the developer experience for Redux. And that is what resulted in the creation of Redux Toolkit library. And here I will be showing you some of the reasons why Redux Toolkit is preferred over traditional Redux. First reason, it has simplified configuration. Redux Toolkit includes helper functions like configure store, which will automatically set up the store with good defaults like middleware and DevTool support, saving you from writing repetitive boilerplate code. Second reason, built-in best practices. Redux Toolkit follows best practices, so you are less likely to make mistake. It encourages an opinionated structure for your Redux code, helping maintain a cleaner and more maintainable code base. Third reason, less boilerplate with createSlice method. In traditional way, Redux requires separate action creators, constants and reducers. But with createSlice, Redux Toolkit combines this into one single place. Then fourth reason, built-in middleware for asynchronous logic. So Redux Toolkit includes createAsyncThunk function, which is going to simplify handling async actions, making code easier to read and write while managing loading states and error handling. So we are going to see how to perform asynchronous operation using Redux Toolkit. And if you see how this will be working, then you are going to blown up and you will be surprised to see how less code is required to perform asynchronous operation using Redux Toolkit. Then fifth reason, Immer for immutability. Redux Toolkit uses Immer under the hood, so you can write mutating code in reducers without actually mutating the state. And in our Redux course, we have already understood what is Immer and what is the purpose of using this Immer library. So using Immer makes our reducers more concise and easier to understand. And last and final reason is enhanced performance. So Redux Toolkit has performance optimization out of the box, meaning you will be having less issues with larger or complex state management as your app grows. So in short, Redux Toolkit makes Redux easier to use and maintain by reducing setup complexity, improving readability, and following best practices automatically. Now, seeing all this might be you are satisfied, but still you are not convinced. You might be thinking Redux is great, and using Redux, we can perform all the state management, and let it be, even if we are having lot of boilerplate code, Redux is easier to understand, and we can write the code and we can build complex application. If you are thinking in that way, then let me tell you, you are right. Why? Because if you want to work with older code bases, then you should be having solid understanding of Redux. But in modern application, you should be aware of Redux Toolkit. You should upgrade your knowledge because Redux is good, but along with that, we are having few disadvantages of using Redux. First reason, configuring Redux in an app seems very complicated as a beginner. Second, in addition to Redux, a lot of other packages have to be installed to get Redux to do something useful. Second, in addition to Redux, a lot of other packages have to be installed in Redux. If you want to perform asynchronous operation, then for that you should be installing some packages. And if you want to mutate the state, then for that also you should be installing additional package. And third, Redux requires too much boilerplate code, as I have mentioned already. So for this, as a solution to all this problem, Redux Toolkit was created, and this serves as an abstraction over Redux. So it is very important. First, you should learn Redux. Only then you should be proceeding with Redux Toolkit, because Redux Toolkit is built on top of Redux. So Redux Toolkit is going to hide all the difficult parts, ensuring you will be having a good developer experience. Now we have understood why Redux Toolkit. Let us now understand what is Redux Toolkit. It is nothing but it is a library for efficient Redux development, and it is a toolset that makes it easier to use Redux for managing state in JavaScript application. Why I am telling JavaScript application? Because Redux is independent library. So Redux Toolkit is nothing but it is the updated version of Redux itself. So we can use Redux in any JavaScript application. That is, it is not only tied to React, we can also use Redux with Angular and Vue.js. And this Redux toolkit simplifies complex tasks, reduces repetitive code, and includes helpful features for setting up and using Redux quickly and efficiently. So basically, it's an all-in-one solution to make Redux faster to code and write less error-free code. And this Redux toolkit is the modern way of writing Redux code, and it's advised by the Redux team to now prefer Redux toolkit over this classic Redux. That's because Redux toolkit is an opinionated approach that forces everyone to use best practices that the community has learned over the years. So basically, Redux toolkit uses all these best practices and place them into this new way of writing Redux. So now, does this mean that everything you have just learned in Redux is just waste of time? Well, not at all. First, without fundamentals of Redux, it's very hard to understand Redux toolkit because it is built on top of classic Redux. If you don't know how Redux will be working, what is Redux, what are actions, what are action creators, what are reducer, how to dispatch action, then you will not understand Redux toolkit. Everything will be like a magic and you will not understand the program flow. So it is very important. First, you should learn Redux. before starting with Redux Toolkit. And second, both ways of writing Redux are 100% compatible with each other. So you can actually use classic Redux in one part of your project and Redux Toolkit in another part of your project. You will not be having any issues. It completely depends on your project requirement. If you have already completed the Redux course, then understanding Redux Toolkit will be very simple. So the next question is, what are the advantages of using Redux Toolkit? Well, the biggest advantage is that Redux Toolkit allows us to write a lot less code to achieve the exact same result as we have got using Redux. Because Redux Toolkit hides all the stuff like setting up middleware and developer tool. So out of the box, Redux Toolkit gives us many things, but the three highlights are: first, it allows us to write the code that actually mutate the state inside Reducer. Why? Because behind the scene, Redux Toolkit will be using a library called Immer, which will be converting our code back to non-mutating. So like the one that we have been using till now in Redux. But with Redux Toolkit, it will be like as if we are mutating the state object directly. And we have already seen about Immer library and what is the purpose of this library. So behind the scene, Redux Toolkit will be using this library. And in my opinion, this is really the biggest advantage of using Redux Toolkit, because if you have complex state object with nested object and arrays, this can be a game changer in reducing complexity. And second, Redux Toolkit automatically creates action creators from our reducers, and this can be quite helpful as it helps us writing less code. Then finally, Redux Toolkit will automatically set up Thunk middleware and developer tool so that we can only focus on writing the code that actually does something in our application. You don't have to set up lot of things when you get started with Redux Toolkit. Everything will be happening behind the scene. I have seen many students having this question: can I continue only with Redux without using Redux Toolkit? The answer is yes, because Redux or Redux Toolkit don't depend on any UI library. Redux can work independently without the need of Redux Toolkit or React. But for you to understand what Redux Toolkit brings to the table, how it works under the hood, and to understand how React Redux work, it is essential that first you understand various concepts in Redux itself. And as I mentioned, both ways of writing the code in Redux is 100% compatible. So you can use Redux in one part of your application and Redux Toolkit in another part of the application. You will not be having any issues. But in my personal opinion, as a beginner, first you should be learning Redux, then get started with React Redux, and then finally start with Redux Toolkit. This will not only help you to get deep understanding of the code you write, but also helps during the interviews, as companies will be having old code bases where Redux exists without Redux Toolkit. So learn both Redux and Redux Toolkit, but choose Redux Toolkit when starting with new projects. So in this course, we will see how to use Redux Toolkit featuring React as our UI library. So now you have an idea. Redux Toolkit library abstract over the setup process and handle the most common use cases, as well as include some useful utilities that will let developer focus more on their application code rather than sitting and working on the complexity of the code. Prerequisite before getting started with Redux Toolkit. Now we understood the fundamentals of Redux. It's time to take the next step and learn about the modern way of writing Redux, which is Redux Toolkit. I believe now you are comfortable with the core concepts like store, state, actions, action creators, and reducers. Once you are comfortable with this concept, then understanding Redux Toolkit will be more simple and easy. So we are going to use the same pizza and burger application, but this time we will be using Redux Toolkit library. In doing so, you will have proper structure and you will understand the value of Redux Toolkit that brings into the table. And if you're watching this video and you don't know all the fundamental concept in React and Redux, then please don't proceed with Redux Toolkit. If you proceed, you are only going to confuse yourself and you will find it difficult to draw a line between what is done in React and what is done in Redux. And you don't have to be an expert by any means, but the fundamentals are absolutely necessary. But if you directly want to learn Redux Toolkit without understanding Redux, then it completely depends on how you are taking the things up. But still, you should be aware of these concepts in Redux. First, three core concepts of Redux. Second, three principles of Redux. Third, what are actions? Fourth, what are action creators? Fifth, what is reducer? Sixth, what is store? Seventh, combined reducers. Eighth, what is Immer Library? Ninth, what is middleware? 10th, how to perform asynchronous action in Redux. Then finally, how to use Thunk middleware. So once you have understanding of all this concept in Redux, then 100% I can guarantee you you can easily understand Redux Toolkit because behind the scene Redux Toolkit will be reducing lot of boilerplate code. So if you have not understood Redux, then everything will be like a magic and you will not understand each and every concept and you will only confuse yourself. So that is the reason first understand Redux, only then proceed with Redux Toolkit. Now finally, let us start with our Redux Toolkit setup. First, independently, I will be showing you the concept which we will be using in Redux Toolkit. Then we are going to combine Redux Toolkit featuring React as a UI library. So first step, I have created Redux Toolkit folder. Right click, open with code. I will be closing this welcome panel. I'm just going to open terminal, Control J. Inside this, I will run this command, npm init. Hit enter. So using this command, I'm just going to initialize package.json file. So here it is asking for package name. I just want this. Hit enter. Do not give anything. Just keep on pressing enter. So after giving all the default settings, my package.json file is initialized. Then third step, I'm just going to install Redux Toolkit package. First, I will clear the terminal. Inside this, I will write npm I. Now, instead of directly writing the package name, here I am going to mention at symbol and after that I will write redux.js/toolkit. Okay, this is the command you have to write. Npm install, I stands for install, at redux.js/toolkit. So this is completely different what we have seen earlier. Here this at redux.js is basically a namespace in which the creator of this namespace can publish multiple packages. So in this way you have to mention this library. Hit enter, wait for its installation. Now you can see node modules folder is created, and as soon as I open, I am having Immer. You can see behind the scene Redux Toolkit will be using this Immer library. So that is the reason it has installed Immer. And also it will be using Redux Thunk automatically. So that is the reason we are having Redux Thunk package. And inside this dependency, you can see we are having this Redux Toolkit as its dependency. Now what I will do, inside this main folder, I'm just going to create this index.js. And if this was Redux application, this index.js was fine. And in this only, we can get started with action creators, store, and reducer. But now we are using Redux Toolkit, so we are having some opinions on folder structure. So what we will do, after creating this index.js, inside this root folder, we will be creating one folder app. Inside this app, I will be creating one file store.js, which will be holding all the information related to Redux store. Now, as I mentioned, I will be using same pizza and burger application. So here, what we will do, how many features we are having, for that features, we are going to create separate folder in Redux Toolkit. So for that, first inside this root folder, I will be creating one folder called features. Hit enter. Now in my application, I am having two features, and for each feature we are going to create separate folder. So inside this features, I will be creating pizza. Then inside this feature itself, I am going to create burger. This kind of folder structure you have to follow while getting started with Redux Toolkit. So inside this app, we are having store.js, which will be having all the code related to Redux store. Then inside this feature, no matter how many features we are having, for all those features, we are going to create separate folder. Then finally, we are having this index.js. Successfully, we have completed this Redux Toolkit setup. Let us now see one of the important function in Redux Toolkit that simplifies creating Redux reducers and actions for managing a specific part of the state, and that is createSlice. It is a powerful tool because it removes much of the boilerplate code involved in setting up Redux by automatically generating action creators and handling updates to the state in a clear and consistent way. So slice is nothing but a part of the store itself where we will be creating multiple slices. Then eventually we will be giving access to our main global store. Then whichever component needs the data, they request the data from the store. Then store will look into the slices and get the data and send to the components. So using this createSlice function, we are having four big benefits. First is generating automatic action type and action creators. Instead of manually defining action types and action creators, createSlice generates them based on the reducer name we define. For example, if we create a reducer function called addItem, createSlice will automatically generate an action creator called addItem and an action type slice name slash addItem. Second benefit is cleaner and organized code. It makes writing this reducer a lot easier because we no longer need that switch statement, and also the default case is automatically handled. Since createSlice combines action creators, action types, and reducers in one place, it keeps all the related logic organized and easy to read. So each slice of the state is contained within its own slice, making it easier to maintain and debug. For example, for pizza, I will be creating pizza slice For burger, I will be creating burger slice. So each and every slice of the state is contained within its own slice. Third benefit is it is going to simplify reducer logic with Immer. So Redux Toolkit integrates the Immer library by default, allowing us to write mutative logic in our reducers. This makes the code cleaner because we can directly change the state properties as if the state is mutable, and Immer takes care of immutability behind the scene. But behind the scene, Redux Toolkit still requires this kind of logic where we do not mutate the state, but using Immer, we will now be able to convert this kind of logic to a mutating logic. And last and fourth final benefit is reduces boilerplate. Traditional Redux setup requires defining action types, action creators, and reducer functions separately, which can lead to a lot of repetitive code. But using this createSlice function, we are going to combine all into single slice, making the code simpler and shorter. So createSlice combine create reducer and create action to automatically generate initial state, reducers, and action creators. So initial state, which will be having default values for a slice of a state, reduces functions that describe how the state should change in response to actions, action creators function that can be dispatched to trigger reducers. And this is the syntax of create slice. Inside that, we are going to pass name of the slice, then we will be passing initial state, and then finally we are going to pass reducer, inside which we are going to define action creators. Let us start with the first feature, that is pizza. And let me tell you, this will be one of the important lecture because in this I will be showing you how to define actions and reducers for our pizza feature. So first step, inside this pizza folder, I am going to create one file. I will write pizza slice.js. Okay, this is the naming convention which we follow in Redux Toolkit. Our file name should be having the suffix as slice. Okay, don't forget to give this slice whatever feature we are having, feature name slice.js. In Redux, what we have seen for action type, for action creator, for reducer, we have created separate file. But in Redux Toolkit, the suggested way is to group all the reducer logic and actions for a single feature in single file. So in single file, I am going to define reducer and action. After creating the file, inside this, first we have to import createSlice from Redux Toolkit. Now we are still in Node.js environment, so I'm just going to use required keyword. But later on, when we start with React, then we are going to use ES6 import and export. Here I will be creating the variable createSlice is equal to required. Inside this, I have to pass Redux Toolkit, and from this Redux Toolkit, I just have to access this createSlice method. Okay, simple enough. I'm just requiring this package, and from that package, I'm just accessing this createSlice method. Once we have access to this method, below this, I'm just going to invoke this method. And whatever value we are going to get from this, we are just going to assign to a variable. Here I will write const. I will give the variable name as pizza slice. And this create slice will be accepting an object of options. So here I'm just going to pass this object. Okay, you simply have to open this curly braces. Inside this, we are going to specify three properties. First will be the name of the slice. So here you have to write name, and name of the slice is nothing but pizza. Okay, this is the first property which I have defined inside this createSlice. First, name of the slice, and that is nothing but pizza. Second, I'm just going to define initial state. As of now, in my application, I have not defined initial state. So here, above this pizza slice, I'm just going to create initial state, const initial state, and state is nothing but it is an object. Inside that, I'm just going to give pizza base, and by default in my shop I'm having 1000 pizza base. Same way how we have created state in Redux, same way I'm just going to create the state. And this initial state I will be passing as second property inside this createSlice. So this is the property, and for this I'm just going to assign this initial state. But here if you see, we have same name for property and key. So in JavaScript, using ES6 shorthand notation, if our key and value is same, then simply I'm just going to remove this. Why? Because if we are having same name, then two times you do not have to write. If you write only one time, it is simply like we are writing key value pair. Then finally, third property, we are going to define our reducer function. Here I will write reducer. Okay. You should not only write reducer, instead you should be writing reducers. Why? Because inside this we can add multiple reducers, and one reducer will be there for each of the actions which we are going to define in this pizza shop. So this is my key. This reducer will be taking object as its value, and inside this object we are going to specify individual state transition. Now just take a moment and go back to Redux example. There we have defined reducer. Inside that we are having switch statement, and then we have given the case as order pizza and order burger. When my action is order pizza, I am decreasing the pizza base by 1. If my action is order burger, then I am just decreasing the burger buns by 1. But here in Redux Toolkit, instead of writing switch statement, instead of writing different cases, everything will be handled behind the scene. So here inside this, I'm just going to specify pizza order. Okay, this is nothing but property inside this reduces key. So now here what I have done, I have created my first reducer pizza order, but in Redux Toolkit, this will be considered as action creator. And we already know reducer is nothing but a function. So here similar way I'm just going to pass as a function. This is nothing but property. So inside this value I am passing this function which will be taking current state and action as its argument. Here I'm just going to define arrow function. If this was Redux application, inside reducer we were using switch statement, then we were adding cases, then inside that first we would have copied our entire state, and later on whatever properties I want to update, only those properties I will be updating. But in Redux Toolkit, what we will do, directly I'm just going to update the state. So here I will be writing state dot, I just want to update this pizza base, and whenever I'm just dispatching pizza order, I just want to decrease this pizza base by 1. So here I'm just using decrement operator. Each and every time when I dispatch this action, I'm just going to decrease the pizza base by 1. So inside this reducer, I have defined my first reducer pizza order, where I have passed state and action as its argument, and inside that I am just returning state dot pizza base minus minus. Now in this example I do not need action, so you can simply ignore this action. And if you just compare with Redux, in Redux we used to assign this state to initial state, but in Redux Toolkit, we are not going to assign. Now you can see we have reduced lot of boilerplate code. We have not created any action type. We have not created action creator separately inside reducer. We are not using switch statement, and also we are not passing default case. Everything is handled by Redux Toolkit. So inside this create slice, you have to specify three properties: name of the slice, initial state, and then you have to specify the reducer. And for this reducer, we are going to pass object as its value. Now below this, I will simply log this pizza slice, save it, open terminal, clear this. Now this pizza slice is present inside features folder. So first, I'm just going to come inside this features. Then I will come inside this pizza folder. Now I'm just going to execute this node pizza slice.js. Hit enter. Now you can see what it has given. Using this create slice, first I'm having name of the slice. Then you can see I'm having this reducer, and reducer is nothing but function. And inside that reducer, whatever I have added, that will be treated as action creator. You can see that will be treated as action creator. So this pizza order will be treated as action creator, and we already know action creator is nothing but it is a function. So that is the reason we are passing function. And then finally we are having action type, and that is nothing but pizza slash pizza order. Now how we got this? This pizza is nothing but name of the slice, and slash pizza order is nothing but name of the action creator. So in this way, our action type will be defined by Redux Toolkit. So here we are having name of the slice, then we are having reducer function, then inside that you can see this is nothing but actions, and inside that we are having our action creator, and then type is defined by passing slice name and action creator name. All these things you do not have to worry, but only thing you should remember, behind the scene, Redux Toolkit is able to manage entire thing. It is able to create action creators, action type, reducers. It is able to handle default state. It is able to do almost entire thing by reducing lot of boilerplate code. Once we are having this, now this reducer and this action creators we will be using in other files. So first thing, we have to export this reducer and action creator. So for reducer, we are going to do default export. So here I'm just going to write module.export, and this is the syntax we are going to follow in Node.js environment whenever we are doing default export. Then this is my slice name. I will just write here pizza slice dot. Let me open, and you can see I am having reducer name reducer. I am having reducer, but while defining I have given reducers. So here you have to export this reducer. So inside this I am just going to pass this reducer. But while exporting, whatever we got from the create slice, that we have to export. Okay, this is the default export. Here I will write the comment default export. Now for action creator, I'm just going to do named export. So again, I will be writing module.exports. Now I have to give the name. Here simply I'm just going to specify pizza actions is equal to, then I will be writing pizza slice dot. Let me open terminal. Inside this actions, you can see inside this actions, I am having my action creators. So here pizza slice dot actions. So in this way, we are going to do default export of reducer and named export of action creators. I will write here named export. If you see here, we have reduced lot of boilerplate code and we have already addressed the concerns which we had in Redux. And also we have reduced importing additional libraries because Redux Toolkit abstract all the work from the developers. Successfully, we have created our first slice, that is pizza slice. Successfully, we have completed creating pizza slice. Now let's see how to configure store in Redux Toolkit. And if you remember, I have already mentioned Redux Toolkit is 100% compatible with regular Redux, which means we can upgrade the Redux store in very gradual way. So here we have exported reducer and we have done default export, and also we have exported action, and here we have done named export. Now we are going to configure store. I have created store.js. I'm just going to open this file. And if you remember, in Redux, we use this create store method. And if you see here, this create store is already deprecated. And here they are suggesting us to use configure method from Redux Toolkit package. Now what we will do, instead of using this create store, we are going to use configure store method which is available inside Redux Toolkit package. So here I will write const, then I will be writing configure store is equal to, first I'm just going to import this Redux Toolkit package, and from this package I'm just going to access this configure store. Okay, instead of using create store, I'm just going to use this configure store, and this function basically wraps around create store and it will be adding new functionalities to it. Basically, this configure store method will be doing lot of things by itself. First, automatically it will be combining all the reducers. Second, automatically it will be adding Thunk middleware. And third, automatically it is going to set up developer tool. So once I have access to this configure store, below this I'm just going to invoke this configure store. And then whatever value it is returned, we are just going to assign to a variable called store. Same thing we have used in Redux. Instead of configure store, we used create store, and that value we assigned inside this store. And our create store was accepting reducer, but inside this configure store, we are going to pass object as its argument. And inside this, first thing we are going to specify is our reducer. And this is where we are going to specify all the reducers from the slices that belong to specific features. So here, first I'm just going to pass the reducer, and inside this I will be passing this as an object. Okay, this is nothing but key reducer. Inside that I'm just passing object, and this is where we are going to specify multiple reducers. First feature, I'm having pizza, and for that I'm just going to give the reducer name as pizza reducer. So here I'm just using reducer. Once I'm using reducer, I just have to import reducer. Here I'm just going to give pizza reducer. You can give any name. Whatever name you give, same name you have to give. Why I am giving pizza reducer? Because I have done default export of my reducer. So that is the reason I am giving the name as pizza reducer. If you want, you can give any name. Accordingly, you have to change the name here. So first, I will be writing required. And inside this, now I have to specify the file path. So I will write dot dot slash. I will come inside these features. Then I will come inside this pizza folder. Inside that, I am having pizza slice. So here, inside one file, we can only have one default export. So now it will consider reducer as its default export, and in place of this it is just going to access reducer, and that reducer will be given to this key. Okay, this is how we are going to pass reducer inside configure store. So this configure store will be taking object as its argument. Inside that, first we are going to specify our reducers, and inside this we can give multiple reducers. Basically we are combining multiple reducers of different feature. Now second, we are going to implement burger. Similarly, directly I can write burger, and then I will be writing burger reducer. But in Redux, what we did, if we are having multiple reducer, we were using the method combine reducer to combine all the reducers. But inside this configure store, by using this syntax, we can simply combine the reducer without the need of extra method. So as of now, I am only having pizza slice. So that is the reason I am passing pizza reducer for this pizza key. Now this store I have to use in other files. So below this, I am just going to do default export of this store. So here I will be writing module dot exports is equal to, directly I will be writing store. Why? Because I have given here store, so that is the reason I am passing the variable store. But inside this pizza slice, I am giving dot reducer and dot actions, because this pizza slice was giving all these options. So that is the reason we have exported this reducers and actions in this way. But while exporting the store, you have to export in this way. Now if you see here, this simplification of setting up the store is already a huge win. You don't have to write lot of code. Only by using this, we have set up our store. Now next, I will come inside index.js, where we are going to display initial state and updated state. I will come inside index.js. First thing, I just have to import my store. Here I will write const store is equal to, I will write this required. Now I will come inside this apps folder. Inside that I am having store. Whenever you are importing local modules, then you have to specify this dot slash. But if you are just importing the packages, you don't have to specify the dot slash. Directly you have to give package name. Now successfully I have imported store. Below this I will write log. Inside this I'm just going to give initial state. And how we can access initial state? Inside this store, we are having this getState method. Okay, same thing. Whatever we have done inside the Redux, entire thing will be same. But instead of using additional methods, we are simply going to use configure store, and we are just going to access initial state. Now here, I will do Control J. Now this index.js is available inside Redux Toolkit. First, I will clear terminal. I will come outside of this. Then again, I will come outside. Now I am inside this Redux Toolkit folder. I will write node index. Hit enter. Now you can see successfully I am able to access initial state, where I am having the key as pizza, which I have specified here. And then finally, my initial state, whatever we have specified inside this pizza base, I am able to access that initial state. Okay, rest entire thing will be same. Only thing, instead of using create store and combining multiple reducer, I am going to use configure store, which will be doing lot of things automatically for us. Now I'm just going to come inside index.js. Now what I will do, I'm just going to subscribe to my store for any changes. Here I will be writing store.subscribe. This is nothing but it is a function, and inside this I'm just going to write log. Here I will write updated state. Again from this store I will just access this get state. Save it. Again, if I run this, nothing changes. I am only able to display initial state. Why? Because if we want to update something inside the store, we have to dispatch the actions. And before that, whatever value is returned, I'm just going to store inside this unsubscribe variable. Because once the changes are done inside the store, we have to unsubscribe from the store. Once it is done, below this, I'm just going to unsubscribe. In between, what I have to do, I have to dispatch actions. So from this store, I will access this dispatch function. Inside this, I have to define action. So here, inside this pizza slice, I have already exported this pizza action. So first thing, I'm just going to import this pizza action. Here I will write const. Then I'm just going to give pizza action. You have to give the same name because I have mentioned the name here. Is equal to, then I will be giving required. Inside this, I'm just going to specify the file path. I will come inside this features. Then I will come inside pizza. Then I'm just going to specify pizza slice. And then from this file, I just have to access this pizza action. Let me just open terminal. Inside this, if you see, we are having action, and then inside that we are having pizza order, and that is nothing but our action creator. So while dispatching here, we have to specify our action, and action we have already imported. I will copy this, and here I'm just going to paste. And inside this action, okay, this is what we have imported. Inside this action, we are having pizza order. So this is nothing but object. Now I have to access this pizza order. Here I will write dot, and then I'm just going to write pizza order. Okay, simple enough. Inside this pizza slice, as soon as the action is dispatched, I'm just reducing the pizza base by 1. Directly, I'm mutating the state because behind the scene, Redux Toolkit will be using Immer Library. So that is the reason. First, I have not copied the state. Instead, directly, I'm just mutating the state. So now, once it is done, I will open terminal, run this. You can see successfully, I'm able to access initial state. As soon as the action is dispatched, this got executed and I am able to reduce pizza base by 1, and here I am having 999 pizza base. So if you see here inside this Redux toolkit, separately we are not defining any reducer. Inside that we are not passing multiple switch statement. We are not defining action creators, action type. Simply inside this create slice, for each and every slice, we are passing these 3 properties, and then inside the store.js, we are just configuring the store in which we can pass multiple reducer. Here, we do not have to use combined reducer. Instead, using this configure store, everything will be happening automatically. Then finally, inside this index.js, we are just getting access to get state and updated state by using this get state. And also we have subscribed to the store. Once we dispatch the action successfully, we are able to decrease the pizza base by 1. But later, when we see Redux Toolkit with React, this importing and exporting will be different. Rest entire thing will be same. Now, let us start with the second feature, that is burger. So this will be like a challenge for you. What you have to do, same thing what we have done for pizza slice. You have to create file burgerslice.js, and inside that you have to repeat the same step. And then inside store.js, you have to pass the reducer, and inside index.js, you have to dispatch the action. So now take your time and do the steps by yourself. Once it is complete from your end, you can continue watching this video. Let's get started. I will select this burger folder. Inside this, I'm just going to create burgerslice.js. So here, first thing what we have to do, we have to import createSlice is equal to require, and from where I have to get from Redux Toolkit package, and here I'm just going to mention createSlice. Once I have imported, I just have to invoke this createSlice, and whatever value I am getting, I'm just going to assign to the variable burger slice. And inside this createSlice, I'm just going to pass object as its argument. Inside this object, I'm going to specify three properties. First, name of the slice, I will give burger. Separate by comma, then I have to specify initial state. So here above this, I'm just going to create initial state, and inside this, I'm just going to give burger buns. And by default, I will give the value 200. And in Redux, if you remember, for different reducer, we have given different variable name for initial state. But in Redux Toolkit, you don't have to do, because for each and every feature, we are going to write the logic in separate files. Then finally, inside this createSlice, I will be mentioning this reducers. And again here, I will be passing this object. Then here, inside this, I will write burger order. This is nothing but a function. Inside this, I will be passing state and action. But action, as of now, I do not need. So only I'm going to pass state. I'm just going to specify my reducer. But using this createSlice, what we are doing, we are actually defining the action creator. And using the slice name and the action creator, we are just defining the action type. Inside this, directly, I'm just going to mutate my state. Each and every time when this action is dispatched, I'm just going to decrease the burger buns by 1. Once it is done, once this slice is complete, below this, I just have to export this reducer. So here, I will write module.exports is equal to, from this burger slice, I just want to access this reducer. Here, do not get confused why we are writing reducers and why we are writing reducer here, because this is the property where we can define multiple reducers. And here, this is the reducer which is returned from this createSlice. Here I will write correct spelling. Then I'm just going to do module.exports. Now I'm going to do name export. So here I will write burger actions is equal to, from this burger slice, I just want to export this actions. Once exporting is done, I will come to store.js. Inside this, I'm just going to define this reducer. I will give the key as burger, and then I'm just going to give burger reducer. Once I'm using this burger reducer, I have to import that burger reducer. So below this, I'm just going to write burger reducer is equal to require, and from which file I have to access. Inside this features, I am having burger folder. Inside that, I am having burger slice. And if you notice, after this, I am not writing dot pizza reducer and dot burger reducer. Why? Because we have done default export of these reducers. And here, if you notice, directly inside this reducer, I can specify multiple reducers from different features. I don't have to use combined reducer, which we have used in our classic Redux. So everything will be done automatically by using this configure store. Once we have just included our reducer, next step, I will come inside this index.js. Below this, I'm just going to dispatch the action. I will write store.dispatch. Inside this, I'm just going to write burger actions. As soon as I hit enter, burger action is being imported, and from here I just have to access this burger order. And now if you see, for named export, you can also import in this way. Instead of writing .pizza action, this entire thing you can wrap inside this curly braces. Okay, I have shown you two ways of importing. So this is the first way. Instead of wrapping inside this curly braces, I am just accessing this pizza action. But if you do not want to do this extra step, you can only wrap this entire name inside this curly braces. Now two times I'm just going to dispatch this burger order, and pizza order also I'm just going to dispatch two times. I will open terminal. I will run this. Now you can see initial state. Now I am having pizza base as well as I am having burger buns. First time I have dispatched pizza order. So pizza is reduced by 1. Burger remains same. Again I have dispatched pizza. Pizza is reduced by 1. Burger remains same. Then I have dispatched burger. Pizza remains same. Burger is reduced by 1. Then again I have dispatched burger. Burger is reduced by 1 and pizza remains same. This is how we are going to write the code in Redux Toolkit. By seeing this, you can imagine how we have improvised the Redux code and how we have reduced multiple lines of code. So inside this single slides itself, we are just defining entire action creator, action type reduces, entire thing inside this single slice. Once it is done, we are just passing the reducer inside the store, and finally inside this index.js, we are dispatching the action. Based on the action dispatched, our store will be updated, and inside that, whatever state we are having, that will be updated. So this is the reason I already mentioned you. First, you should have clear understanding of Redux to understand this complete structure of the code. Now, I will be showing you how to apply middleware with Redux Toolkit, and I will be using the same middleware, that is logger middleware, using which we can log all the information related to our dispatch. Once you learn this, you will be able to extend Redux Toolkit functionality using middleware. So first, we have to install the package. I will open terminal. Inside this, I will write npm install Redux logger. Hit enter. Now the package is installed. I will open this package.json. Inside this, you can see I am having Redux logger package. I will close. Now I will just open this store.js. So in plain Redux, what we did, inside the create store, we passed the apply middleware function. But in Redux Toolkit, inside this configure method, we are going to pass middleware property. So here, this is our first property reducer. Below this, I will just separate by comma. Then below this, I'm just going to add middleware property. Exact same name I'm just going to pass. And for this property, I'm just going to assign arrow function. And inside this function, we will be passing argument called getDefaultMiddleware. So here I will write getDefaultMiddleware. Inside this function, we are just passing this getDefaultMiddleware. And what we will do, from this function, implicitly we are going to return this argument. Now what we will do, from this function, implicitly we are going to return this getDefaultMiddleware. I will copy this, and inside this I'm just going to paste. Now in Redux Toolkit, what happens, by default this configure store function will automatically add some middleware inside our store setup. So by default, this configure store function will be adding some middleware. So whatever middleware we are going to use, we are just going to append that middleware inside that list. So here we are just going to concatenate our middleware. To use our middleware, first we should be importing our logger middleware package. So here below this, I will be writing Redux logger, and here I will write require. Inside this, I'm just going to import this Redux logger package. And from this package, if you remember what method we have to access, we have to access create logger method. So below this, directly you can add the method here, but let me create another variable logger is equal to, from this Redux logger, I just want to access this create logger. Let me explain you again. This configure store function is going to add some middleware to the Redux setup automatically. So that is the reason whatever default middleware we are having, we are just going to concatenate our middleware. Basically, we are just going to append our middleware to this list. So after returning this get middleware implicitly, here I will be using concat function. Inside this, I'm just going to pass my logger middleware. So this is one simple step you have to follow whenever you want to use middleware inside Redux Toolkit. Now I will come to index.js, and from here I will just come in this updated state. Why? Because now using our logger middleware, we are just going to handle all the information. I will open terminal. I will run this index. Hit enter. Now you can see successfully I am able to log the information. And also I suggest you to watch this entire logs, because using this you will be able to find lot of things. You can see first I have dispatched order pizza, and if you closely notice here in green color we are having our action type. In Redux Toolkit we have manually not given action type. Manually we have not created action creator. By itself using createSlice it is going to create. So this is nothing but a slice name, and this is nothing but a reducer name. So using that we are able to get our action type. If I show you, you can see inside createSlice we have passed this burger, and then inside that we are specifying our reducer. So similarly for pizza also we have defined in this way. So that is the reason this is my action type. So this was the previous state, and after dispatching the action my pizza base is reduced by 1. Again after this you can see again I am dispatching pizza, it is reduced by 1. After that I am dispatching burger, you can see burger slash burger order. Now my burger is reduced by 1. Again I am dispatching burger, so burger is reduced by 1. So this is how we are going to apply middleware in Redux Toolkit. And also inside Redux Toolkit all the Redux principles will be followed. So we have an action which is having the type, and this type is describing what happens. So here Redux Toolkit is going to abstract all the work away from the developers. So now you will be able to understand why you should be learning Redux first before starting with Redux Toolkit. Now I am going to show you one important concept in Redux Toolkit, that is usage of extra reducer. But before that, first in plain Redux, you should understand this concept. I am dispatching order pizza. As soon as I dispatch order pizza, here number of pizza base will be reduced by 1. And here I am dispatching order burger. As soon as I dispatch this, number of burger buns will be decreased by 1. So here basically what happens, whenever we dispatch the action, both the reducers will be receiving that action. So here I am dispatching order pizza. So what happens, both the reducer pizza and burger will be receiving that action. So now if both the reducers are receiving the action, how it is able to understand, how it is able to update only those particular state. So here whenever we are dispatching action, what happens? Both pizza and burger reducer will be receiving that action. But here, one of them will be acting on that action, whereas other just ignore that action. Why? Because we have passed order pizza, and this order pizza is nothing but action creator, which is returning action. And inside that we are having type as order pizza. So that is the reason this reducer will be acting on that dispatch, and this reducer is just going to ignore that dispatch. So to understand this, let me tell you one simple scenario. Now here, as I mentioned, shop owner has hired two chefs. One will be managing pizza and one will be managing burger. Now, because of this pizza and burger, shop is having more sale. So now shopkeeper has announced the sale so that many customer will be visiting his shop. And the sale is whenever customer order pizza, they are going to get one burger free. Now for burger, we have created separate reducer. So what I will do? So now inside this burger reducer, I will be adding the case. Here I will be writing case. Now here inside this, instead of passing order burger, I am just going to pass this order pizza. Here I will write return. I will just explain you what I am doing. First inside this, I am just going to copy my entire state. After that, what I have to do, whenever I am ordering pizza, inside this burger reducer, I just have to decrease the burger buns by 1. So same thing I will copy, and inside this I will be pasting. So now here what happens, whenever I dispatch this order pizza, both the reducer will be receiving that action. So inside this reducer will be receiving the action. It is going to act and it will be decreasing the pizza base by 1. Then this reducer will also receive the action. Before, it was not having this case, so simply it just ignored the action. But now we are having the case as order pizza, so this reducer will also be receiving the action. Now in this case, what we are doing, we are just decreasing the burger buns by 1. So one thing you should remember, whenever we are dispatching the action, both the reducers will be receiving the action, where one of them will act on the action and other will just ignore the action. So each reducer will be updating their application state, but they can still respond to any actions dispatched in our application. If this case was not there, it will simply ignore. But as we are having this case, first let me open terminal. Inside this, I will write node multiple reducer.js. Hit enter. Now you can see first time what I have done, I have dispatched order pizza. First I am just printing my initial state. After that I have dispatched order pizza. So both the reducers receive that action. So pizza base is reduced by 1, and inside that burger bun, what I am doing, I am just decreasing the burger by 1. So whenever I am dispatching pizza, basically whenever customer is ordering pizza, they are getting burger for free. So that is the reason whenever pizza is decreased by 1, burger bun is also decreased by 1. Again I am dispatching pizza, pizza is decreased by 1, as well as burger is decreased by 1. After that, I am dispatching burger. Now again, both the reducers will be receiving the action. But now, pizza reducer is going to ignore, but burger reducer is going to act on that action and it will reduce the burger by 1. Similarly, for the last dispatch, pizza is going to ignore, but burger is going to respond, and in return, burger buns will be reduced by 1. So this is very important concept you should understand. In Redux, whenever we are dispatching action, both the reducers will be receiving the action and accordingly they are going to act on that action. Now, why I have shown you this concept? Because in plain Redux, while dispatching the action, both the reducers will be receiving the action. One will be acting and other will be ignoring the action. But same thing does not happen in Redux Toolkit. Why? Because by default, inside Redux Toolkit, reduces from, this is the reducer from one create slice is going to respond to the action type generated by the same createSlice, because this createSlice will only respond to the action type that is generated by same slice. But if you want your slice to respond to other action type apart from the types which it has generated, then we are going to use the concept of extra reducer. Extra reducers, as the name indicates, they are additional reducers apart from the reducers which are generated by createSlice. So here in Redux Toolkit, what happens whenever we are dispatching the action, only that reducer which is having the action type will be accepting the action and other will simply ignore that action. So if action is supposed to be handled by one reducer, then you should be using reducer. But if the action is supposed to be handled by multiple reducers, then you should be using extra reducer. Basically, in these slices, we have already defined the reducer, and this reducer you want to use in multiple slices, then you will be using extra reducer. So I will be working with the same scenario. Whenever you are ordering pizza, you are getting burger for free. So in Redux Toolkit, I will be working for burger slice. Below this, okay, this is my reducer property. Below this reducer property, I am just going to add another property called extra reducer. I will separate by comma. Below this, I am just going to write extra reducer, same name, and this is nothing but function. I will be passing it as function. Okay, this is the suggested approach you have to follow in the same way. Then inside this function, I will be passing one argument called builder. You can give any name, but in Redux Toolkit, this is the convention we follow. We simply pass builder as its argument. Now inside this function, what we will do, using this builder, we are going to add the case. So here I will be writing builder. Now for this builder, I will be attaching this method add case. You can see I am getting the suggestion. I will click on this add case. And inside this method, we are going to pass two arguments. First is the action type. So here, what I want to do, whenever I am ordering pizza, I just have to reduce the burger by 1. So here, my action type will be related to pizza. So here, I am just going to write pizza action. As soon as I hit enter, pizza action is imported. And from there, what I have to do, I just have to mention this pizza order. How we have dispatched, same way you just have to pass that pizza action dot pizza order, but you don't have to call, simply you have to pass action type. After that, I'm just going to pass the second argument, and it is nothing but a function, and this function is basically a reducer type of a function. So here we have to pass state and action as its argument. As of now, I am not working with action. So here simply I will be passing state. I will open this function. Now what I have to do, whenever I am ordering pizza, I just have to reduce the burger by 1. And directly I can mutate the state. I will copy state dot burger buns minus minus. So here using this extra reducer, I am just adding this pizza action case where I am just reducing the burger by 1. But in plain Redux, what we did, inside burger reducer, we have added the case and we have copied our entire state, and after that we have reduced our burger buns. But in this Redux toolkit, now this burger slice is not going to respond to any other slice. First will be our action, what we have specified while dispatching, and second will be the function. Basically, this will be reducer type of function. So that is the reason inside this function we can pass state and action as its argument. And inside that, what I have to do, I just have to reduce the burger by 1. Now I will open terminal. Before that, let me just save this file. Open terminal, clear this. Now I will run node index, hit enter. Now you can see I am using middleware. So here I am having this result, initial state, okay, I am able to get. Now if you see, whenever I am dispatching pizza, my burger is also reduced by 1. Second, again I am dispatching pizza, my burger is reduced by 1. After that, I am dispatching burger, only burger is reduced by 1. Again I am dispatching burger, my burger is reduced by 1, but my pizza remains same. So in Redux Toolkit, directly passing the reducer name inside the slice, we are going to make use of extra reducer. This concept is very important because whenever you are working on project, you want your slice to respond to other action types. So that is the reason I have shown you this concept, as well as we have seen how this will be working in plain Redux. Now let us start how to perform asynchronous operation in Redux Toolkit. For that, you should understand createAsyncThunk function. In Redux Toolkit, this function is used to create asynchronous actions, typically for handling API requests in Redux. And this allows us to handle different states like pending, fulfilled, and rejected automatically without writing much boilerplate code. So, to implement this, we are going to follow 3 steps. First step, we are going to define async thunk. Then, we are going to handle thunk in a slice. And finally, we are going to dispatch async thunk. And for this first step, inside this Redux toolkit, we are having this create async thunk function, which will be accepting 2 parameters. And the first parameter is the action name, and the second is the callback function. Then, inside the second step, we are going to handle thunk in a slice. So, create async thunk function is going to dispatch the promise lifecycle actions, and those are pending, fulfilled, and rejected. Pending when the request is initiated, fulfilled when the request is successful, and rejected when there is an error while fetching the data. So here we can listen to these action types with a reducer function and perform the necessary state transitions. And these reducers are not generated by the slice. So here we are going to use the concept of extra reducers. Practically, when we implement this, you will understand in more better way. Then finally, we are having the third step, that is to dispatch this async thunk. Now practically, let us perform asynchronous action using Redux Toolkit. One by one, I will be showing you all the steps, so it is very important you follow these steps. So here, this is another feature. So first, inside this features folder, I am going to create the folder. I will give my features folder name as product. Then inside this, I am just going to create productslice.js. Then here, what we have to do? First, we have to import createSlice. So here, I will be writing createSlice. As of now, we are still working on Node.js environment. So here, I will be using required. And from this Redux toolkit, I just want to access this createSlice. Then below this, I'm just going to invoke this createSlice. And inside this, I will be passing object of options. And this entire value, I will be storing inside this variable product slice. And inside this createSlice, I have to specify 3 properties. First, name of the slice, I will be giving product. Then I have to specify initial state. Before that, let me create initial state, and this initial state will be exactly same as what we have seen in plain Redux. So here I will be writing initial state. Inside this, I am going to specify 3 properties. First, loading, and for this I will assign the value false. Then I am just going to give products, and initially I will not be having any products, So I will assign empty array. Then finally, I will be creating error property, and for this, I will just give empty string. Okay, simple. I have just created my initial state, and inside this createSlice, second property, I will be passing as initial state. Now, in previous example, third property we have passed as reducer, but while fetching the data, I will not be creating my own reducer. So now what I will do, I will be using createAsyncThunk function, which is provided by Redux Toolkit. And using this function, we can dispatch asynchronous actions. So here below this, first I'm just going to get create async thunk method from Redux Toolkit. So here I will write const, then create async thunk. You can give any name here, is equal to require. Inside this, I will be passing this Redux Toolkit package, and then here I'm just going to write this create async thunk. Okay. Here, whatever previous steps we have done inside this createSlice, I have done the same thing. Only thing, I have not created my own reducer. Now here, I have just required my create async thunk function. Now here, above this createSlice, I will just do the first step, that is defining create async thunk. I will write here create async thunk. This is nothing but function, and whatever value I am getting, I am just going to assign inside this variable. I will write fetch products. Okay, this is how I am going to invoke this create async thunk function. And this function is going to accept two parameters. First is the action type, and second we have to pass callback function. So here inside this, how we are going to pass the action type? Here I will be writing product. This is nothing but our slice name. I will write product. You can see this is the product. And if you remember, our action type will be having slice name slash reducer name. So here I will give the slash, and after that I will simply give fetch products. And inside this Redux toolkit, automatically action creators will be created using this reducers. Okay, this is the first argument we have to pass inside this create async thunk, that is our action type. And second argument, we have to pass callback function, which is going to create the payload. So here I will be using this arrow function. Now inside this, I am going to write entire logic to fetch products data from API. So for that, first I have to install Axios package. Here I will write npm I Axios. Hit enter. Now package is installed. I will open package.json. Inside this, I am having this Axios. So now inside this second argument of create async thunk function, we are just going to get our API URL. So here I will be writing return, and inside this I will be writing axios.get, and from this fake store API, I will just click on this products. I will copy this link, and inside this get method, I'm just going to paste the link. Now this Axios is going to return a promise, so we are going to add then method. So below this, I will be writing dot then. Whatever response I am getting, I will just write a response, and from that response, I'm just going to access my data. And this is nothing but array. So what I will do, before that, I'm just going to log this data, response.data. I will remove this semicolon. So here inside this create async thunk, I am going to pass two argument. First is the action type, and second I am just going to pass the callback function, where I will be writing entire logic to fetch my API data. And inside this, I do not have to write any catch block. Why? Because create async thunk will automatically dispatch lifecycle actions based on the returned promise. So a promise can either be pending, a promise can either be fulfilled, or a promise can either be rejected. So createAsyncThunk generates pending, fulfilled and rejected action types. So now what I will do, I'm just going to listen to this action type with our reducer function, and we are going to perform necessary state transitions. So here these reducers we are not going to generate by ourselves. Instead, this createAsyncThunk will automatically dispatch these life cycle actions. So here inside this createSlice, what I will do, I'm just going to define this extra reducer. And what we have to assign? We have to assign function. And inside this function, what we will be passing? We will be passing builder argument. Inside this, I will be passing this builder dot add case. Inside this, we have to pass arguments. First is our action type. So from this fetch products, I'm just going to access the pending which we are getting from createAsyncThunk function. And second, we have to pass the function which is of reducer type. So here I will be writing state, and when my request is pending, what I have to do? I only have to update my loading property. And for this, I will give the value true. And rest two properties I do not have to change, and also I do not have to copy my entire state directly. Whatever properties I want to update, I am just going to update in this way. Then if I want to add another case, below this I will be writing builder, and here I will write add case. Inside this I will be giving the action type fetch product. Now I will be giving fulfilled. Now when my request is fulfilled, I will be having the data with me. So here I will be passing action. Now inside this, what I have to do? First, I have to set loading to false. Once my data is fetched, I do not want to show any spinner to user. So that is the reason I am setting loading to false. And below this, I will be giving state.products. And for this product, I am just going to assign the value as action.payload. Okay, behind the scene, we are going to get the payload from this createSlice itself. So whatever data we are having, that will be assigned to this payload. So that entire value, I'm just going to assign to this products property. Once my data or once my request is successful, only then I am getting the data and I am assigning to this property. And finally, I am having error builder.addCase. Inside that, fetch products.rejected. Okay, same name I am passing. Then here I will be writing state.action. So when my request is rejected, or if I am having any error, then what I will do? First, state.loading, I will just set it to false. Why I am just setting it to false? Because starting my data will be loaded. So here I have set loading to true. If I am having any error, then I have to set back loading to false, and after that I have to update my error property. And from this action I will be accessing error property, and there we are having another property message. So from this action I will access error, and whatever message I am having, I am just accessing entire message and I am updating my error property. So the concept is exactly same what we have learnt in plain Redux. So if you are having any doubt, just revisit Redux asynchronous operation and you will understand this entire logic. Once it is done, below this I am just going to log this product slice. I will open terminal. Now I am just going to run product slice. Hit enter. Now you can see I am having reducer. So while exporting, I should not be using extra reducer. I still have to use reducer. So here below this, I'm just going to write module.exports is equal to, from this product slice, I just have to export my reducer. Then I just have to export my action. I will write module.export, and here I will be doing named export is equal to, previously we have done product slice.action, but now we have not created actions by ourselves. Instead, using this createAsyncThunk function, we are dispatching actions which will be giving us the life cycle methods, that is pending, fulfilled and rejected. And using this extra reducer, we are handling those actions. So instead of exporting actions, we have to export our fetch products. Okay, whatever variable you have assigned for this createAsyncThunk function, same variable you have to export, and same variable you have to pass inside this at case. Now once it is done, I will open this store.js, and inside this I'm just going to include my reducer. Products, I will give the reducer name as product reducer. Copy, and below this I'm just going to import my product reducer. I will write required. I will come inside this features, then I will come inside this products, and then I will just come inside this product slice. And here I have commented this middleware because using this configure store, automatically we are going to get the middleware. So in Redux Toolkit, by default, we are going to have Thunk middleware. So you do not have to set the middleware. This logger middleware was not available. So that is the reason we have appended. But for Thunk middleware, you do not have to do any setup. So that is the reason I have commented this. And also, I'm just going to comment this. I do not need these two statements. So I have just commented. Now, once our reducer is included, I will open index.js. From here, I'm just going to comment all this dispatch. Below this, I will write store.dispatch. Inside this, I will be passing this fetch products. As soon as I hit enter, fetch product is imported from this file. And as this is named export, this entire thing is wrapped inside curly braces. Now I will open terminal. I will come out. Now I am just going to run node index. Hit enter. Now you can see successfully I am able to get entire products. But here this products, if you see, they are visible in the terminal because I have just logged my response.data. But here inside this updated state, I am having loading to true. My data is being fetched. Product is empty. I am not having any product, and error is empty. I will just come down. You can see inside the products property, I am not having this entire result. Instead, this data I am getting because I have just logged my entire response data. But from here, I only want to access the title, and this data is nothing but array of object. So I will look through all the data. Inside this, I will be giving products data. Here from this products data, I just want to assign this title, products data dot title. I will open terminal. Again, I am just going to run the command. Now you can see I am able to access all the title, but inside the updated state, my products property is not updated. Why? Because while dispatching this, we are directly dispatching our fetch product. So from here, I will remove this lock. I will be showing you why I am not able to get all the products title inside the products property, because while dispatching, I am just dispatching in normal way. But what I have to do, using this fetch product, this function is going to return promise. So what I have to do, I have to wait until my action is completed. So here I will be writing then method, and inside this I will write log. Then here I will write final state after updation. I will just access my state store.getState. Now I will open terminal, run this. Now you can see after waiting successfully, inside this products property, I am having all the title. Once my data is successful, my loading is set to false and I am not having any error. But here, if I just make some error inside this API, I will remove E. Again run this. Now you can see I will be having error. My product is empty and loading is set to false. I will just make this correct URL, save it, run. Now successfully I am able to access the result. Now you might have question why we are using this then method, because we are ensuring that this console log runs only after our data is being fetched, which will be giving us the final state of the store with the updated product list, or if you are having any error, it is going to give the error. So that is the reason while dispatching this fetch product, we are using this then method. If we do not use, then we will not be able to get the final result. So this is how we are going to perform asynchronous operation in Redux Toolkit. The first step, we have created products folder inside this features folder, and then we have created productslice.js. Then we have imported createSlice, and after that, inside this createSlice, we have defined product and initial state. And initial state we have defined with loading set to false, product set to empty array, and error set to empty string. And Redux Toolkit is going to provide createAsyncThunk function, which is going to dispatch asynchronous actions, and inside that we will be passing two arguments. First is the action type. So whatever name we have passed, exact same name, and after that I am simply passing this fetch products. And second is the callback function, where we are going to write the entire logic to fetch the API data. Now using this create async thunk, we are going to get lifecycle methods, that is pending, rejected and fulfilled. So to handle those actions, we are creating extra reducers. Why? Because these reducer manually we are not going to create. Instead, create async thunk will be providing the lifecycle methods. And remember, this callback function is going to return the promise. So that is the reason while dispatching this, we are just handling that promise. And after that, using extra reducer, we are just updating our entire state. And after that, we are exporting our reducer and action. Inside store, we are including our reducer. Inside index.js, we are dispatching this action. And once we run, we are successfully able to get the result. I know this is very confusing, but take your time and understand this concept, because performing asynchronous operation using Redux or Redux Toolkit is widely used in your projects. Now we have understood almost all important Redux Toolkit concept. Now we are going to see how to use Redux Toolkit with React as our UI library. So first I will be doing project setup, and I am going to use Vite. You can also use Create React app, but for this I will be using Vite. I have created folder React-Redux Toolkit. Right click, open with code. I'm just going to do the basic setup, so you should also follow the same steps. Open terminal. Inside this, I'm just going to type this command. Here, I'm going to write the command npm create vite at latest. Okay, exact same command you have to write. And then I will give the app name React-Redux Toolkit. Okay, this is the shortcut Redux Toolkit. Hit enter. Now here I will be having some options. Now I will be using with React. So using down arrow, I will come and I will be selecting React. Once I select, hit enter. Inside this, I am having multiple options. I am having TypeScript and I am having JavaScript. But as of now, we are just going to work with JavaScript. So here I will be selecting JavaScript. So as soon as I hit enter, this folder is created where I am having all the files and folders which are created using this Vite. So first step, what I have to do, I just have to come inside this folder. And after that, I have to run this npm install. Why? Because inside this folder, node modules folder is not present. So that is the reason we have to run this command. I will paste, hit enter. Now it will take some time to install all the packages. So I'm just going to fast forward this video. Now successfully node modules folder is created, and inside that I am having multiple packages. I will close. Now we are using Redux Toolkit. I'm just going to install Redux Toolkit as well. Here I will write npm install at redux.js/toolkit. I will open this package.json. Inside this dependencies, I am having this Redux Toolkit. Now I am just going to run this application npm run dev. You have to write this command to run the application. I will press control and I'm just going to click on this link. So now you can see successfully I have set up my React application using Vite. Now I am going to start with same burger and pizza application. For that, first we have to follow the same folder structure. So here inside this src, I will be creating the folder as app. Inside that, I will create store.js. Then inside src, I will be creating another folder features. And as of now, I am having two features, burger and pizza. So here I will write burger. And then again inside these features, I am going to create another folder pizza. Now inside this pizza, I will create pizzaslice.js. And inside this burger, I will be creating burgerslice.js. I will come inside this pizzaslice.js. Now I have also opened JavaScript application where we have used this Redux toolkit. Now inside this pizza slice, I am going to write the same code. Only thing that is going to change is import and export. So first thing, we have to import this createSlice. Here we were working in Node.js environment, so we use this required keyword. But now inside this, we are going to use ES6 import and export. So here I am going to write import. Then inside this, I am just going to write this createSlice. From hit enter. So successfully I have imported this createSlice from Redux Toolkit package. Then initial state createSlice, this entire thing will be same. I will copy and here I will be pasting. So inside this createSlice, I am having name of the slice, initial state, and I am having the reducer pizza order where I am decreasing the pizza base by 1. After that, I have to export my reducer. So for reducer, I am going to do default export. So how we are going to do default export? Here I will write export default, and from this pizza slice, I just have to export this reducer. Okay, entire thing is same. Only thing I am changing is import and export. And after that, I just have to export my action. So what I will do, from this pizza action, we are going to get the object. So directly, I am just going to destructure that object and I will be exporting my action. So here I am going to write const. Before that, let me just open this JavaScript application. Inside this, I am just going to run this command. Here I will run node index, and here if you see inside this action, I am having pizza order. So what I will do, directly I am just going to destructure pizza order. So here I will write export const, and inside this curly braces I am just going to pass pizza order. Exact same name which is present inside our reducer. And here I will be writing pizza slice.actions. So from this action, I have just destructured this pizza order. If I pass multiple action creators, then accordingly I can just destructure by separating with comma. Successfully, we have completed our pizza slice. Now I will open burger slice, and from here I'm just going to copy this import, and inside this I will be pasting, and this rest entire thing I will copy, and below this I will be pasting. And after that I have to do export default burger slice.reducer. Again export const. I'm just going to destructure. I will write burger order. From where I will be getting this value? I will be getting from burger slice.actions. Okay, not here. Let me copy. Instead, I'm just going to write burger slice.actions. Successfully, we have exported, but inside this burger slice, we have also used this extra reducer. And inside that, whenever we are ordering pizza, we are just decreasing the burger buns by 1. So here, what we have done, inside this pizza slice, I have just exported this pizza order. So here, I'm just going to import pizza order. Here I will write import. Inside this, I will give pizza order from this file, and for this pizza order I will be giving another name. Here I will write as, and then I will give pizza ordered. Now I will copy this name inside this. Okay, you don't have to pass this entire action. Instead, you simply have to write the name which I have given. Before that, I have given pizza action dot pizza order, because here we have not performed any restructuring, but here using this ES6 syntax directly I am destructuring, so that is the reason I do not have to mention pizza action dot pizza order. And also for readability I have changed the name, so here we have to pass exact same name which we have changed, and rest entire thing will be same. Then finally we have to set up our store. I will come here, I will increase the size. Inside this, first I'm just going to import configure store. Import, I will write configure store, hit enter. This method got imported from Redux Toolkit package. And below this, I'm just going to configure store. Inside this, I will be passing object of options. And this entire value, I'm just going to assign to this store. Now inside this, I will be passing the property reducer, and for pizza, I will give the key as pizza, and for this, I'm just going to assign the value as pizza reducer, separate by comma. Then here for burger slice, I will give the key as burger, and for this, I will assign the value as burger reducer. And both reducers, I have done default export. So here I will write import pizza reducer from, I will come inside this features, then pizza, then I will come inside this pizza slice. Similarly, I will write import, then I will be writing burger reducer from, come inside this features, come inside this burger, and finally burger slice. And this store also we have to use inside our components. So I'm just going to do default export of store. Export default store. Okay, exact same thing. Only thing we have changed is import and export. And also we have configured the store. So if you just compare this code with the plain Redux, then you will understand how much boilerplate we have reduced. So in JavaScript application, inside index.js, we have dispatched the actions. But now inside this React, what we will do, we are going to create components for pizza and burger. Now inside this pizza folder, I will be creating one file pizzaview.jsx. If you have set up a React app using Create React App, then you have to give the extension .js. But now I have set up using Vite, so here I am giving .jsx. And inside this, I will write RFCE. I will just change it to capital P. And here inside this, I will write H2. I will write number of pizza base. And by default, I will assign the value as 200. Below this, I will be creating one button, and inside this, I'm just going to give order pizza. And also, while exporting, I will be using capital P. Now, same thing I'm going to do for burger. Here, I will write burgerview.jsx. Again, inside this, I will be writing RFCE. I will change it to capital B. Here, as well as here, I'm just going to change it to capital B. Inside this, I will be writing H2. Here I will write number of burger buns. Below this, I will be creating button. Here I will write order burger. Save it. I will open terminal. So here we are having the link. I will press Ctrl, click on this link. Now you can see inside my application, nothing is rendered. Why? Because inside this suite, we are having main.jsx, inside which our app component is rendered. So here inside this app.jsx, we are having this default data. So that is the reason this entire data is displayed. I will select this entire thing, remove from here, and also I do not need this state. I will remove this entire inputs. Instead, what I will do here, I'm just going to render pizza view. I will just write here pizza. Hit enter. Successfully, pizza view is imported. Below this, I will be writing burger view. Burger view is also imported from this file. Now in my browser, you can see I am having number of pizza base. By default, I have given 200. Here I am having number of burger buns, and below this I am having this button. For this also, I will be giving some default value. So inside this, I will assign the value as 50. Save it. Now you can see here I am having 50. Successfully, we have created the components for pizza and burger. So now I have created my two components. Now what I have to do, I just have to give this component access to my Redux store. And how we can give access to the store? By using the provider component which is provided by React-Redux library. And this React-Redux library is the official binding for React. So now we have to use provider component. So we have to install our React-Redux library. I will open this new terminal. First, I will come inside this React RKT. Now I am just going to write this command npm install react-redux. Now I will open package.json. Inside this dependencies, you can see I am having React Redux. Close it. Now what I have to do, my entire top level component, I have to wrap inside provider component. Now what I will do, my entire app component, I will be wrapping inside provider component. And our app component is rendered inside this main.jsx. So this is my app component. So above this, I will be writing provider. Copy this closing provider, and below this, I'm just going to paste. So this app component, I'm just going to wrap inside this provider component. So now this provider component we will be getting from React Redux. So here I will be writing provider from React-Redux. But now the question is, I have only passed the provider component, but how we are going to get access to our store? We can get access to store by simply passing store as a prop. Store is equal to store. Now what I will do, below this I'm just going to import store. Import store from, I will come inside this app folder, then I will come inside this store.js. So this is how we are going to provide store to our entire component. And remember, whenever you are wrapping this provider component, it should be at top level of the component tree. Why? Because behind the scene, this provider component will be using context API. So that is the reason main app or the top level of app you should be wrapping using this provider component. And after that, our entire store we are going to pass as a prop. And later, whichever component needs the data, they can request the store, and in return they are going to get the data from store. Now I have provided store to all the components. Now what I just want to get access to my state which is available inside the store. For example, inside this pizza slice, I am having pizza base. For that, value is 1000. So inside pizza view component, I need to get access to that state and I want to display the value here. So for that, we are going to make use of useSelector hook, which is provided by React-Redux. And using that, we can get hold of any state which is maintained in Redux store. So first thing, I'm just going to import useSelector hook. And this is provided by React-Redux. And inside this functional component, I'm just going to call this useSelector. And this hook is going to accept function as its parameter, and inside this function we are going to pass Redux state as its argument. So here I will be writing state, and this function is called as selector function, and here I will write console.log. Inside this I will be writing state. Now from this selector function we are going to get some returned value. So that returned value I'm just going to assign to this variable. Here I will write pizza base. Below this, I'm just going to log pizza base. Save it. Inspect this. I will increase the size. Now you can see inside this I am having object. So inside my state, I am having burger buns and pizza base. So now I only want to access pizza base. So first I will access this pizza key where we have assigned a reducer inside the store. So this is our pizza key, and then once we get access to the reducer, then simply we are going to access this pizza base. So here instead of writing this, I will write state.pizza, which is the reducer key, and after that I am just going to give the property name which we have given in our state. Now I will come here, refresh once. Now you can see successfully I am able to access 1000. Now here, in place of this 200, I just have to display this pizza base. Before that, I will remove this log, remove it, save. Now here, I'm just going to write pizza base. Now this pizza base is having value 1000, so I'm just displaying in my component. Now you can see successfully I'm able to render the result and I'm able to display 1000 in my component. I will remove this log. So basically, this state is going to refer to the Redux state which contains multiple reducers. So that is the reason we have to pass the key which we have given inside the reducer, and after that we are just accessing the property which we have to display in the component. Now same thing I'm just going to do for burger view as well. I will open this. First thing, I have to import useSelector. And below this, I'm just going to call useSelector. Inside that, I will be passing selector function as its parameter, which will be taking Redux state as its argument. And from this state, for burger, I have given the key as burger. So here I will be passing burger. And what state I have to access? I have to access this burger buns. I will copy and here I will be pasting. So this function is going to return some value. So that value I'm just going to assign to burger buns. Now in place of this 50, I'm just going to render this burger buns. Save it. Now my default value is 200. You can see successfully I am able to access the state, and for pizza base I am able to display 1000, and for burger buns I am able to display 200. Now what I want, whenever I click on this button, I just want to reduce the pizza base by 1, as well as I have to reduce the burger buns by 1. So for that, we should be getting access to dispatch function. So again, for that, we are having hook available inside React Redux. So here, I'm just going to write useDispatch. I will separate by comma, and inside this, I will be writing useDispatch. So basically, what this hook will be doing, this hook is going to give reference to the dispatch function which is present inside our Redux store. So here below this, I'm just going to call this useDispatch, and this hook is going to return reference to dispatch function. So directly, I don't have to pass any arguments. That reference I'm just going to store inside this variable dispatch. You can give any name, but this is the convention we follow. Here I will be writing log, and then I will write dispatch. I will inspect. Now you can see I am having access to my dispatch function. Now as soon as I click on this, I am redirected to this dispatch. Again I will show you. As soon as I click on this, I am redirected to this dispatch. So using this hook, we get reference to dispatch function. Now what I have to do, whenever I click on this button, I have to dispatch this pizza order action. I'm just going to write onClick event handler. Then inside this, I will be passing this as a value. Here I will write dispatch, and my action is nothing but pizza order. As soon as I select this, pizza order is imported from pizza slice. You can see pizza order is imported from pizza slice. So what I am doing, as soon as I dispatch this action, I am just reducing the pizza base by 1. So entire logic is already present inside this createSlice. Now I'll come here, click on this. You can see successfully I am able to reduce this number of pizza base. Now if you see, number of burger buns is also getting reduced by 1, because whenever we are ordering pizza, you can see pizza ordered, we are just decreasing the burger buns by 1. Okay, this is the scenario we have understood. Whenever customer is ordering pizza, they are getting burger for free. So that entire logic we have written inside this extra reducer. So that is the reason whenever I click on this order pizza, both pizza base and burger buns is getting reduced by 1. Now same thing I'm just going to do for burger view. First thing, I'm just going to import useDispatch. Below this, I will be creating one variable dispatch, and for this I'm just going to assign this useDispatch. Now whenever I click on this, I just have to reduce the burger buns by 1. Inside this, I will be passing as a value dispatch. Then here I will write, let me come to burger slice. I will copy this burger order, and here I will be writing burger order. As soon as I hit enter, burger order is imported from burger slice. So as soon as I dispatch this action, what I am doing, I am just reducing the burger buns by 1. Now here, if I click on this, you can see only burger buns is getting reduced by 1. My pizza base remains same. Again I will click, you can see successfully I am able to reduce the burger buns by 1. But if I order pizza, both pizza base and burger buns will be reduced by 1 because that logic we have returned inside this extra reducer. If I come in this, come here, now you can see whenever I click on this, only pizza base will be reduced by 1. So that is the reason we have made use of extra reducer. Whenever you want your slice to respond to other actions, you will be using extra reducers. So now successfully we have got access to the state as well as we are able to dispatch the action and reduce the pizza and burger in our application. So now in this, what I want to show you, whenever customer is ordering pizza or burger, each and every time I don't want to reduce by 1. Instead, whatever number customer is entering, based on that number, I have to reduce my pizza base and burger buns. And also, I will be showing you one important point which you have to understand. So let's get started. So first, I will come inside this pizza slice, and here below that, I'm just going to create another action creator. Now below this, I will be creating another action creator, customer choice. Okay, in this way, you can add multiple action creator inside the reducer. Now here, I will be passing both state and action. I will just open this arrow function. Inside this, what I have to do, I just have to reduce the pizza base based on the number which is entered by the customer. So here I will write state.pizza base is equal to state.pizza base minus action.payload. Okay, in this way I have to reduce. We can just write in short form. I will just remove this pizza base. Instead, I will write minus equal to, which is as equal to previous one. So each and every time when the customer is ordering, based on the number customer has entered, I just have to reduce the pizza base by that number. So once I have created my action creator, here I just have to destructure and export that action creator. Now I will come to pizza view.jsx. Now inside this pizza view.jsx, I'm just going to create input field. So this is the point I want you to understand. Inside Redux, you should only store the state as much as you need in the Redux store. Apart from that, everything can be as local component state. So for this input field, I have to make as controlled element. For that, I don't have to create any action creator, and accordingly, I don't have to change the value inside this input field. So for that, I can simply make use of local component state by using useStateHook from React. So below this, I will be calling this useState. As soon as I hit enter, useState is imported from React library. Inside this, I will be passing default value as 1. And this function is going to return array. So I'm just going to destructure those values. Number, and second, I will be giving setter function name as setNumber. So now here, value 1 will be assigned to this number. And whenever I want to update the value of this number, I can update using this setter function setNumber. And inside this input field, I will be passing the value. Here I will be writing number. Save it. Come here. You can see input field is created. And inside that, I am having value 1. But now, if I type something, nothing happens. Why? Because as soon as we make this input field as control element, what happens? Whenever I type something, I'm just going to fire this onChange event handler. So here I will be writing onChange event handler. Inside this, I will be passing event object. Now what I want, whenever I am typing something, I just want to update the value for this number. And how I can update? I can update using this setter function. So here I will be writing set number, then I will write e.target.value. Save it. Come here, refresh once. Now if I type something, you can see successfully I am able to type the result. I will give some numbers I am able to type. But here the problem is whatever value we are typing inside this input field, that will be in string format. So this entire result, what I will do, I'm just going to wrap inside this parenthesis, and here I will be writing this number function. So whatever number I will be typing, instead of assigning as a string, it is just going to convert that string into number. Again, I will come here, I will type something, I am able to type the result. Now below this input field, I will be creating one button, and for this I will give the text as customer choice. Save it. You can see this button is displayed. Now whenever I click on this button, what I have to do, I just have to dispatch this customer choice action. So here inside this, I will be writing on click event handler. Then here I will be writing dispatch. We already got access to dispatch function using this useDispatch hook. And inside this, what I will do, I'm just going to pass this customer choice. As soon as I hit enter, customer choice is also imported from this pizza slice. Here I will just write here parenthesis. I have to call the action. Now here, as soon as I click, I will be having not a number. Why? Because inside this customer choice, what we are telling, whenever customer is giving the number, I just have to reduce that number using this action.payload. But here we have not passed that number. So inside this customer choice, I have to pass the number which is given by the customer. So once this action is dispatched, this number will be assigned to the payload, and that number we are just going to subtract from state.pizzabase. Now I'll come here, refresh once, click on this customer choice. You can see I am able to reduce by 1 because customer has given 1. Here I will give 10. Now customer has given 10. As soon as I click on this, you can see 10 pizza bases reduced. If the customer gives 5, click on this, 5 pizza bases reduced. But if I click on this order pizza, only 1 pizza base is reduced. Along with that, burger bun is also reduced. Again I will click, successfully I am able to reduce the pizza base based on the customer choice as well as based on the number I have given. Now here if I click, successfully I am able to reduce the burger buns by 1. So you should understand, whenever you want to create any kind of input field, you can just manage that input field inside the local component itself. You don't have to create any action creator. You don't have to manage the state inside Redux store. So for this kind of things, you don't have to manage the state inside our Redux store. And if something is not needed outside the component, it can stay as local component state. So you simply do not have to complicate your Redux store. So this is how we are going to dispatch actions from our React component. Now I will be showing you how to set up your Redux developer tool using Redux Toolkit. In plain Redux, manually we have to install the package and we have to do entire setup. But in Redux Toolkit, you don't have to do lot of setup. Instead, what you have to do, just search Redux DevTool extension, click on this first link, and here you should only add this Redux DevTool to the Chrome, and click on this add to Chrome. Click on this add extension. Now here you can see I am having Redux DevTool has been added to Chrome. I will just click on this extension, and now if you see, this Redux DevTool is grayed out. So I will come to my application, just refresh once. Now click on this, you can see now it's been colored, and successfully our developer tool is set up. And as it is done automatically, you don't have to install any packages. I will right click on this. Here I am having Redux DevTool. Click on this open in window. Now you can see, now this DevTool is opened, but as soon as I click outside, that tool is going to be closed. So what I will do, right click, inspect, and inside this you can see here I will be having this Redux. Click on this. Successfully I am able to open this DevTool, and inside that same process we are having state, we are having actions. Whenever we dispatch the action, we are going to see all the action type. So just explore by yourself. But let me just click on order pizza. You can see this is the action type. Your type is mentioned. Now inside the state, my pizza base as well as burger bun is reduced by 1. Now I will click on this. Successfully, I have dispatched this action and burger bun is reduced by 1. If I give here 10 inside this input field, click on this. Now pizza base is reduced by 10. And here we are having this play. Just focus on this UI. I will click on this. Whatever actions I have dispatched, based on that, visually I can see the entire representation. So you will be having lot of options, and this tool is very helpful whenever you want to perform some debugging inside your Redux toolkit. So setting up developer tool inside Redux toolkit is very simple. You only have to add this extension inside Chrome and refresh your application. Now let us see last topic, that is performing asynchronous operation in our React application. So for that, inside these features, first I will be creating one folder. I will give the folder name as products. Inside this, I will create the file productslice.js. Now here I have just opened my JavaScript application as well. Entire process will be same. Only thing that will be changed is import and export. First, I have to import createSlice. So here I will write import createSlice from Redux Toolkit package. Then after that, I have to import createAsyncThunk function. And this is also available inside this Redux Toolkit. So I can simply separate by comma. And here I will be writing createAsyncThunk. Now next, I have to import Axios. Before importing Axios, first I have to install Axios. I will open terminal. I will open this terminal. Here, first I will come inside this React Redux folder. I will write cd React Redux Toolkit. Hit enter. Now here I will write npm I Axios. Close it. Open this package.json. Inside these dependencies, you can see Axios package is added. So here I'm just going to import Axios. Import Axios from Axios. After that, we have defined the initial state. This entire thing will be same. I will copy and paste. Then we have defined our fetch product where we are calling this createAsyncThunk function, and here also entire thing will be same. I'm just going to copy and paste. So inside this createAsyncThunk, we are going to pass two arguments. First is the action type and second is the callback function, which is going to return the promise, and inside that we are going to write entire logic to fetch our API data. Then we have created our product slice where we have defined extra reducer, and here we have added the case for pending, fulfilled and rejected. And these lifecycle methods are provided from createAsyncThunk function. So I suggest you to watch this video how this will be working. I will copy this entire thing and below this I will be pasting. After that, I just have to export my reducer and then I have to export this action creator. Below this, I will write export default, and from where I have to export? From this product slice, I just have to export my reducer. And here, instead of exporting this fetch products in this way, what we can do directly for this entire function, before this, we can simply add export. So if we add this successfully, we are just exporting this function so that we can use the function in other files. Okay, whatever we did in JavaScript application, entire thing is same. Only thing I have changed is import and exports. Now once it is done, I will open store.js. Inside this, I'm just going to include my reducer. I will separate by comma. Here I will write product. And for this, I'm just going to give the value as product reducer. Once I include this product reducer, I just have to import that reducer. Import product reducer from, I will come inside these features. Then I will come inside this products. And then finally, I will just mention this product slice. So now I have included the reducer inside this store. Now what I will do, in JavaScript application, inside index.js, we have dispatched the action and we saw the result in console. But now what I want, in my browser, in the React component, I want to display the data and I want to display the result in browser. So for that, inside this products folder, I will be creating one file. I will give the file name as product u.jsx. Inside this, I will write RFCE and here I will be writing H2. Then I will write list of product titles. Save it. Now I will open app.jsx and below this, I'm just going to render this product view. As soon as I hit enter, product view is imported from this file. As of now, I'm just going to comment this pizza view and burger view. Save it. Now here in my browser, this title is displayed. I will open product view.jsx. Inside this, what I have to do, I just have to dispatch this fetch products. Once I dispatch this fetch products, whatever data I am having, I just have to render that data. So for that, I should be having access to dispatch function. And how I can get access to dispatch function? Using useDispatch hook. So here I will be writing useDispatch. As soon as I hit enter, useDispatch is imported from React-Redux. And this hook is going to give reference to dispatch function. So here this entire value I'm just going to store inside this variable. Now after getting access, when I want to dispatch fetch product, as soon as my application mounts, I just want to dispatch this action. So for that, in React, we are having use effect hook using which we can run side effect code. So below this, I will be writing use effect. As soon as I hit enter, this got imported from React library. And this hook is going to take two arguments. First is the callback function. Here I will write callback function. And second is the dependency array. What I just want to dispatch the action once. So here I am just passing empty array, which means whenever my application mounts, this effect is going to run only once. So that is the reason second argument I have passed as empty array. And inside this callback function, I am just going to dispatch the action. And what action I have to dispatch? I have to dispatch this fetch products. As soon as I hit enter, fetch product is imported from this product slice. Now, last and final step. First step, we have accessed this dispatch function. Second, inside this use effect, we are just dispatching this action. Finally, we should get access to this entire state. So, how we can get access to state? By using our useSelector hook. Above this, I will be creating one variable product. Here I am just going to use useSelector. As soon as I hit enter, this got imported from React-Redux. Inside this, we are going to pass selector function, which will be taking Redux state as its argument. First, let me just log this console.log. Inside this, I will be passing state. Below this, I'm just going to log this product, save it, come here, inspect. Now you can see inside that state, I'm having burger, pizza, ignore that. But here if you see, I'm having product. Inside that product, I'm having error property, I'm having loading property, and I'm having products property. So these three properties are available inside this product key. And this key is nothing but key which we have given for our reducer. I will close it. So here what I will do, I will remove this entire thing. Instead, what I have to access, I only have to access state.product. And this product should be exactly matching with the key which we have given in our store.js. So now inside this product key, we are having three properties: error, loading, and products. Successfully, we have got access to our state as well as dispatch function, and inside use effect, we are just dispatching the action. So now if I come here, if I refresh, nothing is going to display because I have not rendered the data inside JSX. So here below this, I will enter into JavaScript mode. Here I will be writing product. This product is having all the properties, and from that product I will be accessing loading. And here I will write, if it is true, then I will be displaying this message. I will write here loading. Save it. Come here. Refresh once. Now you can see that loading text was visible. Once the data is fetched, that loading text is gone. Why? Because once I get the data, loading becomes false and this text will not be displayed. And that entire logic we have already written here. Once the data is fulfilled, we are setting loading to false. So that is the reason this text will not be visible. But as soon as my loading is through, you can see loading text was visible. Below this, I will display the error. Here I will write, if my product is not loading and if product.error, if it is true, then what I have to do, simply I just have to display the error message. Here I will write H2. I will write the text as error. Inside this, I will simply pass product.error. Save it. Come here, refresh this. I am having loading, but what I will do, I will come to product slice. I will just remove F from here. Now you can see I am having error, that is network error. So if I am having any error, that error message will be displayed. I will give F here, save it, come here, that error has gone. So here I am telling if it is not loading and if my product error is true, then display this error message. If this condition is false, then do not display this error message. Then finally, I just have to display all the titles on my browser. So where I am having title, I will just write here product, and inside that I am having this products property, which is having our entire title. So initially our product is empty. Once my data is arrived, I am just setting this products to action.payload, which will be having all the titles. So here I am just going to display product.products. Now here you can see successfully I am able to render all the titles in my UI. If you want to format this data, you can format accordingly. But successfully inside Redux Toolkit, using this createAsync function, we are able to fetch API data and we are able to perform asynchronous operation here. Now what I will do, I will just inspect. I will open this Redux. Inside that, first let me refresh. You can see initially here, if you see initially it was pending. So that is the reason I am having pending. Once it has arrived, here I am having fulfilled state. So in this way, it is going to access and it will be displaying the result. I will come to action. You can see this is the type. product/fetch product/fulfilled. I will click on this product/fetch products.pending. And inside this fulfilled, you can see inside the payload, I am having all the titles. And inside this pending, you can see my request status is pending. If I come to fulfilled, my request status is fulfilled. And for each and everything, we are going to get the request ID. You don't have to worry. But accordingly, you can see different actions we have dispatched in our UI. If I open, once my data is fulfilled, my loading is set to false, products are visible, and after that, error message is empty. Again, if I refresh, I am going to get the same result. If I am having some error, accordingly, my products will be updated and I will be having the error message visible. Now, it's your time to practice Redux Toolkit and access different API data and try to display in your UI. Let us see some of the common Redux Toolkit interview questions. First, what is Redux Toolkit and how does it differ from plain Redux? To answer all these questions, first you have to understand the entire course. Only then you will be able to tell the difference between Redux Toolkit and Redux. Then, why is Redux Toolkit suggested as the standard way to write Redux logic? Then, what does createSlice do in Redux Toolkit and how does it simplify Redux setup? Then, how does createAsyncThunk work and when should we use it? Then, explain the purpose of configure store and how does it differs from Redux create store. Then, how does Redux Toolkit handle immutability in reducers? Then, you should explain what is Immer and how does Redux Toolkit use this library. Then, how does Redux Toolkit reduce boilerplate compared to traditional Redux? Then, what is the builder syntax in extra reducers and why it is useful? Then, how can you customize middleware in Redux Toolkit's configure store? Then, how does Redux Toolkit handle errors in async actions? Then, can you explain the structure of a typical slice created with createSlice? Then, how do you handle loading states in Redux Toolkit? Then, how do you test async actions created with createAsyncThunk? Then, what are some common middlewares included by default in Redux Toolkit? And finally, what is the get default middleware function in configure store and how can it be customized? So these are some of the common and widely asked interview questions related to Redux Toolkit. And now I believe you are in a position to answer all these interview questions and ace your interview. Congratulations on completing the course. Thank you for joining me on this journey to master Redux and Redux Toolkit. You have made it through the course and now it's time to take what you have learned and put into action. Remember, the best way to solidify your skill is by practicing, building projects, and diving deeper into real world applications of Redux. Keep exploring, keep coding, and don't hesitate to experiment with what you have learned. I am confident that with consistent effort, you will achieve great things. Bye. See you in the next course.